Chapter 1673. The officer with real power following behind Su Beiji as a retainer was precisely the son of Bailiang's old general Wang Shiziu, Wang Ji. After the Battle of Sword Gate, he was in charge of the border between Lingzhou and western Shu at Malang Ridge and Lazico. Now, he was one of the 14 officers with real power in Bailiang. Hong Shuwen, who stood out in the Phoenix Battalion, was now serving under Wang Ji. It was enough to see Wang Ji's position in the young king's heart. Some of the voices could be heard in Fu Shui room, so could Su Fengnian. If one wanted to become a leader in Bailiang, then one had to be pushed to the position of the head of the army. At the very least, one had to be connected to the border army and military power. Otherwise, even if one reached a high position like Li Gongda, one still wouldn't have enough power to speak in Bailiang. Before Su Fengnian took over as king, did Li Gongda dare to stare at Zhong Hongwu? He didn't dare. Even Zhong Hongwu's subordinates didn't dare. Meanwhile, in Bailiang's leaders, apart from Yan Wenluan, He Zhonghu, and Qin Yunshui, the others like Huang Fuchang and Hu Kuei counted because they had military power in their hands. However, Liangzhou provincial governor Tian Peifong, whose official rank was half a level higher, could not. The current Qin Shiliang could also count because he had the advantage of being close to the Longxiang army. During the Battle of Qingcang City, he also had a life-and-death relationship with Liuzhou General Ko Jianghuai. However, Su Beiji could not. As he left Lingzhou and entered the king's manor, Wang Ji, who had a good relationship with Su Beiji, and this group of young and strong generals, would have some thoughts. That was why when Bailiang's big shots met at Beifong City and Wang Ji left Lazico North, apart from Wang Ji wanting to advocate for Su Beiji, wasn't Lingzhou General Han Laozhan secretly inciting him? Wasn't this the first time the entire Lingzhou military system, which had high hopes for Su Beiji, spoke up? Su Beiji was like this. In reality, almost all of the border army generals were like this. Why was Left Cavalry Commander Zhou Kong so adamantly against splitting his troops? Was Jean Partridge really greedy for power? Naturally, it wasn't that simple. Zhou had to consider their interests. As long as he, as the deputy cavalry commander, wanted to advance in the border army, he had to give the people behind him some assurance. However, Su was too strong. Su Fan's power was too strong. Su caught him by surprise in front of them, and he had had no choice but to lower his head. He had had no choice but to, he needed to consider their interests. Their interests, Jean. Needed he was. And he. Therefore, when they got off the city wall, He Zhong, who was also split from the right cavalry, suddenly called Zhou Kong to drink with him. Su Fengnian took these actions to heart. As long as Jean Partridge didn't do anything too extreme, it was fine. There was no reason to strip him of his military power and not allow him to complain. The number one person in the Bailiang border army, Chu Lushan, stayed in the Huaiyang Pass Governor-General manor. He didn't show his face from start to finish. Wasn't it because even he, Chu Lushan, wanted to do something but couldn't? Rather than making a futile effort and making people hate him, he might as well just shut himself in. Li Yang's previous emperor, Zhao Dun, killed Zhang Zhu. Then one day, if he really defeated Beimang, would Su Fengnian have to make a choice between Su Beiji, Qin Shiliang, and some other general situation? Similarly, would Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang also have to make a choice between the king of Bailiang and some ideals and dreams? Maybe not, maybe he would. This, perhaps, was already enough to make people feel uneasy and uncomfortable. The commoners who ate steamed buns and the nobles who ate cauldrons had different degrees of pain and contentment. However, the weight of pain and contentment was never different. The celestial couple who lived freely in Jianghu, the gifted scholar and beautiful woman in a small place, and the poor and remote people who grew old together. Perhaps their love had different degrees of grandeur and gentleness, but their feelings for each other were actually not that different. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji walked up the outer wall of the market that wasn't very high. Wang Ji tactfully didn't follow them. Su Fengnian squatted on the short wall and ate the roasted naan that he had just bought from the stall. He bought 2 naans, but Su Beiji didn't appreciate it. He stacked the 2 naans together and ate them. Su Beiji sat cross-legged and clenched his fists on his thighs. He was in a daze. Su Fengnian asked in a muffled voice, "Zhu Zi, why are you so angry all of a sudden? Other than me, who else has offended you?" Su Beiji said slowly, "This world has offended me, and you're such a coward. Of course I'm unhappy." Su Fengnian ate the naan until his cheeks were bulging. He turned his head and smiled. "Actually, I'm not happy either. Perhaps I'm too thick-skinned. You can't tell." Su Beiji didn't turn his head. "If one day Bailiang defeats Beimang and takes over the world, I won't go to the Central Plains. I'll go back to Beimang." Su Fengnian gasped in surprise. "That's a pity. Let me tell you, in the past, in order to trick me into going to Jiangnan, Big Sister always said that the land there was good, and that the streets were filled with delicious girls. I didn't believe her at the time. Later on, I went to take a look myself. It was true. If it weren't for the fact that Bailiang has a girl from Yanji County to support us, I really wouldn't want to leave the Central Plains. Even if you don't want to be an official, you should still go and take a look." Su Beiji raised his head to look at the sun. He squinted his eyes and said, "I'm not going. In this lifetime, I'll walk from the north to the south. Lingzhou in Bailiang is already south enough." Su Fengnian leaned his shoulder against Su Beiji. "Zhu Zi, you don't like any girls in Lingzhou? If you do, but the girls don't agree, I'll help you snatch them." Su Beiji turned his head to look at this unruly young prince. He said seriously, "If you become the emperor, don't let Chen Shiliang be the grand secretary. It'll be good for both of you." Su Fengnian was stunned. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't be the emperor." Su Beiji said again, "Then don't let Chen Shiliang be the second Zhang in Liang." Su Fengnian patted his chest and said, "If I really beat Beimang, I won't have any worries. It won't be as difficult as you think to decide who dies and who doesn't." Su Beiji shook his head and said, "Zhang Julu wants to die." Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. Su Beiji sighed and said, "Chen Shiliang isn't suitable for the central government of the imperial court. He can only be a provincial governor. At most, he can be an administrator far away from the capital. Only then will he be able to enjoy his old age and have the time to play with his grandchildren." Su Fengnian nodded. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll pass on your words. But as for what Chen Shiliang thinks, I won't stop him. I don't think I can stop him." Su Beiji stretched out his hand. Su Fengnian was puzzled. "What?" Su Beiji glared at him and said, "Naan." Su Fengnian tore off half of the remaining naan and handed it to Su Beiji. Su Beiji finished the naan in big mouthfuls and wiped his mouth. "Persimmon, if I'm unhappy, I can still vent my anger on you. But if you're unhappy, what should I do?" Su Fengnian said without hesitation, "Beat Beimang barbarians." Su Beiji, who was sitting on the ground, closed his eyes and patted his knees with his hands. Su Fengnian followed the beat and whistled. "One persimmon, one tangerine." Following Persimmon's light whistle, Tangerine suddenly said in a clear voice, you can only see 10,000 carps jumping through the Dragon's Gate at Tide Listening Lake." Persimmon laughed and said, "You can only see Mount Qingliang, the famous stone steels not counting. You can only see a bottle gourd's mouth building a view of the capital. You can only see the skeletons of the dead under the high walls. You can only see the north of Liangzhou riding horses in the west wind. You can only see the south of the border, the sound of Long Long's books breaking out of the hut. You can only see 300,000 cavalrymen dominating the world. You can only see the Bailiang people wearing mourning clothes." Many years later, the Bailiang Palace on Mount Qingliang had long become the residence of the Bailiang Taoist administrator. In the middle of the night, a white-haired old man stood alone in the snowy night with a walking stick and looked at the end of the street. The old man with the surname Chen, who was known as the #1 border official of the new Liang dynasty, had been guarding the house behind him that used to be surnamed Su for 40 years. A full 40 years. Because of this, he had rejected the invitation of the new emperor of Liang at the end of last autumn and refused to become the new grand secretary of the new dynasty. Therefore, he had rejected the posthumous title of Wenzheng. Everyone in the Liang court knew that this poor scholar from Jiangnan, who had risen in the Northern Liang officialdom and never left the Northern Liang, had the lofty ambition of dying as a civil official before entering the Northern Liang. He had just resigned from his position yesterday. Now, the old man's hair was the same color as the wind and snow. Just when the old man, whose vision was blurry, thought that no one would come, a carriage arrived leisurely. The old man walked down the stairs shakily. Another white-haired old man walked down from the carriage. The old man who had come from afar was clearly not as strong as the old man surnamed Qin in the large house. The old man surnamed Su wore a thick fur coat and needed the help of the coachman, who also had the surname Su, to walk up to Sir Qin. The three of them walked up the stairs together and turned to look at the snowy street. Separated by the most inexperienced person in the middle, Qin Shiliang, the Bailiang Taoist administrator who had held the post for more than 30 years and was unwilling to move, leaned forward slightly and turned to look at the other old man. He laughed softly and hoarsely. "I helped the prince guard Bailiang Road and this Mount Qingliang for 40 years, so you're not as good as me. Isn't that right, Su Beiji?" The doddering old man in the thick fur coat snorted coldly with all his strength. You win, okay?" The old man in the middle, although of similar age, looked to be in his early 40s. He held the hands of Qin Shiliang and Su Beiji on both sides and laughed softly. "Don't fight." The emperor of Liang had changed and the title of the dynasty had changed. But the three old men, Su Fengyan, Su Beiji, and Qin Shiliang, only tonight, they had seen the heavy snow of Bailiang. Chapter 1674. Originally, in the early autumn of the second year of the Li Yang auspicious talisman, the civil and military officials of the Chu imperial court wished they could divide the world. But in a short 3 months, there was an atmosphere of mourning. If it was not for Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji being neither sad nor happy, and Chao Zhangqing showing no signs of taking over military power from Xie Shibian, the court would have been in chaos. But to Empress Jiangxi, who sat on the dragon chair and wore dragon robes, there was no difference whether she was looking at a group of glowing officials or a group of frowning officials. She even had some mockery that no one knew about. Earlier, De Chu had defeated the strong on the Guangling River and wiped out vassal King Zhao Yi's Guangling navy. Later on, they had successfully ambushed the Nanjiang army's important supply base. At the time, the most clamorous discussion was something like, "A country cannot do without a ruler cannot do without an empress." The current empress of De Chu, although a woman, still needed an empress to conform to etiquette, right? Therefore, Song Maolin, who was known as De Chu's twin jade annulus along with Xie Shibian, and the eldest grandson of the Song household who was known as the Northern Su and Southern Song, along with the Prince of New Liang, had the most support. Perhaps it was because Song Maolin was so outstanding that even Grand Tutor Sun Shiji hinted to Chao Changqing, who was far away from the court, that he might as well agree to this marriage. Not only was it beneficial to the stability of the Jiang family of De Chu, but the young empress could also not be considered lowly. But as the #1 general of Nanjiang, Wu Zhongshuan, parted ways with vassal King Zhao Yi and returned to Guangling with the dual identities of Liang Minister of War and Great General of the Southern Expedition, Lu Shengxiang finally revealed the fangs that a famous general should have. Song Li, who had also been to Great Peace City, snatched all the military power from Guangling King Zhao Yi's hands. Especially with Chen Zhibao and the elites of the Shu lands entering the battlefield, De Chu's front lines shrank. From frequent reports of victory, they went into a passive defense. The enthusiasm in the court that seemed to be close to attacking Great Peace City was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Most of the officials and nobles were like frosted eggplants. It was at this time that Chao Changqing, who had the intention of sharpening De Chu's young generals, finally withdrew from the Guangling River Navy and returned to De Chu's capital with the identity of Grand Marshal of De Chu as well as Minister of War. It had to be known that when Jiangxi ascended the throne as emperor, Chao Changqing was still the commander of De Chu's navy. His official position was even half a rank lower than the three old generals. He was only the same as the disciple of the Eastern Front's commander, Xie Shibian, who was only a secondary second rank. Without Chao Changqing overseeing Divine Phoenix City, the people were in a constant state of anxiety. With Chao Changqing's Divine Phoenix City, even if he did not bring a single soldier, the dark clouds above Dachu's capital immediately dispersed and the sun could be seen again. In reality, everyone was well aware that without Jiangxi, the new Dachu would not be able to restore the country. However, without Chao Changqing's previous running around everywhere, perhaps it would be a lamentable situation where they would not have the strength nor the will to restore the country. After the morning court was dismissed, Chao Changqing, who did not have the time to participate in the morning court, went to the imperial palace to report. He changed into a brand new set of court robes and was led by a eunuch from the ceremony directorate. He quietly waited outside the imperial study for an audience with His Majesty, following the etiquette of a ruler and his subject. The old eunuch from the ceremony directorate was apprehensive. If it was in the past, His Majesty, who had already known that Chao Changqing had arrived at the capital, let alone receiving him in the imperial study, he would have welcomed him outside the capital. This meant that His Majesty and the Minister of War, whom he had always respected as his own elder, had most likely developed a knot in their hearts. This was definitely not a good thing for the country. The expressionless Chao Changqing waited at the foot of the steps. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course, he knew why His Majesty had left him hanging outside. His Majesty was angry, very angry. At the time, the old Grand Preceptor had strongly recommended Song Maolin, and he had neither agreed nor refused. How could she not be angry? The fact that he did not use the great Liang Dragon Sparrow sword to attack Chao Zhangqing was already giving face to his uncle. Chao Changqing didn't make a sound after the worried old eunuch bent down to close the door. He stood in place without making a sound. The imperial study in the Dachu Palace was very spacious. Although many of the precious items in the room had been stolen by Prince Guangling Zhao Yi, Dachu's foundation was very deep. In the early stages of the restoration of the country, the imperial study was no less than it had been in the past. Chao Changqing raised his head and saw the young woman wearing a yellow dragon robe. Her head was lowered as she practiced writing on the tribute Xian paper. She didn't use the imperial brush, Millennium Youth, which symbolized the continuity of the country. Chao Changqing moved his gaze slightly and saw the golden lacquer cup engraved with the words, "Forever Gold O." According to the tradition, on the first day of the first month of each year, the Emperor of Dachu would open the window and use the Millennium Youth to dip into a cup filled with Tusu wine. He would write the auspicious words "World Peace" and "Long Live the Country" and present them to the civil and military officials. Before this, she had once expressed some apprehension to him, saying that her writing wasn't beautiful. She quietly suggested that he ask his uncle to write for him. Of course, Chao Changqing didn't agree. He only comforted her that she could write as little as possible. When the time came, she could only give it to old Grand Preceptor's son and a few people who knew her well. It wouldn't be embarrassing. Only then did she reluctantly agree. However, she still couldn't hide her unhappiness. Chao Changqing heard that after she ascended the throne, she had practiced a lot this autumn and winter in order to raise the brush on the first day of the new year. In any case, it was definitely 100 times more diligent than practicing the sword. It was said that she had already filled a small basket with paper. She didn't throw it away and just accumulated it over time. The palace maids and eunuchs weren't allowed to touch it. Chao Changqing looked behind the large table and at the slender, bright golden figure. His gaze was absent-minded. He seemed to remember a blurry scene from many years ago. Chao Zhangqing suddenly felt a little sad and guilty. The Empress Dachu, who no one called Jiangxi, didn't look at Chao Changqing in a fit of pique. She angrily said, "I'm still angry. I need to write at least 30 more words to calm down. Uncle, just you wait." Chao Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He moved a chair over and sat by the window. The chair was tilted toward the window. He could see the scenery outside and, out of the corner of his eye, see the little girl who didn't look like an emperor even though she wore a dragon robe. However, even Chao Changqing couldn't imagine that Jiangxi would sit on the dragon throne every day in court and receive all the civil and military officials. Even Grand Tutor Sun Shiji nodded inwardly at the official's bow. Not only did she not lose her manners, even he, an old man who had stood in the courts of the two dynasties for close to 60 years, could not find any flaws even if he did not care about her identity as a woman. Her monarch and minister played together. At first, she was slightly reserved, but now she was adept and as she wished. She advanced 1,000 miles in a day. She was simply born to be an emperor. Sun Shiji privately joked with his friends that the emperor's sword realm was extremely fast. It was the same for the ruler of a country. She meticulously wrote a dozen words and snuck a glance at Chao Changqing, who was sitting upright and still. Jiang Si curled her lips. She probably realized that it wasn't appropriate for her to compete with uncle, so she gently put down her brush and coldly snorted. "I'm done." Chao Changqing held back his laughter and quietly said, "There are still 11 words. I'm not in a hurry." Jiang Si glared and said, "Uncle?" Chao Changqing smiled slightly and said, "All right, I know that Song Maolin's matter has angered the emperor. I came to the capital this time to be the emperor's punching bag. After all, the old grand preceptor is old. The emperor can't lower himself to the same level as him." Jiang Si put on a show of force and picked up the brush again. "If I didn't want to be the emperor, I would have secretly beaten that Song guy into a pig's head." Chao Changqing couldn't help but laugh. Of all people to learn from, that king of Bailiang pulled out Jean Lanting's beard in Great Pea City. It caused the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights to wait half a month before he dared to go to the Yamen for roll call. Jiang Si placed the brush heavily on the brush holder. Chao Changqing hesitated for a moment and then sighed. Qing Liang Mountain must have a consort for the king of Bailiang after the great victory. In this matter, you can't blame him. Jiang Si lightly slammed a fist on the table and glared angrily. Then she wrinkled her nose and coldly snorted. "You're blaming me?" Chao Changqing smiled and hurriedly waved his hands. I don't dare." Chapter 1675. He finally understood that Song Maolin was nothing. The king of Bailiang was marrying a concubine, which was the main reason why the emperor of Dechu was angry. Therefore he, Chao Zhangqing, had actually been implicated by that brat surnamed Su. Chao Changqing smiled gently. When men and women were young, he liked her and she liked him. No one disliked the other. It was really good. Every man in the world had a wish to win the heart of his woman and never leave her. However, compared to seeing a beautiful woman with a white head, he was more afraid that a beautiful woman would not have a white head. Chao Changqing was somewhat dejected. For the first time, he doubted himself. Was he wrong? He had already missed it. Why did he make them miss it as well? Lu Songtao, who had converted to Buddhism, persuaded him with life and death. Duke Yensheng of the Confucian school persuaded him with reason. Even the smoke of war rose from all over the Central Plains. None of them could persuade Chao Changqing to let go of Dechu. Jiang Si asked carefully, "Uncle Chessboard, are you angry?" Chao Changqing gathered his thoughts and shook his head. He said softly, "Even if Uncle Chessboard is angry with the whole world, even if he is angry with Dechu, he will not be angry with your majesty." Jiang Si sighed like an old man. "Although saying this is somewhat unfair to my father and mother, I feel that if my mother could have met Uncle Chessboard earlier, Chao Changqing, who was known as the most outstanding man in the world, Dechu is most proud of, and green clothes come out early, Dechu will not die," blushed for the first time. He coughed a few times and quickly interrupted what Jiang Si was about to say. He then pretended to be angry. "Your Majesty!" Jiang Si smiled mischievously. "My mother can't meet Uncle Chessboard earlier. Otherwise, there won't be me, Jiang and I." For some reason, she called herself Jiang and I and not Jiang Si, who was destined to be recorded in history regardless of the success or failure of the restoration of the country. Chao Changqing's face darkened. He said angrily, "Your Majesty, be careful. I purposely forgot something. Someone in Great Peace City asked me to bring these words to His Majesty." Jiang Si hurriedly straightened his posture and said in all seriousness, "Uncle, state affairs are more important. Please speak." Chao Changqing said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, I'm a little thirsty." The Empress of West Chu stood up at an astonishing speed and ran to the door. She didn't care about losing her majesty as a monarch and personally opened the door and ordered, "Bring a pot of Spring God Lake tribute tea for Minister Ling." Not long after, Chao Changqing calmly held the teacup in one hand and fanned the tea with the lid of the teacup with the other. Chao Changqing closed his eyes and smelled the refreshing fragrance, as if he had completely forgotten about that serious business. Chao Changqing didn't even need to open his eyes to know that the emperor was purposely keeping a straight face, but his ears were perked up. Chao Changqing's lips curled up. After taking a sip of tea, he said, "Your Majesty, I lied to you. This lowly subject only fought once in Great Peace City and did not hear anything." Jiang Si made a sound of acknowledgement and pretended not to care. Looking at the words on the paper on the table, he was filled with anger and killing intent. In fact, there were only 3 words on the densely packed Xian paper. Chao Changqing suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, I heard that someone has proposed 3 plans. The best plan is that the main force of the West Chu army should go down south? They would not hesitate to work with the Yen King Xiaobing and work together with Li Yang? The middle plan is to expand to the west, and the worst plan is to fight to the death with Lu Xingxiang's army?" Jiang Si made a sound of acknowledgement absent-mindedly. Chao Changqing smiled coldly and said, "A pedantic scholar's armchair strategist." Jiang Si raised his head and looked at Chao Changqing. He asked softly, "Uncle, when we went to Beimang together, other than the patriarch of the Southern Dynasty who was a remnant of the spring and autumn period, was the lecherous old man we met last the present commander of Beimang's Eastern Front, Wang Sui?" Chao Changqing nodded. Jiang Si hesitated for a long time and then asked in a low voice, "Then did Uncle secretly contact Gu Jiantang?" Chao Zhangqing was silent, but he smiled. The emperor of Dechu is not inferior to the new emperor of Liyang, Zhao Zhuan. Jiang Si lowered his head and bit his lips. The ambitious Yen King Xiaobing is not a good person, but people like Wang Sui and Gu Jiantang are not much better. Chao Changqing stood and walked to the window. He said slowly, "Scholars rule the country, so Dechu had hundreds of years of prosperity and became the orthodox school of the Central Plains. But in troubled times, it is difficult for scholars to save the country. I, the scholars of the Great Chu, cannot understand this principle. I, Chao Zhangqing, am also a scholar, so I cannot say it myself. Reason. But no matter what, I can do one thing, and that is to let the 3 emperors of Liyang understand that without Su Shao, the scholars of the Zhao family will not be able to save the country." Chao Changqing lowered his voice. "But the principle that I, Chao Changqing, want to tell the world is not this." After a long time, Chao Changqing turned around and looked at her. He smiled. In the early years, the spring and autumn were turbulent. There were countless bewitching prophecies and ballads that spread throughout the world. One of them was about your mother, the Empress of Dechu. "So Uncle knows that you were willing to leave Beiliang because you were afraid." Jiang Si turned her head away and said fiercely, "No." The imperial study was silent. Jiang Si suddenly realized that Uncle Chen was standing by the table. She quickly covered the pile of paper with her hands and said with a red face, "Don't look, don't look." Chao Changqing deliberately stretched his neck to see what was going on. He asked curiously, "It doesn't look like the word bastard." Jiang Si blurted out, "Of course not. Who would want to write that he is a bastard? I don't even want to scold him." Chao Changqing smiled and didn't say anything. The young empress in the dragon robe insisted on blocking Chao Changqing's line of sight. Chao Changqing smiled and asked, "Assassinate you? Uncle Chen is the only one in the imperial study. Your Majesty, this makes me feel like I am walking on thin ice." Jiang Si bent over the paper on the table and raised her head. I saw wrong, I saw wrong. Uncle Chen, your eyesight is not good. Don't read under the light in the future." Chao Changqing covered the teacup and leaned forward. He rubbed his silly daughter's head with his free hand. "Uncle Chen is old. Not only are my eyesight not good, my memory is also not good. Now I finally remember that sentence. That person said it in Great Peace City. The general meaning is that he will soon personally lead the Beiliang cavalry to Guangling Road to take you back. If you don't agree, then he will snatch you, stuff you into a sack, and carry you back. He, Su Fengyan, can't be bothered to care about Liyang, West Chu, or whatever." She was dumbfounded and could only blink her eyes. Chao Changqing smiled and said, "I am not lying to you this time. It is true, absolutely true. She still blinked her eyes. Chao Changqing seemed to murmur to himself and pretended to be angry. No matter how I look at it, since Dong Tai and I could not win against him in Great Peace City, then it is clear that we cannot stop him. I, Uncle Chen, am not an immortal. What can I do? And what is the saying? When Jiang Si smiled, she had two dimples. One could topple countries, the other could topple cities. She unconsciously smiled and replied, "Cucumber salad, that is delicious." Chao Changqing said softly, "Shendi was a wise ruler, but not a good husband. I, Chao Changqing, am even worse. I am a coward who has become stupid from studying. But that young person in Bailiang is better than us. Your Majesty, when the time comes, just give him a blow. Do not really stab him to death. You will regret it and be sad." Giving up hope seemed heavier than being sad, but in reality, it was not as relaxing as giving up hope. Jiang Si wanted to cry. It was like hearing the last words of an elder. Chao Changqing gently put down the teacup. He put it down. In the war between the two countries, like Dechu and Liyang, there were the armies of the West Wall. Now, Bailiang and Beimang also had 300,000 cavalry against a million army. But one day not long after, Li Yang's auspicious talisman had been 3 years, and West Chu's Shenseal had been 2 years. At that time, Gu Jiantang stood alone in his tent. After a night of silence, he said to himself, "Chao Changqing has ruined me for 20 years. On the border of Beimang, Wang Sui drank alone and laughed. Satisfying, satisfying. This is the true romantic of our infatuated generation." That day, outside Great Peace City, there was Chao Changqing in West Chu. One person attacking the city. Chapter 1676. Dechu's capital had a great number of high gates and endless alleys. This was very normal. However, if people knew that a second-rank general lived in a small alley, they would probably accuse him of harming the dignity of the imperial court. Xie Shibian, who was born poor, was such a person. If it weren't for his status as Chao Changqing's disciple, it would have been impossible for Xie Shibian, who was born poor, to become a leading general. Reality also proved that one's ability had nothing to do with one's family background. If it weren't for Lu Xingxiang's raid and Chen Jibao's sudden appearance, Xie Shibian's undefeated battle record would have continued. Yang Xinxing, Yan Zhenchuan, and Wu Zhongshuan, 3 veteran generals who had won illustrious fame during the spring and autumn period, had all suffered great losses at the hands of Xie Shibian, who hadn't even grown his hair yet. The winter sun was warm. There was a young man with stubble on the side of his lips, sitting on the steps outside the door, basking in the sun. He had been born and raised in this alley for generations. Because he was thin and weak, he had been nicknamed Xie Bamboo Pole since he was young. Even though he later left the alley to study and won an arm wrestle against Zhao Dezhuang, who lived on the street with arms as thick as his calf, the neighbors still liked to call him Xie Bamboo Pole regardless of his seniority. It was likely that he couldn't change it. Everyone only knew that this young fellow, who had been born late in his life, didn't seem to have any great achievements in his studies. However, it was true that he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. It was a pity that this child was often away from home, so he hadn't been able to marry a wife to continue the Xie family's bloodline. As a result, old Xie, who sold wine to make a living, wasn't too happy. Especially when he heard that other children had become yamen officials or passed the county examinations, he couldn't get anything to say. Even if he choked back his words, no one really took them seriously. If it weren't for the fact that his son's teacher had come to drink wine with him once and said that his son's studies were good and that he could guarantee that his son wouldn't be bad in the future, old Xie, who sold wine, would have already grabbed the brat's ear and forced him to sell wine to make money. Their family had saved up some modest wealth, so they didn't care if the child helped them earn more money. However, as a child from a poor family, they weren't afraid of a poor family background. After all, the poor had their own matching families, right? But if they put themselves in her shoes, which family's daughter would be willing to marry a man whose feet didn't touch the ground? People from small families were not afraid of poverty. It was not a chaotic world. If they were willing to work hard, they would be able to feed their families. However, they were afraid of men who had high standards but were incompetent. Matchmaker Lu, who was on the street next door, also used her words to poke at old man Xie. She smiled and said that she did not dare to push her good daughter into the fire pit. Old man Xie was still angry when he thought about it. Occasionally he would drink to his heart's content. A group of hooligans passed by old Xie's house. They were all of the same age as bamboo pole Xie. One of them stopped and smiled at the guy who was basking in the sun. "Bamboo pole, let's go. I'll take you to the casino to earn a few taels of silver. I guarantee that you'll be single when you enter the house, but you'll have a wife when you leave. Bamboo pole, you haven't tasted meat yet, right?" Xie bamboo pole raised his middle finger at them and scolded them with a smile. "Get lost." They were not angry at Xie bamboo pole's stubbornness. They laughed and scolded him as they walked away. Although the group of young people were fooling around, they never bullied their neighbors. They only went to harm other places. After all, every family on the street had elders who watched them grow up naked. For example, the first time they drank wine in their lives, it was stolen from Xie bamboo pole's father. Although the stingy old man Xie blocked their door and scolded them for a long time, they just hid at home with their legs crossed and ears picked. They scolded and scolded him until it was over. Moreover, Xie bamboo pole was famous for being bad since he was young. Who was the first one who had the guts to climb the wall and peep at the Ma family's widow bathing? It was him, Xie Shi. Who was the one who threw stones into the latrine room of the most beautiful girl of the same age on the street? At that time, he and she were only 13 or 14 years old. The girl was so scared that she didn't dare to come out of the latrine room for a long time. When her parents found her, she finally dared to cry. After that, Xie bamboo pole gave old Xie a good beating. It was really shocking. Until now, Xie bamboo pole, who was crippled, hadn't said a word to her for more than 10 years. When they met in the alley, both of them wished they could walk close to the wall. It was a pity that for some reason, she was still unmarried. She had gone from being a beautiful maiden to an age where even the children of other women were old enough to buy wine for their fathers. Her parents were so worried that they couldn't wait to throw their daughter out like splashing water whenever someone wanted her. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that she was waiting for someone. Her parents, who were originally arrogant, had secretly met with the wine seller, old Xie. It wasn't that old Xie didn't have any thoughts. It was just that he didn't see his son many times a year. The few times he went home, he came and went in a hurry. It was only until this time when his son rarely stayed at home and didn't look like he was in a hurry to leave. The taciturn old Xie finally said that if he didn't get married, he wouldn't have a son like Xie Shi in the future. The child of the Xie family, who was always outside, sat on the steps. Every time a neighbor passed by the door, he would definitely smile and greet them. Most of the elders would also tease him about when his father would have a grandson. At that time, he would be able to freeload wine. The day that could make Xie Shi willingly pluck his feathers would definitely be the day that the child of the Xie family got married. Xie Shi also said with a bitter face that he wanted to have a wife, but he didn't know where she was. At this time, it wasn't that no one deliberately glanced at the old lady of the Lu family. Xie Shi, who had been clever since he was young, started to play dumb. Xie Shi sat leisurely on the steps, but he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Spring Festival couplets on both sides of the door. The handwriting was ordinary, and the content was tacky. However, he heard from his mother that at the end of last year, his father begged for them with great difficulty from the boy of the Song family who passed the imperial examinations. The Song family had taken at least 10 caddies of wine from his wine shop for free this year. Xie Shi sighed. He thought that before he left home this time, no matter what, he had to make 7 or 8 spring couplets and dozens of spring characters. He couldn't let his parents suffer anymore. Most of the men here didn't study much. When they were young, they compared whose wife was prettier and whose needlework was better. Then, in the peaceful second half of their lives, they compared whose children were more promising and whose son-in-law and daughter-in-law were more filial. Xie Shibian rubbed his face hard. It wasn't that he didn't want his parents to think that their son wasn't any worse than the children of other families. In fact, he might even be more successful. However, even though his parents were ordinary commoners, everyone in Dachu and the entire capital knew that there was war after war. If their son was successful and their son was safe and sound, Xie Shibian knew that his parents would definitely choose the latter. He didn't want his parents to be on tenterhooks all the time. He would rather they complain that he wasn't married yet. Why wasn't he willing to live a normal life? They would nag at him about how the sons of other families his age were already learning how to write couplets in private schools. When Xie Shibian returned home this time, he was prepared to grit his teeth and tell them the truth. However, when he looked at his parents who seemed to have aged overnight and his father who sat down to drink with him with a straight face, Xie Shibian couldn't bring himself to say it. He was afraid that if he really died on the battlefield one day, his parents would immediately know that he was dead, and not that he was traveling to study. Old Xie, who didn't open the wine shop today and didn't do business, walked out of the courtyard. When he saw his son who wasn't doing his job, he snorted coldly and left with his hands behind his back. Xie Shibian's mother walked out of the door and chuckled softly. "Don't worry about him. Actually, he went to buy meat. Although your father didn't say it, he secretly took a lot of money from the money jar under the bed. I just pretended not to see it." Xie Shibian grinned. As a son, he was already used to his father's bad temper. The woman smiled again and said, "I've liked that girl from the Liu family since I was young. However, at that time, the Liu family didn't think highly of our family. Now that the girl is old, I'm anxious. Let me tell you the truth. Although you're my son, if it's not like this, you really aren't worthy of her." Xie Shibian looked up and said with a cheeky smile, "Mother, am I really your biological son?" The woman pretended to hit him. "You have a glib tongue. No wonder you can't find a wife. If your father hears this, he'll beat you to death." Xie Shibian bent his arm. "When I was young, I was chased around the courtyard by father every day. Now, father can't beat me." The woman lightly hit her worrisome son with a chestnut. "Brat, don't anger your father. When you were young, mother protected you every time. In the future, mother will definitely side with your father." Xie Shibian made a face. "I know." The woman said earnestly, "The girl from the Liu family isn't young anymore, but she's really beautiful. There aren't any girls in the nearby streets who are prettier than her. Brat, you really don't have any thoughts? Mother wants to tell you something. I heard that there's an official who wants to take her in as a concubine. Her parents haven't come to our house since autumn this year." Xie Shibian finally couldn't laugh anymore. The woman didn't make things difficult for her son. "You're not young anymore. Mother believes that you know the importance of things. I won't rush you. Do as you see fit. In the end, father and mother only have you as a son. They always think of your good." Xie Shibian nodded. When his mother walked back to the courtyard, he started to daydream again. Unknowingly, he looked in that direction again and again. A youth jogged into the alley and laughed loudly. "Xie Zhuzi, what are you looking at?" Chapter 1677. The young man's name was Lu Sichu. This was his second visit to the old Xie family. Last time, he carried a sword on his back, but the neighbors and Xie Shibian's parents thought he was an idiotic child. The young man almost suffered internal injuries. This time, he learned his lesson. Not only did he not carry a sword, but he also made up for the gifts he owed last time. He carried chickens and ducks with both hands. The elders of the Liu family, who were full and had nothing to do, discussed the matter of what gifts they should give. Some said they should give high-grade wine, but they were quickly scolded for being brainless. The Xie family sold wine. What were they doing if they were not smacking their faces? Some said they should give silk, tea, porcelain, and so on, but they were still refuted. They said it was not sincere to give something that was pleasing to the eye but useless. Later, someone said they should carry a sandalwood chair over. It was both pleasing to the eye and useful. Unfortunately, they still felt it was inappropriate. Xie Shibian's parents probably would not bear to let others sit on it. The Liu family should not show off blindly. In the end, it was still Liu Tianden, the only remaining grandmaster of Sword Dao in Great Chu. With a wave of his hand, old Master Liu made the final decision. He ordered Lu Sichu to bring 2 chickens and ducks over and butcher them on the same day. The younger generation of the Liu family sighed in admiration. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. As a result, the young man rode a horse carriage from the capital city, which was filled with rich and powerful families, to the other side. His mother's 2 chickens and ducks were probably full. They even pooped when they were in the carriage, so the young man stopped the carriage to li away. After getting off the carriage, the young man grabbed the chicken with one hand and the duck with the other and ran all the way here. The ground was really covered in chicken and duck feathers. Xie Shibian said angrily, "Look at your grandpa." The young man stood in front of Xie Shibian and raised the chicken in his hand. "I'm here." Seeing that Xie Zhu was about to kick him, the young man hurriedly ran into the yard and shouted, "Auntie, where are the chickens and ducks? Can we cook them in the afternoon? I still have something to do in the afternoon. I'm afraid I can't eat." Xie Shibian, who was at the gate, could not help but roll his eyes. He really did not treat himself as an outsider. This was not how he gave gifts. Just as his mother and Lu Sichu were chatting in the yard, Xie Shibian frowned. At the end of the alley, two young men walked over side by side. Due to their arrival, a few of the neighbors who were walking in front of them not only stopped in their tracks but also wanted to hide behind the walls. Some old people who were sitting on small bamboo stools and chairs to bask in the sun also suddenly fell silent. One of them was Pei Sui, the future head of one of the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period. Xie Shibian was his good friend from the same school. At that time, Yang Xinxing and the Jizhou soldiers were caught like turtles in a jar. It was because of Xie Shibian and Pei Sui's flawless cooperation that the Chu won their first great victory. However, Xie Shibian didn't like the other person. Song Maolin, the eldest grandson of the Song family. Xie Shi was known as Dechu's twin jade annulus of Dechu. He was as handsome as a tree in the wind and was worthy of being called a banished immortal. But strangely, Xie Shibian could accept Ko Jiangwai's arrogance, but he didn't like Song Maolin's impeccable gentleness. The young Lu Sichu also didn't like this beautiful and virtuous, jade-like gentleman. The reason couldn't be more simple. The young man didn't like this fellow liking the emperor's older sister, and even more so, he didn't like this fellow wanting to marry the emperor's older sister. In the young man's words, he would rather take 10,000 steps back and let the emperor's older sister marry that young vassal king he had never met before. He didn't want the emperor's older sister, whom he had met at White Deer Cave, to have anything to do with this sanctimonious Song Maolin. The young man's thoughts had always been the same as the Lu family's elders. He just felt that this fellow who might never fart in public was definitely a hypocrite. Xie Shibian, who rarely hated someone, deeply agreed with this. Hence, Xie Shibian stood up and walked toward his good friend Pei Sui and the Song family's young master with a smile. He grabbed Pei Sui's arm and pinched it without batting an eyelid. As expected of Xie Shibian's best friend, Pei Sui also endured the pain and smiled. Xie Shibian couldn't help but say, "Let's go, I'll take you to a shop to drink. Don't worry, my shop isn't open today and I don't have a habit of killing acquaintances. However, it's hard to say when I won't be able to open the pot in the future." Xie Shibian brought them to a relatively clean restaurant. Of course, in Song Maolin's eyes, it was all the same. After an hour, they left happily. Xie Shibian and Pei Sui sent Song Maolin to the carriage and watched him leave. The two of them walked back to the alley. Pei Sui teased, "It's been hard on you to talk nonsense with someone for an hour." Xie Shibian said indifferently, "The wasted saliva was made up for by the wine. The only flaw is that you paid the bill and not him, young Master Song." Pei Sui smiled and said, "Why would young Master Song carry that yellow and white thing with him? However, if he didn't have the money to pay the bill, young Master Song would definitely not be stingy and take off the jade pendant on his waist to pay for the wine." Xie Shibian said with a fake smile, "Then it's another beautiful story." Pei Sui put her arm around Xie Shibian's shoulder and said shamelessly, "All right, anyway, my friendship with the Song family ends here. Just treat it as drinking with me for an hour." It was no different from a miracle that Xie Shibian, who was born in a humble family, could become good friends with the son of the Pei family. One had to know that in the strict Dechu family, they had always been people of noble status. They viewed the sons of the Han family as lowly servants and were ashamed to be in the same group. They would never sit at the same table. At that time, Xie Shibian and Pei Sui became classmates and did not know each other's identities. Pei Sui's catchphrase was, "I like to be brothers with people who treat money like dirt. I'm willing to pick up shit every day." Xie Shibian could guess that this fellow had an extraordinary background. However, when Pei Sui finally said his family's identity, Xie Shibian was still shocked. Kunyang's Pei family. That was a true rich family that only married into the 9 families and did not enter the imperial family since the Defeng dynasty. It was also at that time that Xie Shibian treated Pei Sui as a friend. It was not because he was an unattainable son of the Pei family that he was willing to be friends with, but because he was willing to tell Xie Shibian, who was still unknown at that time, his true identity. Their teacher, Chao Chongqing, was the person who had once sat cross-legged and drank with Xie Shibian's father. Chao Chongqing had long ago told these 2 students with great disparity in status, "The reason of the world is reason. It is not unreasonable because there are few people, and it is not reasonable because there are many people. Do not bully people because they are poor, and do not flatter people because they are noble. Do not think that people are all good because they are poor, and do not think that people are all evil because they are noble. Knowing reason has its own etiquette. Without the risk of collapse, the world is at peace and everyone is content." This was the Confucian Tao. Pei Sui said softly, "Song Maolin's thoughts are not complicated. Right now, there are people in the court who are suggesting that we should take advantage of Wu Zhongshuan's betrayal of Nanjiang to form an alliance with the king of Yen. The implication is nothing more than trying to persuade Zhao Bing to let Crown Prince Zhao Zhu marry into the Jiang family of Dechu. Of course, Song Maolin cannot sit still." Xie Shibian laughed coldly. "If you have the ability, go work for yourself. Relying on small calculations, you think you can calculate a country? Not a thing." Pei Sui laughed. "You're not scolding me as well, are you?" Xie Shibian turned his head and laughed. "Why don't you let me think about it?" Chapter 1678. Pei Sui said helplessly, "It's too late to regret making a bad friend." Xie Shibian said in annoyance, "Then hurry up and catch up with the Song family's eldest young master." "It's not too late." Pei Sui laughed. "Forget it, I feel uncomfortable. I'm an outsider who accidentally came from a rich family. I can't pee in the same pot as them." Xie Shibian said expressionlessly, "You can't drink in the same pot, right?" Pei Sui's face turned pale and said bitterly, "Xie Shibian, can you not be so disgusting?" Xie Shibian said seriously, "It's difficult." Pei Sui sighed heavily. After knowing him for so many years, Pei Sui knew how to deal with this guy who liked to tell lame jokes with a straight face. Pei Sui had to use self-deprecating methods to make himself invincible. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are indeed worthy of being my good brother." Xie Shibian smiled. "Pei Shibian, remember to wash your hands before eating at my house." Pei Sui took a deep breath. "Okay." Before walking into the alley, Xie Shibian suddenly said in confusion, "Pei Sui, let me ask you. If there's something I really want to do, but I'm afraid I'll regret it, what should I do?" Pei Sui said directly, "Afraid you'll regret it? That's nonsense. If you don't do it, you'll definitely regret it. Since there's a possibility that you'll regret it, why not do it?" Xie Shibian, did you hit your head on a door?" Pei Sui, who had managed to get back at him, was smug. Xie Shibian, who was walking with his head lowered, said softly, "Yes." Pei Sui asked curiously, "Is there anything in the world that you, Xie Shibian, are hesitant about?" Pei Sui suddenly said in shock, "Are you thinking of running to Great Peace City to become an official? Be careful, I'll tell on you." Xie Shibian said angrily, "Pei Shibian, Certain Pei, you don't think that's enough, and you want to die." Then Xie Shibian found that this person was still smiling and looking forward. Then, Xie Shibian saw a dumbfounded woman standing at the entrance of a house not far away. She seemed to be frightened by his vulgar words and was at a loss for what to do. She looked pitiful. Xie Shibian swallowed his saliva. Pei Sui's eyes were so sharp that she immediately saw through the clues. She was rejoicing in his misfortune. Could an ordinary woman make Xie Shibian lose his composure like this? How many men in the world would be able to escape from this childhood sweetheart, the most powerful killing flying sword in the world? In the end, Pei Sui didn't have the nerve to add insult to injury. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly realized that someone was grabbing her sleeve tightly. Xie Shibian said in a low voice, "Don't go yet. Give me some courage." Pei Sui almost burst out laughing. Even the teacher had said that De Chu only needs 3 Xie's men to restore the western frontier. Did this guy also need someone to help boost his courage so that he would not show his cowardice? Pei Sui couldn't wait to bow to that unknown woman on the spot. This brother of his would never feel the slightest bit guilty even when debating with the teacher. The woman hesitated for a moment and quickly glanced at Xie Shibian. Then, she lowered her gaze and was about to quickly step up the stairs. Xie Shibian wanted to say something but hesitated. Pei Sui elbowed the coward beside her. Xie Shibian finally said in a trembling voice, "Lu Dongmei." Pei Sui was secretly amused. That woman's name was really ordinary. Xie Shibian's voice wasn't loud, but the woman stopped in her tracks. However, she didn't turn around on the stairs. Xie Shibian rubbed his cheeks out of habit and finally mustered up the courage to say, "My name is Xie Shibian." Pei Sui was speechless. She looked up at the sky. "Aren't you King talking nonsense? Do you think your neighbor thinks your name is Xie Shibian?" However, what she said next made Pei Sui look at her in a different light. Xie Shibian scratched his head and grinned. "I want to marry you. I don't like any other woman. I only like you." Pei Sui couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. In the end, Xie Shibian kicked her. The woman didn't turn around or make a sound. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Xie Shibian lowered his voice again. "Back then, it was my fault for throwing stones at your house, but I had my reasons. At that time, I thought you fell in love with Song Jingqing, who only knew how to study. I couldn't help but be angry." Pei Sui looked at the sky again. He suspected that the reason Xie Shibian didn't like Song Maolin was because of his surname. Pei Sui felt helpless for Song Maolin. This was a sad misunderstanding. Xie Shibian paused for a moment and said loudly, "Now, I'm more promising than Song Jingqing, who was just a student." "Really?" Xie Shibian punched his chest and said in a low voice, "Xie Shibian, don't have the same name as the Xie Shibian you should have heard of. It's me. I'm the silly boy from the Xie family who liked you for many years. Now, I'm De Chu's northern general, a secondary second-grade military general." Not far away, the old men and women who were sitting on chairs and watching the show fell to the ground almost at the same time. Pei Sui suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked a little playful. As a descendant of a wealthy family, he had seen and heard too many unpleasant things. There were all kinds of friendships in the world. Whether it was the friendship of a gentleman as plain as water or the friendship of a villain as sweet as honey, husband and wife flying together, father and son going to war together, or the relationship between the ruler and the minister, or the friendship between generations as good as wine. There were few who could withstand the test of time. Could a bowl of water really be drunk after 8 to 10 days? Even if it was a jar of good wine, if it was not sealed tightly, it would not taste right the next year, let alone 8 to 10 years. Pei Sui was suddenly a little worried because she realized that no matter if this woman, who grew up in a poor alley, agreed or not, the taste would not be right. If she did not agree, Xie Shibian would brush past her. If she agreed, how much of her sincerity was because of Xie Shibian and not because of the title of Northern General? Pei Sui felt that Xie Shibian should not have said those last few words. However, it did not seem right not to say it. Pei Sui was not blind. She knew that a woman of the same age as Xie Shibian must have suffered a lot to not marry at this time. Those rumors were enough. Xie Shibian must have wanted to let her know that all the grievances she had suffered for so many years were not in vain. Pei Sui sighed softly. If only her brother could wait for her to nod before revealing the secret. However, Pei Sui strangely realized that her extremely smart classmate, the favorite student of De Chu the most proud, did not have such worries at all. Even at this time, he did not regret it at all. It was as if he believed in something. The woman finally turned around. Before she turned around, she wiped away her tears. She said something to Xie Shibian. When Pei Sui heard this, she bowed solemnly to the woman and said willingly, "Pei Sui of Kunyang's Pei family greets sister-in-law." This was because the woman with a very tacky name said something that Pei Sui felt was the most tacky sentence. It was also because of this sentence that in the future, Xie Shibian, who was loyal to Dechu, secretly entered Bailiang. Her sentence was very simple and decisive. Xie Shibian, I used to be afraid that I wouldn't be able to wait for you, but from today onwards, I'm not afraid of not being able to wait for you, because I'm not afraid of being a widow of the Xie family. Chapter 1679. After 2 months, Su Fengnian didn't return from outside the pass until the end of winter. It was snowing heavily. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the last snow in Bailiang's second year of Xiangfu. Entering the city in the dead of night, neither Su Fengnian nor Su Beiji rode in a carriage. Behind them were 800 white horses with white armor and white horses, blending into the snowy night. On this snowy morning, Su Fengnian put on a fox fur coat that he hadn't changed for many years and walked out of the much-expanded Wutangen. Alone, he went to the pavilion in the middle of Tide Hark Lake. Leaning against a pillar, he gazed at the surface of the lake. He heard that in the early days, the 2 women in his residence used the lotus flowers on the lake as small wishing ponds, often throwing copper coins into the lake. In the end, it didn't take long for them to smash into a hornet's nest. When he was young, there were 4 children surnamed Su in Mount Qingliang, 2 boys and 2 girls. Including Su Xiao himself, it didn't seem like there were too many women. Now, things were different. Su Fengnian and Huang Manor weren't in Mount Qingliang all year round, but there were many more women. Not only Lu Qingyan and Wang Chudong, there were also Su Ying who liked to wear red robes, Miss He who wore a mink hat, the national beauty Chen Yu, the little girl who Chen Shiliang brought with him when he went to the cold, and the green robe left behind by Yu Groom. Occasionally, the daughter of Huyan Daguan would secretly come to Mount Qingliang to play. Even the Wutangen had gained 7 female scholars. Nominally, they were the 2nd and 3rd class maids of the Wutangen. They had different names for firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. It seemed to be Lu Qingyan's bad idea. Compared to the names he gave his maids in the early years, such as green ant, white wine, cucumber, and so on, these names were comparable. Su Fengnian stayed in the yamen of Song Dongming and Baiyu until very late last night. Not to mention the general affairs, even if it involved the promotion of 4th or 5th class officials, as long as it didn't involve sensitive local military affairs, Su Fengnian gave the 2 of them the power to do whatever they wanted. Therefore, last night, it was mostly Song Dongming and Baiyu who carried out the routine of a monarch's memorial to the emperor. Su Fengnian, as a hands-off shopkeeper, just nodded his head. However, there was one troublesome thing that Deputy Administrator Song Dongming specifically threw to Su Fengnian as the final difficult problem. At that time, Mr. White Lotus was drinking hot tea with his head lowered and a playful smile on his face. When Su Fengnian heard this, he also had a headache. It turned out that after Lu Qingyan was confirmed as the Princess of Bailiang, Lu Dongjiang, the old father-in-law who was famous in the Central Plains in the past, had an active mind. He wanted to compete for the position of the provincial governor of Liangzhou. Regardless of the original intention of the original provincial governor, Tian Peifong, tactfully retreated at the last moment, or was forced by the situation. After returning to Liangzhou from North Resisting City, she submitted her resignation to Mount Qingliangshan. Subsequently, the provincial governor of Liangzhou was inside and outside. The situation of internal and external provincial governors was already set in stone. This made Lu Dongjiang, who originally only coveted the position of the provincial governor of Bailiang, suddenly change his mind. Taking advantage of the good momentum of a father relying on his daughter, he hoped to take the position in one step and become the 3rd in command of the civil officials in Bailiang. Su Fengnian couldn't do anything about this and could only use the tactic of delaying. As for the actions of the Lu family's children after they entered the cold, Su Fengnian was actually very clear about them. Those arrogant scholars either couldn't be helped, or the few talents that could be counted on one's fingers could be counted on one's fingers. It was also not that Lu Dongjiang didn't think so. Even though Su Fengnian had already compensated the Lu family for the construction of the new city, Lu Dongjiang clearly didn't feel that this was the treatment that the Lu family of Qingzhou deserved. Unfortunately, Bailiang was not the imperial court after all. There was no Hanlin Academy to support idle people, and there were also no palace pavilions or academies to give to people. In the end, Su Fengnian, the son-in-law of Baelyang, was the master of the family. It wasn't that he didn't want the Liu family to be able to hold their heads high in Baelyang, but he really couldn't afford to give them this face. Su Fengnian raised his head and saw Bai Yu slowly walking over. Su Fengnian didn't deliberately adopt a courteous posture to welcome him. He only sat up straight. Bai Yu walked into the pavilion in the middle of the lake and stomped heavily on the steps, shaking off the snow. The two of them sat facing each other. Bai Yu was the first to speak with a smile. Ever since I entered the mountains when I was young, in all these years, I've seen a few spectacular snowfalls in Jiangnan. It wasn't until I came to Baelyang that I realized that in the end, Jiangnan can't compare to the north. Su Fengnian smiled slightly. I heard Su Xiao say that the winter snow in Liaodong is even heavier. Snow as big as a goose feather isn't enough to describe it. Bai Yu joked, the snowflakes are as big as a hand. Back in the day, when I was at Mount Longhu, I also heard of the poem written by the great general. The corners of Su Fengnian's mouth curled up. The civil officials in northern Liang all feel that Su Xiao is not easy to serve because flattery has always been done on the horse's hooves. Only my second sister's husband, Chancellor Wang, can flatter the right person. In fact, the heavenly secret here is very simple. It is to be as shameless as possible. He absolutely can't put on the airs of a scholar because Su Xiao can't understand things that are too profound and implicit. Just thinking about how to reply is very difficult. Chancellor Wang went straight to the point. The two lousy chess players were evenly matched with Su Xiao on the chessboard. They even praised Su Xiao by saying, "Great, great, this move is so domineering." Su Xiao naturally understood these compliments, so he was especially happy. And there's also Huang Manor's master, Zhao Shituan, who also knows Su Xiao's weak spot. I remember the first time he came here, he said that Huang Manor was born with innate intelligence and a handsome appearance, worthy of being the great general's son, and so on. At that time, even I couldn't stand it and felt that this old man was most likely a Jianghu swindler. In the end, I sent someone to bring a dog to scare the old celestial master. Now that I think about it, the saying, "the wise man doesn't show his true colors," is very true. Su Fengnian didn't know if it was because he started talking, but he couldn't stop himself. I remember when I went to Mount Wudong to practice martial arts and met the old chief for the first time, Wang Zhonglo. At that time, I heard a lot of Jianghu rumors about breaking the river with one finger and admired this Baelyang's celestial Taoist immortal. In the end, after meeting him, the old chief indeed had a celestial demeanor and didn't disappoint. However, he was soon exposed. Guess what it was? Bai Yu shook his head. Su Fengnian smiled. He squinted his eyes and said softly, "At that time, I was curious and asked the old chief if he really broke the river with one finger. He first shook his head and said no. Then he stretched out 2 fingers and said 2 fingers. At that time, other than being stunned, admiring, and fascinated, I also felt that this old chief was actually quite dignified despite his celestial aura. You didn't see the old man's expression after he said those 2 words. He was obviously trying his best to pretend to be an otherworldly expert, but he didn't do it well. When people thought about it afterwards, they felt that he was just an old man who had done great things in his early years. When he got older and was remembered by the young people, especially when they mentioned him face to face, he was so happy that he couldn't even hide it. Bai Yu said softly, "The celestial master's residence is different." Su Fengnian looked at the lake and murmured, "Later on, I understood that Su Xiao was also such an old man. However, when I was young, I never praised him face to face. Instead, I often scolded him and even beat him up, always wanting to embarrass him. At that time, I only thought that you were the one who caused my mother's death. Now that I have no manners and no manners, it's actually all your fault, Su Xiao. Don't blame me, Su Fengnian." Chapter 1680. Bai Yu's gaze moved past Su Fengnian's shoulder to look at the other side of Tide Hark Lake. After a long silence, he slowly said, "My parents passed away while Hong Jia was on his way north. Because they were great pilgrims at Wudong Mountain, I was brought up the mountain." Su Fengnian asked, "You don't hold a grudge?" Bai Yu calmly said, "At the beginning, I held a grudge. Not to mention the commoners, even us scholars who read history, when we read about those fallen monarchs, The history books only described the treacherous officials as deceiving the emperor. So I couldn't blame the emperor, nor could I blame those civil officials in Li Yang's newly compiled record of loyal officials, nor could I blame those generals who died on the battlefield. So after searching everywhere, I could only find your father, Great General Su Shao, nicknamed the Human Butcher. As a child, I personally witnessed the fall of my country and the fall of my family. How could I not blame him? Su Fengyan was silent. Bai Yu suddenly sighed. In the end, I can't blame him. Su Fengyan didn't ask if he shouldn't blame him or if he couldn't blame him. Bai Yu turned his head to look at the small path leading to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. At the end of the path was a graceful figure. She had probably walked closer and noticed them sitting in the pavilion, so she turned and walked further and further away across the frozen lake. Bai Yu smiled apologetically. It seems that I've spoiled the scenery. Otherwise, it would have been your highness and her facing each other. It wouldn't have been better to enjoy the scenery. Su Fengyan glanced at that figure and said helplessly, "There's nothing between us." Bai Yu's expression was strange. Su Fengyan felt even more helpless. "It's true." Bai Yu once again looked at that figure and joked, "That's too much of a pity." Su Fengyan smiled but didn't say anything. Just as the two of them were quietly admiring the scenery, the steward of the Wang estate, Song Yu, quickly walked over and said that Regional Governor Yang Shenxing had come to pay a visit. Su Fengyan asked him to bring the recently deceased regional governor to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Bai Yu smiled and said, "Old General Yang has been suffering in the provincial capital these days. The regional commander's residence is being smashed up almost every day. Scholars are throwing books at the door, and commoners are throwing rocks at the walls. It's said that there are even people throwing kitchen knives. It's very lively. The servants of the residence are scared witless and see it as hard work." Su Fengyan saw that Mr. White Lotus had finished speaking and was about to leave. He said coldly, "Mr. White Lotus, why don't you accompany me to see Yang Shenxing?" Bai Yu bowed and stood up. After hearing this, he hesitated for a moment before sitting back down. When Yang Shenxing strode up the steps, he saw the young lord sitting there, but there was an elegant scholar of unknown identity standing there to welcome him. When he looked at him, he was smiling. It was not the kind of smile that hit a knife. On the contrary, it was very friendly and natural. When Su Fengyan introduced the two of them, Yang Shenxing was shocked. Only then did he know that the person in front of him was actually the Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who was not of the same surname as Mr. White Lotus. His heart suddenly felt warm. When he heard that Bai Yu personally said that he would go to the regional commander's residence to ask for wine when he was free, Yang Shenxing, regardless of whether it was true or not, and whether it was out of politeness or sincerity, felt a little closer to Bai Yu. After all, when he arrived in Liangzhou, the only reason he had closed the door to visitors was because he knew that if he took even half a step out of the door, he would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Not to mention that none of the civil and military officials of Liangzhou had shown up. Even the servants and maids of the residence looked at him with hostility. Yang Shenxing had shamelessly come to Mount Qingliang this time because he had previously sent a secret letter to Su Fengyan to greet him when he returned from outside the pass. Whether or not the old man had entered the prince's residence on Mount Qingliang, or whether or not Su Fengyan was willing to let this regional commander enter his residence, the entire Bailiang officialdom was waiting to see. If he succeeded, Yang Shenxing might not necessarily be able to hold power in Bailiang. If he failed, Yang Shenxing's future days would definitely be difficult. Yang Shenxing's original plan was to make this trip today. He did not have any extravagant hopes that Su Fengyan would be able to put on a grand display. It would be fine as long as he could keep up appearances. However, Bai Yu's appearance was definitely a pleasant surprise. Yang Shenxing was an old fox who had immersed himself in the officialdom of Liang for most of his life. Now, the slightest movement in Bailiang only needed a few words from the servants in the residence for the old man to grasp the key points. For example, the choice of the main consort and the resignation of the provincial governor, Tian Peifong. The two matters seemed unrelated, but in reality, the clues within were very particular. Tian Peifong was secretly expressing goodwill to Lu Dongjiang. With the precedent of the change of the provincial governor of Lingzhou as an example, rather than waiting for a year or two to be forced to abdicate to a foreigner, he might as well take the initiative to abdicate and form a tacit understanding with the Lu family, the future provincial governor of Liangzhou, Lu Dongjiang, and even the princess consort, Lu Qingyan. The three of them chatted happily in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. They did not talk about matters of state, only about the wind and the moon. They parted happily. Bai Yu took the initiative to send Yang Shenxing all the way out of the prince's residence. Bai Yu stood at the door and watched as the provincial governor left. He smiled with understanding. Since Song Dongming was the deputy administrator who held more power than Li Gongda, as long as Su Fengnian agreed to let Li Gongda become the provincial governor, then the entire Lu family would be indebted to him. The Lu family also needed someone in the imperial court in Mount Qingliang. The famous scholar Lu Dongjiang and the merchant Wang Linquan. Between the two, it was like choosing the lesser of two evils. Of course, Song Dongming would choose the former. He, Bai Yu, was in a more awkward position. He did not even have the opportunity to choose. However, now that Yang Shenxing had delivered himself to his doorstep, Bai Yu's situation was different. Right now, Yang Shenxing could not speak in Bailiang's officialdom, but that did not mean it would not be the case in the future. As long as Liang Mang was still fighting, as long as Yang Shenxing was smart enough, there would be a day when he would not be able to stand out. Thus, in the future, no matter how busy the provincial governor's estate was, Bai Yu would always be the person who met Yang Shenxing. He would be the benefactor who would send charcoal in snowy weather, not an idler who would add flowers to the brocade. Just as Bai Yu was about to step over the threshold, he suddenly pulled his foot back and turned to walk down the steps. He then turned back to look at the large door. This Sir White Lotus raised his head to look at the imposing plaque and then at the couplets on both sides that were about to be replaced. He thought of that young man in the pavilion in the middle of the lake and muttered to himself, Bailiang, Liang in this world, with you, Su Fengnian, can this be considered sending charcoal in snowy weather? Just as Bai Yu was walking back into the prince's estate with mixed feelings, he passed by Tide Hark Lake. In the end, he saw a scene that almost made Sir White Lotus jump up and curse. He had just left, and that upright gentleman who had repeatedly said that he had nothing to do with Roji and other women was already walking side by side with him on the lake. Even more outrageous was that when that fellow saw him, not only did he not feel guilty, he even raised his hand to greet him. Bai Yu muttered angrily in a low voice. On the lake in the distance, Su Fengnian laughed heartily. Qin Yu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Su Fengnian laughed. "Sir White Lotus thinks that I can't hear him because we're so far away, but in truth, I heard everything very clearly." Qin Yu asked, "What did Sir say?" Su Fengnian said in all seriousness, "He praised me for being handsome and dashing, but he felt ashamed of his inferiority." Chen Yu made a sound of acknowledgement and then took her leave. She then went straight to Sir White Lotus. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. In the end, Su Fengnian on Solitary Lake laughed. Looking around, everything was serene. In this kind of Bailiang, whether the women were as beautiful as flowers or beautiful enough to ward off evil spirits, or the men, whether they were scholars, martial artists, or commoners, were all safe and sound. The sounds of reading, peddling, hoofbeats, snoring, and quarreling were all lively and bustling. Su Fengnian folded his hands in his sleeves and looked up at the sky. Everything this young man did was for the sake of no longer resenting the Su family. Chapter 1681. This year's New Year's Eve was actually very difficult for Su Fengnian, because Su Weisheng said that all the spring festival couplets on Mount Qingliang had to be personally written by him, and none of them could be repeated. There were a total of 365 couplets, big and small, not including the two characters, Chun and Fu. For this reason, Su Fengnian had no choice but to ask Song Dongming, Bai Yu, and even Wang Chudong for help. He asked for the contents of more than 300 couplets and put them on his desk to copy. Because Su Shao had passed away for less than 3 years, they should continue to use white couplets, but Su Weisheng said that this year they should use red couplets. Although Su Fengnian was not very willing, even Auntie Zhao Yute agreed with second sister. Su Fengnian could fight against Tu Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai, but he could not defeat these two together, so he could only obediently accept his fate. Therefore, Su Fengnian began to write at a high speed on the second floor of Wutangin early in the morning. Lu Qingyan was grinding on the side, and Wang Chudong was helping to cut the rice paper. Su Fengnian's 3 disciples, Lu Yuncheng, could not endure staying in the study room for less than an hour. He ran out to find Yu Groom to compare notes on martial arts. The eldest disciple, Wang Sheng, who had returned to Beiyang alone from Beimang, had a calm temperament and helped the young master's wife, Wang Chudong. Only the little brat, Yu Dilong, was nowhere to be seen. Everyone in the room knew that now in the officialdom of Beiyang, especially in the border of Yuzhou, almost all the generals knew the story of the young lord walking with the support of the wall. It was not known whether it was Yan Wenluan or Chen Yunchue who blurted it out, but they gave the king of Beiyang the nickname, the second Su Fengnian, which meant that in the end, there was still someone in the world who could defeat the young lord. As for who defeated Su Fengnian on which battlefield, the gloating old generals did not care. Therefore, the moment Yu Dilong returned to Mount Qingliang from the border of Yuzhou, he was called to a secluded back mountain by his master who had a fake smile on his face. The master and disciple did not come back together. They only saw that the young lord looked a bit refreshed. However, the kid only showed up after a long time. With a bloody nose and a swollen face, he sat in the pavilion in the middle of the Lake of Tide listening pavilion and sulked for a long time. He even ignored his master's call to eat. Finally, Lu Qian, the master's wife, came to the rescue and took the kid's hand to eat. While wolfing down the food, the kid was frightened and complained to the master's wife that his master beat him for no reason and even asked him to practice the vow of silence meditation during this period. Yu Dilong asked the master's wife what he had said wrong. Seeing the kid's bitter eyes, Lu Qingyan's resentment disappeared. She stood up for the kid and told him not to worry about his master. If he wanted to vent his anger on his master, he could come to the master's wife. After being beaten into a pig's head by Su Fengnian, Yu Dilong smiled and said okay. He grimaced and then continued to eat. The kid felt that the master's wife had a good temper and that his master was even more blessed. Su Fengnian wrote for nearly 3 hours. After finishing, he had to carry a stool and a ladder to put up the Spring Festival couplets. Fortunately, Su Weisheng did not continue to torment him on this matter. In the past, Su Shao had personally put up the Spring Festival couplets in more than a dozen places, such as the Old Mansion, the Gate of the Prince's Mansion, Wutangin, Tide Listening Pavilion, and so on. Su Shao had always put up the Spring Festival couplets in these places by himself. As for the other places, they were handed over to the stewards of the prince's mansion. Su Fengnian had Wang Xing call Lu Yunzhang and Yu Dilong over. He had the young boy and girl help set up a ladder and a stool. At the same time, he had to make sure that the Spring Festival couplets were not pasted crookedly. Furthermore, every time he pasted the Spring Festival couplets upside down, he would have his 3 disciples shout, "Fortune has arrived." When shouting, Wang Xing would be more reserved, but from his expression, he could tell that the young girl was very sincere. Lu Yunzhang was the most careless, while Yu Dilong's voice was the loudest. According to the old rules, the Spring Festival couplets at the gate were the last to be put up. After finishing, Su Fengnian held the big bowl of rice milk in his hand and looked at the sky and the end of the street. It was about time for Huang Manor, Yang Guangdou, Qin Shiliang, and the others to return. His 3 disciples did not do their best for nothing. They all received an additional Spring Festival couplet. Su Fengnian did not ask what they were going to do with it, but he could roughly guess that Yu Dilong was definitely going to give it to the tall scout who had died outside the pass. He was going to ask someone to bring it to his house. Lu Yunzhang, this heartless fellow, was probably going to be used to flatter a certain general of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. As for Wang Sheng, whose figure was becoming more and more like an ordinary girl, he was probably going to be used as a collection and had no other use. Su Fengnian suddenly asked with a smile, "How is master's handwriting?" Lu Yunzhang immediately said with a cheeky smile, "It's written with iron and silver hooks, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing." Su Fengnian calmly took it all in. Finally, when the youth could no longer say anything else, he smiled and said, "You can speak human language now." The youth immediately asked in a whisper, "Master, why don't you write another one for me?" Su Fengnian said playfully, "Entering a temple to burn incense and pay respects to Buddha is a good thing, but if you have to go to every temple and worship Buddha every time you see him, that would instead appear insincere. In the officialdom, it's actually better if one person is willing to do 10% for you than two people doing 30 to 40% for you." The youth thought about it carefully and nodded vigorously. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at Udilong. The latter trembled in fright and said with a sullen face, "Master, what's wrong? Apart from eldest master's wife, I haven't spoken to anyone else." Su Fengnian coldly snorted and handed the porcelain bowl to the child. He said without reason, "Consider yourself lucky." Udilong was somewhat sullen, but he did not dare to say anything. Su Fengnian looked into the distance. Ancestor Lu, Gao Shulu, Lu Songtao, Li Chungang, Wang Xianji, and then Su Fengnian. In the future, it might be Xianyuan Qingfeng, and then it would be Udilong's turn. When Su Fengnian was about to be truly invincible in the world, Xie Guanyin, who was on the continent's immortal rankings, appeared. Everything had its vanquisher, and according to the old heavenly Tao, if Xie Guanyin could not take on the great responsibility, there would still be Hong Shixiang to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. However, the latter did not care. When Udilong, Wang Xing, Lu Yunzhang, and this group of young people appeared out of nowhere, there would no longer be the so-called celestial beings. When humans fought humans, everyone relied on their own abilities and not their previous lives. Each of them would be vigorous and vigorous. They would either win or lose, die or live. But now, after all, humans were not truly separated forever. There was also the so-called heavenly will in the dark. Su Fengnian intuitively felt that there was someone who could fight against Udilong in the future, and it was very likely to come from Donghai. As for who it was, Su Fengnian was not interested. As for Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang beside Udilong, they could only be people like Wang Xiufeng and Lu Yunzhang from Li Chuangong's era, or people like Dong Tai and Chao Changqing from Wang Xianji's era. However, Su Fengnian still hoped that Udilong at that time, especially on the day when he was no longer in this world, would not become a runaway horse between heaven and earth. Instead, he would have to have something to worry about. A Wang Xianji, or Su Fengnian, who was completely unrestrained by fate would undoubtedly be a disaster if they had no fear and only knew how to run amok. When the girl came back this time, she relayed a lot of inexplicable words. It was not only Huang Sanjia's drunken words, but also Huang Longshi's last words. It sounded very nonsensical. The old man who had died said that the world in the future would be very interesting. Ordinary people could also ride a sword to fly, travel to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening, travel to the 4 seas in a day, and even pluck stars from the sky and dive into the sea to fish for the moon. He also said that in the future, everyone would be a scholar. The books that they read in a year might be more than the books that the current Confucian sage had read in a lifetime. Unfortunately, the scholars in the future would not be real scholars, but book flippers. The books that they read would not be the books of the sages, and they would not be able to emulate the virtuous. The so-called putting oneself in other people's shoes would have a different meaning. Many people were not willing to be heroes, so they thought that there were no heroes in the world. They would regard others' sacrifice as fools, and they would forget the martyr's generosity to die in an instant. That world seemed to be very interesting, but in fact, it had lost a lot of things that the martyrs had hoped that the future could inherit when they were alive. Therefore, Huang Longshi was willing to die in the present, in this world, and turn into a pile of yellow soil. In Jianghu, Ancestor Lu was unwilling to pass through the gate of heaven, Li Chungang was unwilling to ascend, and Wang Xianji was willing to lose to Su Fengnian. In the imperial court, Zhang Julu did not leave a way out, Qi Yanglong resolutely left the mountain, and Tantanan was reluctant to leave. Perhaps it was because they were the same kind of people as Huang Longshi. They were born from death. Su Fengnian sighed softly, and reached out to rub the head of his eldest disciple. He smiled and said softly, "Since you have the happy sword, you should live happily. Don't be like some people." After all, the girl had grown up. Her master's intimate action made her blush a little. Lu Yunzhang suddenly screamed, "Master, actually Wang Sheng likes you." It's true. Even a blind person can see it. Chapter 1682. The girl, who was not carrying 6 or 7 swords on her back at the moment, was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. After traveling thousands of li with White Fox Face in Beimeng, the girl's swordsmanship cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. As of now, her cultivation was the highest among the 3 disciples. However, the girl's thoughts were obvious. If she were to fight with Lu Yunzhang, wouldn't it mean that she acknowledged Lu Yunzhang's words? However, if she ignored him, she would not be able to hold back her anger. Fortunately, the sound of horse hooves on the street helped her out of her predicament. It was her master's younger brother, the commander of the Longxiang army, Su Longxiang, who had returned from Liuzhou to the capital. When Su Fengyan walked down the steps, he said, "Dilong, spar with your junior brother. Beat him up the same way our master beat you up yesterday, as long as it doesn't delay the reunion dinner." Yu Dilong was stunned. Lu Yunzhang, who was the smartest, had already run into the residence and shouted, "I can fight, but let me go get my weapon." Yu Dilong hurriedly passed the porcelain bowl to the blushing Wang Sheng and went to stop Lu Yunzhang. Wang Sheng lowered his head and returned the bowl to Su Fengyan. He whispered, "Master, I'll go too." Su Fengyan held the bowl and said helplessly, "The 3 of you should at least take the stools and ladders back." When Huang Manor saw Su Fengyan, he seemed to be a little timid. Su Fengyan passed the bowl to Chen Shiliang and then grabbed Huang Manor's shoulder with a smile. In the next moment, Su Longxiang's body slid along the side of the street in the snow, stirring up countless snowflakes. Back in the day, the 4 sisters and brothers of the Su family, Su Fengyan loved to throw the thin and weak Huang Man into the snow every time it snowed. He never got tired of it. He would even pick up Huang Man's feet and throw her upside down in the courtyard, making head-sized holes in the ground and writing a large Su character. When he was done, Su Fengyan would put his hands on his hips and look heroic. Huang Man would sit in the snow and smile foolishly. Big sister Su Jihu, who was standing under the eaves and watching the fun, would definitely clap her hands and cheer. Su Weisheng, who had a precocious temperament, would pout and pretend to be disdainful. Because Su Weisheng was not very willing to play with the 3 of them and have a snowball fight, Su Fengyan and Big Sister could only make Huang Manor stand at the foot of the wall as a target. The 2 of them competed to see who could throw snowballs more accurately. Every time Su Fengyan accurately smashed a snowball onto Huang Manor's head, the one who laughed the happiest was not Su Fengyan, but Huang Manor. At that time, Su Weisheng would roll his eyes. Chen Shiliang was dumbfounded. Liuzhou provincial governor Yang Guangdou, who had stayed in Qingliang Mountain for more than 10 years, was calm and unperturbed. He had long since become accustomed to this. Very quickly, Su Longxiang ran in front of Su Fengyan. Without saying anything, he crouched down and carried his brother on his back. It looked like he would not stop until he ran from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. Eating dumplings during the New Year was a rule set by Su Shao. When Wu Su was alive, she and her 2 daughters would make dumplings together. After Wu Su passed away, especially when the eldest daughter married far away to Jiangnan and the youngest daughter went to study, it was all handled by Su Shao. This year's dumplings were made by Zhao Yute, Su Weisheng, Lu Qingyan, and Wang Chudong. These 4 women. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was still Su Zhao's rule. The women did not leave the table, so other than Su Fengyan, Su Longxiang, Wang Sheng's 3 disciples, Su Beiji, Song Dong, and Xieyu, who were close to the water, as well as Chen Shiliang, Yang Guangdou, and the others who had come from afar, the large table was filled with people. It was a rare lively scene. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, it was time to stay up. Su Fengyan walked alone to the entrance of the main hall of the manor. In the middle of the hall, there were 2 chairs placed in the main seat. One of the things that Su Fengyan was criticized the most was that when Su Shao was discussing matters with the important people of Beiliang when they were young, His Royal Highness, would casually sit in Su Zhao's seat while Su Shao could only sit on the chair to the side with a smile. He never felt that there was anything wrong with it. Su Fengyan stood at the entrance of the main hall. He looked at the dozens of old chairs placed to the left and right, and then looked at the 2 chairs in a daze. Soon, the old steward of the manor, Song Yu, brought in a large stove. There were small tongs for fiddling with charcoal fire hanging from the cracks of the wooden stove. Su Fengnian took the stove and placed it by the feet of the two chairs in the center. He squatted down and began to skillfully fiddle with the charcoal fire that had just glowed red. The matter of staying up was a man's matter. Even though Su Xiao was famous for being a henpecked husband, this matter was not discussed. Of course, the old Wang Fei, Wu Su, would never argue with Su Xiao on this matter. After marrying into the old Su family, Wu Su was the daughter-in-law of the Su family. She would never say anything about the old Su family's customs. When Su Fengnian was squatting in front of the stove, Su Longxiang also walked into the main hall with 2 large bags of charcoal. They had to stay up until dawn, so it was necessary to add charcoal to the fire. The 2 brothers squatted together. Su Fengnian said softly, "In the past, when I stayed up, I would get sleepy easily. Su Xiao has never been a man who doesn't talk about his past bravery. He likes to talk about it. Every time, I couldn't stay up until midnight. You would leave with me, so Su Xiao always stayed here alone. Now that I think about it, Su Xiao is all alone. It is quite pitiful. Huang Manor, don't you think so?" Su Longxiang nodded. Su Fengnian asked again, "What do you think Su Xiao is thinking when he sits here every year at this time?" Su Longxiang shook his head. Su Fengnian hesitated and said to himself, "When Chao Chongqing was in Tian City, he told me that I could go to West Chu after the New Year to pick up someone. But I don't know how to say it. Second sister may not agree, and whether your 2 sisters-in-law agree or not, they will have a knot in their heart. Not to mention Yan Wenluan, great ancestor Gu, and the other generals. Yes, how can the military and national affairs be trifled with? Bailiang has lost so many people in battle outside the pass. After all, they died for Bailiang. But if I say that accompanying Su Fengnian to Guangling Taoism and risking universal condemnation, what is going on? Even if I am stubborn and use my identity as the king of Bailiang to pressure them, I fear that before the next battle of Liangmang is even fought, our Bailiang will already be divided." Su Longxiang sank into deep thought. He was not like when he was young. He would foolishly and happily stand by his older brother's side no matter what happened. In the early years, for his older brother, Huang Manor even dared to oppose Su Xiao. Just like the song and dance on the peak of Qingliang Mountain after the death of the old emperor, Su Xiao was infuriated for the first time. Huang Manor stood between his father and his older brother, not retreating a single step. Su Fengnian put down the fire tongs and crouched in front of the stove, staring at the fire in a daze. Even Su Fengnian did not know that tonight, in the night, group after group of people would enter through the gates of the provincial capital. Yuzhou had Bailiang Infantry Commander Yan Wenluan, Deputy Commander Chen Yunshui, Provincial Governor Hu Kuei, General Huang Fuxi, General Yu Luandao, and others. Lingzhou had Administrator Li Gongda, Li Hanlin, the new provincial governor, Lingzhou General Han Laoshan, Deputy Commander Wang Ji, Huang Xiaokuai, and others. In Liuzhou, apart from Qin Shiliang and Yang Guangdou, there was also Longxiang Army Deputy Commander Li Mofen and Liuzhou General Ko Jianghuai. In the outer pass of Liangzhou, with Bailiang Governor General Chu Lushan and Cavalry Commander Yuan Zhuozong at the head, there were even more people. For some reason, Bailiang's civil officials and generals all rushed to the gates of the prince's mansion on this New Year's Eve. Su Yanbing stood at the entrance of the hall, his face abnormally heavy. Su Fengnian slowly stood up and smiled bitterly. The lineup at the foot of the mountain was undoubtedly forcing him to abdicate. Since he was kept in the dark, that meant that even his second sister and Chu Lushan would not agree. Su Fengnian stood near the chair and turned to look at the entrance. Chu Lushan was the first to appear at the entrance, but he was not in a hurry to step over the threshold. Su Fengnian gathered his thoughts and said with a hoarse voice, "Come in." Chu Lushan, Li Gongda, Yan Wenluan, Yuan Zhuozong, Chen Yunshui, Great Ancestor Gu, Li Mofen, Yu Luandao, Ko Jianghuai, Chao Xiaojiao, Song Dongming, Bai Yu, Huang Shang, Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang. Because there were too many people entering the hall, they had no choice but to add more than 10 chairs. Su Fengnian waited until there were chairs behind everyone before sitting on the chair that Su Xiao used in the past. Su Fengnian stretched out his hand and gestured. Everyone sat down. Su Longxiang also picked a chair and sat on the side. That majestic momentum was not inferior to Chao Changqing, Dong Tai, and Tuoba Bodhisattva. All the top martial arts masters appeared in front of the young king. Su Fengnian was not angry, but a little tired. Chu Lushan, who was sitting next to Su Longxiang, Yuan Zuozong, and Qi Danghua, lowered his head as if he did not dare to look at Su Fengnian. The reason for the situation tonight was because of him and Su Weisheng. Otherwise, who would dare to act like this? Su Fengnian sat upright with his hands in his sleeves, just like Su Shao in the past. Chapter 1683. In the Su family on Mount Qingliang, the men were staying up in the meeting hall, while the women were not sleeping either. Instead, they were gathered in Su Weisheng's small courtyard. Like Wutangen, they had laid out extravagant earth dragons. However, ever since the Battle of Liangmang, both Wutangen and this place had never used earth dragons that consumed countless charcoal. Even when facing Su Weisheng, Aunt Zhao Yute still wore her visor. She was bending over and fiddling with the charcoal fire. The light of the fire shone on her visor, making it sparkle. Lu Qingyan and Wang Chudong sat to the left and right of Su Weisheng. Wang Chudong, who had a lively temperament, had never liked to pay attention to the posture of the armchair, so she sat on a small stool. At this time, she simply rested her head on Su Weisheng's knee, her eyes drowsy. Su Weisheng reached out to rub his sister-in-law's hair. His movements were gentle, and Wang Chudong became more and more sleepy. Jia Jiajia and Su Ying sat at the door where the threshold had been removed. They were playing a game of 15, 50, and 20. Their hands were moving in a dazzling manner, but they were silent. Inside and outside the room, only the occasional sound of the charcoal fire crackling could be heard. It was quiet and peaceful. Zhao Yute gently moved the ashes to cover the charcoal fire, so that Wang Chudong would not feel her skirt burning. She finally broke the silence and sighed softly, "We shouldn't have forced Xiaoyan like this. Since we are family, even if we knew we couldn't persuade him, it would have been better to let him know in advance." Su Weisheng lowered his gaze and stared at the fire that was faintly discernible under the ashes. He softly said, "Auntie, it's not like you don't know what kind of temper he has. Since he was young, he has a stubborn temper. Once he has set his mind on something, even if mother punished him, he wouldn't change his mind. Now that he is a martial arts great-grandmaster, if he left Liangzhou alone in a fit of anger, who could stop him? Could I let Yuan Zuozong lead the great snow dragon cavalry to stop him? Whether it was Su Yanbing or Huyen Daguan, there were only a handful of great-grandmasters in Beiliang who could stop them. They were also sentimental people and would not stop them. It could be said that they had the attitude of wanting to see the world in chaos. Don't look at how we defeated Beimang. In the end, father only left us a small fortune. How can we afford to let him squander it as he wishes?" Su Weisheng's expression was dark and gloomy. He said as calmly as he could, "Why did I announce that all the influential people in Beiliang would come to our house on New Year's Eve? Naturally, some people are selfish. They are afraid that Beiliang will be trapped in the whirlpool of West Chu and lose their troops and horses. Once they are affected, Beiliang may be lost. In that case, they will be beaten back to their original state and the official titles in their hands will be wasted. In the future, even if the Liang imperial court is willing to accept them, how many decades will they have to climb back up in the officialdom? But I also believe that more people are doing this for the sake of Beiliang and the Beiliang Frontier Army. They are not afraid to offend their superiors." Apart from Su Weisheng's voice, there was dead silence in the room. Su Weisheng unconsciously emphasized, "Perhaps he can pat his chest and say with a clear conscience that the reason Beiliang has a moment of stability today is because of Su Fengnian. He has been outside Huda City, outside Calabash City, outside Qingcang City, and thousands of miles in the western regions. He has risked his life there, so he has the right to be willful for once." Zhao Yute raised his head and asked, "Is that not the case?" Su Weisheng's expression was miserable. He shook his head and said, "No." Although the cold helmet covered his ferocious and terrifying face, Zhao Yute was clearly angry. He said in a low voice, "Just because his surname is Su and he is the son of the great general and the princess?" Su Weisheng and Zhao Yute looked at each other. Their eyes were firm. He is the eldest son of the Su family. The king of Bailiang is related to the life and death of more than 2 million people in Bailiang. He is also one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts. Since he chose to increase his burden and practice martial arts, then he should be like our father and take the lead in every battle. Even more than our father, he should face Tuoba Bodhisattva and Baimang's million-strong army. It is he who blocked the only way out. It is he who made himself unable to be a vassal king who can enjoy peace by taking a step back. He can't blame anyone else. Zhao Yute wanted to say something but stopped. He could only sigh. It turned out that this was the reason why she was extremely unwilling to let Su Fengnian practice martial arts. After practicing martial arts and becoming a peerless master, once he became the enemy of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield, then during the Battle of Liangmang, what reason did he have to just hide behind the scenes and strategize? If he was just a weak young vassal king who was not a great grandmaster, Su Fengnian, then he would still have an excuse not to personally fight. At the very least, even if he rode to the battlefield, he would only die after many people. Or even, when she didn't want him to die in Bailiang, she could forcibly take him away from the northwest and fly away? Facing such a painstaking woman, Zhao Yute couldn't get angry. Su Weisheng suddenly patted Wang Chudong's little head and said resolutely, "I am going to add charcoal to the meeting hall." Wang Chudong rubbed his eyes. He didn't understand. Zhao Yute said bitterly, "What else do you want to do? Isn't it enough?" After Wang Chudong raised his head, Su Weisheng said coldly, "Huda City's Lu Jinu, Long Xiang Army's Wang Lingbao, Wugong City's Zhu Mu and Gao Shiqing, these people, those people, many of them are dead. I am going to add chairs for them in the meeting hall. I just want Su Fengnian to see with his own eyes the empty chairs." Lu Qingyan suddenly said, "I will go." Su Weisheng smiled. He bent his finger and knocked on her forehead. "Silly, how can you do this kind of thing? Anyone can be a villain, but you, Lu Qingyan, can't." Zhao Yude also nodded and said, "Don't worry about it, Qingyan." Su Weisheng interrupted Zhao Yute's next words, "Aunt, I will go." Zhao Yute was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly nodded. Without Su Weisheng in the room, no one spoke. About 2 incense sticks later, Su Weisheng pushed his wheelchair back to the door. His face was pale. Zhao Yute got up and walked over. She said with heartache, "Did Xiaonian get angry at you? Aunt will go teach him a lesson now." Su Weisheng grabbed Zhao Yute's sleeve tightly and said sadly, "I went back halfway, but someone told me that he had already added chairs for those heroes in the meeting hall. Auntie, am I wrong?" Zhao Yute squatted down and wiped away the tears on his face. She said softly, "No, you are not wrong. You and Xiaonian are both good children." Inside the room, Lu Qingyan's expression was wooden. Wang Chudong was silently sobbing. The 2 girls who were sitting cross-legged at the door with Su Ying suddenly said, "Women shouldn't get involved in men's business. Fighting and defending the world has nothing to do with us." Perhaps because she had been with Jia Jiajia for a long time, Su Ying actually laughed for the first time. Everyone in the meeting hall was an ambitious and ruthless person, a hero, and a famous scholar. Chu Lushan, Yan Wenluan, Li Gongda, Yuan Zuozong, Ancestor Gu, Chen Yunshui, Zhou Kang, Qi Dangua, Ko Jianghuai, Hu Kuei, Huang Fuxi, Han Laozhan, Song Dongming, Baiyu, Su Beiji, Chen Xiliang, Li Hanlin, Huang Shang, Yang Guangdou, Shi Fu, Yu Dian, Hong Yu, Huang Xiaokuai, Yuan Wenbao, Chao Xiaojiao, Hong Xinjia, Wang Ji, Song Changsui, Exen Yinma, Wei Shaking, Tian Peifong, Hu Gonglai, Wei Chenshi, Jiao Wui, Chang Sui, Su Huang. There were only 4 prefectures in northern Liang, but the number of generals there was enough to make the imperial court of Liang, which had unified the Central Plains, blush with shame. Chapter 1684. Su Yanbing, who was regarded as a half-step martial saint by the young vassal king, stood outside the door, leaning against the pillar, arms crossed, looking at the night sky. There was a travel-worn old man who came from an academy in Yuzhou. For some reason, he was in such a hurry that he wished the horse had 8 legs, but after entering the mansion, he was not in a hurry. He walked leisurely on the bright moonlight and the endless red lanterns to the tide-listening pavilion. Beside the old man in a scholarly robe was a woman with a cold temperament. She was one of the disciples of Shangyin Academy's Han Guzi, Su Weisheng's junior sister, Jean Baosher. She was different from her fellow disciples who were already in Baoyang's court. She was not willing to go to Wutang'an to live under someone else's roof, nor was she suitable to be an official, so she went to the academy. She helped the old man with chores while concentrating on her studies. The old man was the bad chess player that the young vassal king spoke of. He was the national player who could play chess on par with Su Xiao. Of course, his more famous identity was Chancellor Wang of Shangyin Academy, the person who led the scholars to die. If, and only if the Baoyang Su family really split the land and became emperor, then this old man was actually the first official to follow the dragon. The significance was even greater than Zhao Chunling's defection to Su Xiao during the Spring and Autumn War. But unexpectedly, the old scholar who had made great contributions in Baoyang, one of Su Weisheng's teachers, and a famous scholar who had wrestled with the Academy's Grand Chancellor Qi Yanglong in the early years, was like a clay ox entering the sea after his identity was revealed. He became an unknown teacher on a small mountain far smaller than Green Deer Mountain Academy. Chancellor Wang came to the wide platform of the tide-listening pavilion and looked up at the tall building. He first smiled, then his entire mouth opened, and in the end he almost laughed out loud. Jean Baosher asked curiously, "Why are you so happy?" The old man laughed evilly and said, "Nothing, I just thought of some funny things." "Daughter, do you want to hear it? Instead of being happy alone, it's better to be happy together." Jean Baosher, who was already quite familiar with this old man, said unhappily, "Mister, you might as well enjoy yourself." There was no doubt about Chancellor Wang's knowledge, which could be counted on one's fingers. His teacher Han Guzi, head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong, and Imperial College's Yao Baifeng. Perhaps only these three people could sit down and discuss Tao with the old man in front of him. However, this old man, who had lived in seclusion in the Shangyin Academy in his early years, had completely revealed his old foxtail after coming to Baoyang. When Jean Baosher was helping in the academy, he was often teased by this old man and always liked to say extremely obscure dirty words. If not for the fact that he only used his mouth and not his hands, Jean Baosher could not guarantee that he would not beat him up. When a scholar was bad, he was really full of evil tricks, especially an old fox like Chancellor Wang who was well-read. Jean Baosher had been in hot water during this period of time. She almost felt that she was no longer a virgin, but a mature woman who could quarrel with scoundrels. The old man did not care whether Jean Baosher wanted to hear it or not. He had already poured out beans from a bamboo tube. In the past, there were many famous moral scholars in our Central Plains who had nothing to do. And those guys who had nothing to do during the day and nothing to do at night. Daughter, don't turn your head away and refuse to listen. Fine, let's talk about serious matters. It was those people who made up interesting stories about Mount Qingliang all day long, swearing solemnly as if they had seen and heard it with their own eyes. To be honest, back then, my curiosity was piqued and I believed the nonsense of those old bastards. That was why I shamelessly begged that girl Wei Xiong to be my disciple, thinking that I would have an excuse to come to this Baoyang palace to eat, drink, and sleep for free. Cough, it's just sleeping. Daughter, please don't misunderstand. When I eagerly came to this godforsaken place in Baoyang and entered the prince's mansion, the result. In the end, King waited for half a day. During this time, I gave lame Su countless looks that all men would understand. But from start to finish, wasn't it said that your Su family would choose talented women to perform the 18 heavenly demon dances? Wasn't it said that the licentious Baoyang heir had a fondness for charming women, to the point where he would occasionally see a beautiful woman sitting at a banquet and ask the people around him, "Who is she?" If he wanted to ride her, he would say, "She's His Royal Highness's woman." Alright, even if that wasn't the case, wasn't it said that the tide-listening pavilion had countless foreign monks from the western regions who had secretly taught them the art of seduction? Did they gather hundreds and thousands of unorthodox bedroom techniques? That brat was truly wicked. Su Xiao didn't have the foresight, but that brat saw through it. He privately told me that the Tide Listening Pavilion really did have treasures. By the time I found the top floor from the first floor, I rummaged through the cabinets and chests for 3 days and 3 nights. When I finally reached the top floor with great difficulty, I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, the old man whose saliva was flying everywhere beat his chest and stomped his feet in righteous indignation. Jean Boucher immediately felt that the sky was high and the moon was bright. It was satisfying, it was really satisfying. Suddenly, the old man calmed down. It was as though at this moment he was the Chancellor Wang that the world had mistakenly thought was the true first teacher of Shangyin Academy. The old man reached out and pointed at the highest point of the tall building. It was there that I saw a scholar, a sickly person who was half dead, a pitiful person who was more tired than dead. Jean Boucher looked up with the old man and sighed softly. Li Yishan. The old man, Chancellor Wang, said slowly in a deep voice, unlike many people in my eyes, Li Yishan is the top strategist of the spring and autumn period. Jean Boucher said in bewilderment, even if it is not Huang Longshi, there is still Nailan Yusi of the Yuan Benshi. Also, even Zhao Chongling, who was also a Su family strategist, was thought to be better than Li Yishan even though he died young. His talent and knowledge, especially his schemes, are better than Li Yishan. The old man bent down as though he was holding something in. Jean Boucher was confused. The old man turned his head and said, I was afraid that if I said, fart, my daughter would not be willing to hear it, so I really planned to fart for you. Jean Boucher was speechless. The old man straightened his back, took off a jade pendant at his waist, and smashed it on the ground. It shattered. The old man looked at Jean Boucher and asked with a smile, do you understand? Jean Boucher was confused. The old man pointed at the messy jade fragments on the ground. Zhao Chongling, he cannot transcend the vision of an era, and cannot be considered a top strategist. Nailan Yusi is the same. As to Huang Longshi, he scattered all the pieces but could not gather them. But Li Yishan can. It is easy to smash jade but hard to mend jade? Jean Boucher sank into deep thought. The old man muttered softly, fortunately it was smashed. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. But this jade is very valuable. I have to ask Su Fengyan for a few pieces later. Jean Boucher said helplessly, Teacher. The old man waved his sleeve and said boldly, all right, I have been brewing here for half a day. Using this Tide Listening Pavilion and the name Li Yishan, I finally have enough courage to go to the conference hall to support Su Fengyan. At this time, a cold voice sounded behind the two. Support what? At this moment, Jean Boucher, who was called the two-legged arsenal by his fellow disciples, felt his hair stand on end. Like a snake meeting a dragon, Jean Boucher stiffly turned his head and then froze at an untimely moment. Wang Ji, who did not know martial arts, turned around after drinking and blurted out, such a handsome woman? In their field of vision. Dressed in white robes with 2 blades at her waist. Embroidered winter and spring thunder. Chapter 1685. If it was said that adding chairs to the discussion hall was adding oil to the fire, it was the young vassal king's own trap. Then the White Feather Cavalry Commander Yuan Nanting brought several retired generals to the discussion hall. It was one disaster after another. Not only did the former Cavalry Deputy Commander Wei Taizhan and the former Infantry Deputy Commander Lu Yuanji come, even Lin Dofang came. The latter had not only beaten up Lu Yuanji who wanted to fight for Zhong Hongwu at the Liangzhou border, he had also appeared with Partridge Zhou Kong in the procession to send off His Royal Highness. This old soldier of the Su family had almost become in-laws with Su Shao back then. So while Lin Dofang had retired from Bailiang for many years, in the eyes of the masters of the Bailiang cavalry of the 2 dynasties, he was a very special existence, far from being comparable to ordinary Bailiang generals. The discussion hall was already crowded, and after adding chairs for Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao and the other heroes, when Lin Dofang and the others sat down, the discussion hall that had been empty for many years was overcrowded tonight. At this time, there were nearly 60 chairs in the discussion hall. The main generals of Bailiang's cavalry and infantry, the generals of the 3 provinces, the local officers with real power, the Qingliang mountain civil officials and strategists were all gathered together. A storm was coming. After Lin Dofang sat down, he looked around. There were some young faces, but more were old faces that he had known for half his life. The old man had a complicated expression. Looking at the situation, the two sides had not broken through the window paper, so he did not come too late. Although they were two sides, in the end, it was just Su Fengnian and all of Bailiang. This old soldier who had once risked his life for the Su family had a dazed expression. He thought back to the past. After winning the Battle of the Western Wall, the general had faced a similar situation. With Zhao Changling as the leader, he strongly advocated that the Zhao family of Liang, who had shown signs of being cooked after the cunning rabbit was killed, be controlled by the river. Yan Wenluan, who was still sitting in the discussion hall, was one of those people. There were also Su Pu and Wu Yong, who were no longer in Bailiang, and Zhong Hongwu, who was already dead. Of course, Lin Dofang himself was one of them. It was just that the new and old Prince Liang had been together twice. It was similar but also different. After all, at that time, the general had Li Yishan by his side. Except for the scheming Chen Zhibao, the other 5 adopted sons who had outstanding military achievements stood firmly behind the general. But today's young king seemed to have really fallen into a situation of being betrayed by his friends and family. Lin Dofang glanced at the brocade partridge without showing any emotion. It was said that Zhou Kong was forced to hand over part of his military power in Beiqing, so he was already at odds with the prince. Lin Dofang's gaze moved to the Bailiang governor Chu Lushan and the cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong. Chu Lushan was looking down at his feet like he was counting ants. Yuan Baixiong was resting with his eyes closed. Beside the two, Qi Dangua, who was also the general's adopted son, straightened his back and clenched his fists. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. This made this burly general look somewhat comical. Lin Dofang glanced at Tian Peifong, who was about to step down as the provincial governor of Liangzhou. This nominal third civil official of Bailiang was probably like a lamb standing between wolves, tigers, and leopards. Lin Dofang sighed quietly. He had long received the news that they were going to have an audience with the prince on New Year's Eve. Chen Yunchue, who still held great power in the border army, told him about it. He didn't say anything in detail. He only said that all the high-ranking people in Bailiang would go to the prince's mansion. He only asked Lin Dofang if he wanted to join in the fun. Lin Dofang knew that it wouldn't be something pleasant. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, but he couldn't hold it in. He was afraid that the prince's hard-earned family property would fall apart overnight. In the end, Lin Dofang called his life-saving brother, Lu Sainer, and the old and wise Wei Taizhan. He hoped that no matter what happened, the 3 old men would be willing to sacrifice their lives to be the peacemakers so that things wouldn't get out of hand. The strange thing was that when they arrived at the prince's mansion, Yuan Nanting had been waiting there for a long time. He said that Yan Wenluan and Chu Lushan had passed a message to the 3 old men, telling them to wait and see. Lin Dofang, who had rushed to Liangzhou in a hurry, immediately felt a surge of anger. However, because Yuan Nanting was one of the old soldiers who had sent off His Royal Highness, Lin Dofang held back his anger and didn't get angry at him on the spot. In the hall, there was no noisy chatter of, "The emperor and his subjects are suitable for each other," and the group of civil and military officials did not exchange pleasantries either. Lin Dofang, Wei Taizhan, and Lu Yuanji all felt a kind of suffocating pressure. At this time and place, silence was better than words. It wasn't hard to imagine how much pressure the young king was under. Lu Yuanji had a rough temper and was used to being careless. He turned to He Zhong, who was sitting next to him, and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Old He, what do you want to do? Tell me, Lu Sainer, so that I don't feel uncomfortable. It's too uncomfortable to have a knife on my neck." The old general, who had been ill in recent years, hesitated for a moment. He lowered his voice and said calmly, "We don't know when the Beimeng barbarians will send their army to the border. At this time, the prince wants to lead an elite cavalry to the south to the Central Plains." Lu Yuanji immediately glared at him and said, "What? Are we finally going to kill those ungrateful Liang? Good thing, count me in. I don't want to continue to be the deputy commander of the infantry after I come back. If I can be a general and have 20 to 30,000 soldiers, it's enough. Do you want to attack Shishu or Hezhou first? But let's make a deal. I want to be the vanguard general." In the past, when Lu Yuanji returned to his hometown from outside the Great Wall, the old general immediately beat his 3 offending sons half to death, and almost personally ran to Mount Qingliang to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Only after the great general wrote a letter to Lu Yuanji did he give up. However, very quickly the old general personally escorted his 3 sons to Yan Wenwan's army, saying that they could throw them to wherever in Yuzhou it was easy for people to die. Even if they died, it didn't matter. But what was more interesting was that Yan Wenwan said to Lu Yuanji, which made Lu Sainer so angry. Yan Wenwan said in front of the old man that the Yuzhou infantry didn't accept garbage. Because of this, the 2 old men almost broke off their friendship. In the end, it was Qin Yunshui who helped Lu Yuanji's 3 sons to join the army. Lin Dofang asked softly, "Old General He, what happened?" He Zhong suddenly said helplessly, "Do you know the Empress of West Chu, Jiangxi?" Lin Dofang nodded. "It's a hot topic. I even heard about it in the countryside. It said that this woman was saved by the general and had been secretly kept in the prince's mansion. Later, she was taken away by Chao Changqing. That's why West Chu was reinstated." Lin Dofang frowned after saying this. Could it be? Chapter 1686. He Zhong suddenly sighed, lowered his voice and said, "You guessed right, His Highness is angry because of a woman. If it was in the past, when the war of Liang Mang wasn't imminent, let alone 7 or 8,000 elite cavalry, even 20 or 30,000 cavalry would go to the Central Plains. With the banner of the vassal King Bailiang, and it's not really a rebellion, Bailiang wouldn't worry about the imperial court making irresponsible remarks. Taking a step back, if the Zhao family really makes things difficult for Bailiang again and again, we can take advantage of the situation and make it difficult for the imperial court to get off the tiger. But now, Bailiang has lost so much that it's almost crazy. I think that old woman is about to go crazy. We haven't built the north resisting city yet, and the deployment outside the Great Wall hasn't been completely completed. Brother Lin, don't you think this is reasonable?" Lin Duofang was silent. Lu Yuanji was a little upset. He wasn't good at reasoning with scholars, but he always felt that something was wrong. Therefore, the old man who scolded His Royal Highness the most fiercely looked at the young man who sat on the main seat and had an empty chair next to him. Lu Yuanji scratched his head, and his heart was in a mess. Yan Wenlan, the only general of the border army who could openly raise the flag in Bailiang's army after the main pillars like General Li Yishan and Chen Zhibao either died or left. He looked around and finally took the lead to break the awkward silence that made everyone feel embarrassed. He looked up at the young vassal king and asked in a deep voice, "I, Yan Wenlan, Bailiang's infantry commander. I recently heard that His Highness plans to personally lead the Phoenix Battalion and transfer more than 10,000 elite cavalry south to Guangling Road. May I ask why His Highness wants to do this? May I ask if this will delay the battle outside the Great Wall?" The young man on the main seat bent down and gently touched the charcoal fire, and then stood up straight. Lin Duofang's mind turned quickly, and before the vassal king spoke, he didn't care about overstepping his authority and hurriedly said, "General Yan, 300,000 people in Beimang died in the battle. As the bridgehead for the food supply, the southern dynasty can't bear the burden. It's very difficult to reorganize in a short period of time. This time, the Beimang barbarians are different from the nomads in the past. They are fighting in the Central Plains, and the more it is, the more it will hurt their vitality. I believe that in the next 3 months, there won't be a war. With the advancing speed of the Bailiang cavalry, going to Guangling Road in the Central Plains and back, it won't affect the overall situation." He didn't look at Lin Duofang and he just said, "Is there no war in the Central Plains in the Central Plains? Moreover, wouldn't that old woman and King Dongjua of the southern courtyard take advantage of the fact that northern Liang is leaderless and send several elite troops south first?" Lin Duofang looked at the young vassal king and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to go to Guangling Road in person." Before Yan Wenlan responded, Su Fengnian already shook his head and said, "If Bailiang sends troops to Guangling Road, I will definitely lead the troops myself." Lin Duofang was confused. How should he talk about this? Su Fengnian suddenly laughed. "I mean if we send troops, since everyone here doesn't agree." At this moment, an old man in a Confucian robe ran to the door of the conference hall breathlessly. He stepped over the threshold, and then suddenly stopped, as if he didn't dare to lift his other foot. He calmed himself down, and his face turned red. He raised his voice and said angrily, "The Baelyang cavalry is the best in the world. How can you be so timid after winning the battle? So what if you send 10,000 cavalry to the Central Plains? Let alone 10,000, I think even 20 or 30,000 won't be a problem. What? Without the king of Baelyang guarding the border, you officials don't know how to guard the gate of Baelyang. Yen Wenwan, your soldiers are the best in the world, guarding Yuzhou. Do you need the prince to stand behind you all the time? Do you need the prince to give you advice or serve you tea? He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, great ancestor Gu, you are guarding the border of Liangzhou. Do you need the prince to take the lead in every battle? Otherwise, you can't defeat the Baymang barbarians?" The old man got angrier as he talked. He pointed at the people sitting in the front, as if he was scolding, "Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, Qi Danghua. The three of you, don't forget why you are sitting here." The old man turned his head to look at the civil and military officials of Liuzhou and sneered, "As for you Liuzhou officials, you really have a reason to not let the prince leave Baelyang. If the prince didn't personally lead the troops to Qingsong City, you really wouldn't be able to guard Liuzhou that Li Yishan single-handedly created." Liuzhou's provincial governor Yang Guangdou almost jumped up and cursed, but he was pulled back by Chen Shiliang, whose face was just as gloomy. Jin Baochu, who was in the corridor outside the door, didn't show himself. When he heard Chancellor Wang's outburst, he felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention whether it was reasonable or not, just this courage of his in a war of words was enough for the old man to boast for the rest of his life. Although the scholars of the Central Plains also liked to scold Baelyang's martial artists, who would have the guts to scold people in front of Baelyang's generals. However, Chancellor Wang scolded almost all of Baelyang's civil and military officials in one breath. No wonder the old man wanted to drag him to Tide Listening Pavilion first. It turned out that he was emboldening him. During this period of correspondence, the senior and junior brothers all mentioned the deeds of great ancestor Gu outside the Liangzhou Pass. The facts proved that even the famous veteran of the spring and autumn period, the first pillar of South Tang in the past, after coming to Baelyang, even if he was already the deputy commander of the infantry army, he still couldn't bear the consequences after angering the local generals. Everyone knew that the next commander of the infantry army was between great ancestor Gu and Chen Yunxue. Now, even if Chen Yunxue didn't take over Yen Wenwan, even if a younger generation general took over, it would definitely not be great ancestor Gu. This indirectly showed that the power of the generals was deeply rooted in the Baelyang frontier army. Even if the young king pushed great ancestor Gu, who had lost the confidence of the army, to the position of the commander of the infantry army, great ancestor Gu himself probably wouldn't be able to hold on. In this way, Chancellor Wang's concealment of strength and biding his time in the academy was completely in vain. It should be because the old man was no longer timid like before. He put his hands on his waist and said angrily, "After the general left, everyone became arrogant and dared to flaunt their power in front of the Su family. I don't believe that there is no one here who is loyal to the Lord. Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang, Li Hanlin, all of you, stand up and say something fair." As a result, not only Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang, the two counselors, even Li Hanlin, who had turned over a new leaf, sat still on the chair. Chancellor Wang was stunned on the spot. Suddenly, he sat on the door sill and cursed like a shrew on the streets. He said in a heart-wrenching voice, "Why should we, the king of northern Liang, who has 300,000 strong cavalry, live without any meaning at all? Once, just once, can't we do it? Yen Wenwan, you bunch of old bastards. You are so old, what right do you have to bully a young man who is not even 30 years old?" The whole hall was silent. Chancellor Wang's eyes were completely bloodshot. He was so angry that he began to laugh. He raised a palm high up and said with a loud laugh, "Ever since Yong Huichu's Liyang great army returned without accomplishing anything, the great snow dragon cavalry has entered northern Mang's hinterland for the first time in more than 10 years. Do you know why?" Chancellor Wang slowly stood up. The old man seemed to have pressed his palm on the wall. He said loudly, "At that time, Su Xiao stood by the wall and slapped the map of Beimeng. He said something to me. Su Xiao said his son was there. The old man glared at everyone in the conference hall. Su Xiao also asked me if this reason was enough. The old man suddenly raised his other hand and pressed it again. Then, the current head of the Su family told you that there was someone in Guangling Road. Su Fengyan also had to save him. Is this reason enough? After looking at each other in dismay for a short while, Yan Wenwan still said with a straight face, "Not enough." He was stubborn. Chancellor Wang got up and said with threatening gestures, "I will beat you to death, you old tortoise." Suddenly, the old man seemed to have been stuck with an immobilizing talisman. He leaned back and caught a glimpse of a person from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 1687. Su Yanbing, who was leaning against the pillar outside the door, let out a heavy sigh. The martial artist who had been suppressing his anger was ready to make a move. Su Yanbing was not Chancellor Wang. He was a martial artist and would always use his fists to solve things instead of using his mouth. His fellow disciple Han Laozhan, the current general of Lingzhou, was the first person he wanted to beat up tonight. However, Su Yanbing was stunned for a moment because a white robe was slowly walking over from not far away. In Su Yanbing's eyes, this young man with a dark background was probably the only person in the world who was more handsome than Qinyu and at the same time, more handsome than Su Fengyan. In his early years, he met His Royal Highness in Jianghu and once flipped through books in Tide Listening Pavilion. Later on, he also lent His Royal Highness a knife to roam Jianghu. White Fox's face. He brushed past Jinbao Room and walked behind Chancellor Wang. He stood at the door and said with a cold expression, "Su Fengyan, are you a man or not? If you are, then go to Guangling Road, I will accompany you." Su Fengyan did not stand up and asked softly, "I will not bring a single soldier and will come back quickly, how about that?" Beiliang's governor Chu Lushan, who had been pretending to be deaf and mute, stood up with difficulty. For the first time, he used an unquestionable tone to shake his head at His Royal Highness and said, "I, Chu Lushan, will be the first to disagree." Yan Wenwan also stood up, "I, Yan Wenwan, will not agree." Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang stood up at almost the same time and said in unison that they did not agree. Almost everyone stood up and did not agree. Among them were Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua, who were Su Zhao's adopted sons, Li Hanlin, who was a brother, great ancestor Gu Huangshang, who was personally brought to Beiliang by Su Fengyan and given a high position, Chang Sui, Su Huang and Hong Yu, who were young and strong generals that Su Fengyan had high hopes for. None of them agreed. Su Fengyan slowly stood up and looked at the face of the white fox with a forced smile. Bai Hu did not say a word. She only took down the Xiudong saber from her waist and threw it to Su Fengyan. She said calmly, "Just follow me." Su Yanbing stood beside White Fox with his arms crossed and nodded at the young vassal lord. Su Fengyan subconsciously reached out to take the familiar embroidered winter saber. Then, the light in front of him dimmed. It turned out that Huang Manor was standing in front of him, blocking everyone. He hit his fist against his palm and said coldly, "Whoever stops my brother will die." Su Fengyan gently patted Huang Manor's shoulder. The latter turned his head. Su Fengyan said softly, "Sit back down." Su Longxiang shook his head. Su Fengyan said indifferently, "Sit back down." Su Longxiang roared, "No." Bai Hu squinted her peach blossom eyes. She pressed her thumb on the hilt of the spring thunder saber and was about to pull it out of the scabbard. Su Fengyan sat back down and put the embroidered winter saber on his knee. He bent down again to pick up the fire tongs. His lips moved slightly. A subtle sizzling sound was particularly ear-piercing in the silent hall. It was like a drop of water falling into the fire. Bai Hu's face was full of anger. "Su Fengyan." Even Su Yanbing was full of murderous intent. He looked at Han Laozhan and said, "If you don't sit down, then take a shot from me. Next year during the Qingming festival, I, Su Yanbing, will help you toast." Su Yanbing didn't know why, but when he saw this guy, he actually blinked and smiled inexplicably. On the main seat, Su Fengyan, whose expression could not be seen, lowered his head and said sadly, "I'll be back soon." Then he disappeared in a flash. In less than half an hour, the young king returned to his seat. During this period, the young man went to the ownerless house. This year, for the first time, a spring festival couplet was pasted outside the shabby house with the word spring. He did not put it up himself. Instead, he asked his two disciples, Wang Sheng and Yu Dilong, to secretly come here. He originally hoped to take her back to Mount Qingliang and see if she would be a little surprised. It seemed that he was going to break his promise. Su Fengyan rubbed his cheeks and raised his head. In the Central Plains, there were Lunar New Year celebrations everywhere. In the capital of West Chu, the sound of firecrackers was even louder. In the atmosphere of celebration, a young woman in a dragon robe sat alone in the imperial study in the imperial palace. There was a big stove with a lot of charcoal beside her feet. It had been burning since dusk until now. The charcoal fire was just right, warm but not hot. The Empress of West Chu did not feel sleepy. She sat on a small stool, curled up, and put her chin on her hands. There was a small gourd tied to her wrist. There was a trembling sound from it, light and sweet. People lived in a lifetime, plants and trees in autumn. Naturally, grass and insects lived and died in a hurry. However, Dechu's imperial palace had a tradition long ago. Every year, the imperial household department would catch crickets and other insects in embroidered cages on the heated Kong, cover them with soil and water them. After that, they would lay eggs. When winter came, they would be used for the New Year's Eve banquet. Their loud chirps and firecrackers complemented each other. At this time, the small gourd in Jiang Xi's hand contained a few long-lived insects. They spread their wings and chirped incessantly. The gourd was a homonym for good fortune. In ancient books, there was a record of eating melons in July and breaking the pot in August. There was also a saying among the people that it could absorb all the evil qi between heaven and earth. Therefore, the successive empresses of Dechu's imperial palace would personally plant gourd seedlings every spring. When the gourd shed was lush and green in midsummer, it would be picked in autumn. The imperial household department would either make it into a water ladle or a wine pot, and then the emperor would bestow it to the meritorious ministers. Jiang Xi raised her arm and looked at the small yellow gourd. She was not thinking about Dechu's Jiang family's tradition. Instead, she was thinking about the greenery of the vegetable garden on the mountain. Every day, after working, she would squat there and personally watch the greenery grow thicker. She had never mentioned that kind of joy to others. She had never shared that joy with anyone, not even her uncle and the old man in the sheepskin fur coat. Ever since she could remember things, even now that she was sitting on the dragon throne of the West Chu emperor, she still felt that in this life, only that little vegetable garden truly belonged to her. What Dechu's country, what West Wall's battlefield, what capital? She was unfamiliar with them and could never get close to them. She moved books to Mount Wudong. Later, she read for a certain someone to earn money. Later, she practiced calligraphy and swordsmanship with Li Chungang. In the end, she wore the most luxurious clothes in the world. Jiang Xi sighed. She pressed the small gourd to her ear and listened to the chirping inside. No matter how hard she tried, she could not hear the slightest hint of joy. She felt melancholy for no reason. Chapter 1688. Jiang Xi looked at the big room that was lit with red candles. Although there were maids standing outside the room, she was still a little scared. She had been timid since she was a child. She had only done two great things in her life. The first was to assassinate someone with a dagger talisman. The second was probably to practice swordsmanship. As for becoming the first female emperor in the history of the Central Plains, she had no feelings about it. She thought about the word home for a long time. In the end, she was annoyed to find that in the depths of her heart, it was the dilapidated house that was so cold that it made people's teeth chatter every winter that was the most like home. At that time, every New Year's Eve, there would be a hateful guy of the same age who would follow behind the old man she was most afraid of. They would put up spring festival couplets openly. Once, the young man deliberately ran into her room and asked her with a smile if she wanted to hang spring festival couplets on both sides of her room. Of course, she said no, but she was unwilling to admit that she wanted to. The sound of firecrackers in the city became louder and louder. Jiang Xi stood up and walked to the window. She knew that it was time for the new and the old to change. Suddenly, There was a squeak behind her. Someone pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Si turned around with a smile. As expected, it was her uncle. She felt more at ease when she saw this kind elder. Chao Changqing gently closed the door. The maids outside turned a blind eye to this man who was known as the proudest man in Dechu. In fact, his position in the hearts of the people in Dechu was not even comparable to the current emperor. Everyone in West Chu admired Chao Changqing from the bottom of their hearts. Chao Changqing squatted beside the stove and put his hand on the charcoal fire to warm himself. Logically speaking, with the cultivation of the land immortal, this Confucian sage was already immune to the cold and heat. Jiang Si sat back on the stool and smiled brightly. Chao Changqing hesitated for a moment and said, "It's almost the new year. I should be here to announce the good news. However, there is something that I want to make clear to your majesty. Not long ago, I received news that many generals in Bailiang will gather in the meeting hall in the next few days." The young empress was confused and asked, They are going to pay New Year's greetings so early? Chao Zhangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a bit of sentimentality, he said, "According to my original expectations, if he wanted to dispatch troops to Guangling Road, Northern Mang wouldn't be able to stop him, because it wasn't appropriate to hastily dispatch troops down south. Liang wouldn't be able to stop him even more, because the two of them were appointed as Jinggan Road's Jingshu envoys. They were in the wrong. But I have underestimated the cohesion of the Bailiang. Bailiang, but I did. Jiang Si lowered her head. She said softly, "It's okay. I didn't expect him to come." Chao Changqing was silent for a long time. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, there is one thing you must remember. It's not that he doesn't want to come, but that he can't. Su Fengnian can't be blamed for this." Jiang Si looked at the fire in a daze. She did not say anything. Chao Changqing smiled bitterly. "Originally, I planned to go north when Bailiang sent troops to Guangling. Now I have to make other plans." Jiang Si, who was absent-minded, did not pay attention to the fact that Chao Changqing said, instead of leading the troops to the north. Chao Zhangqing used a pair of pliers to poke at the charcoal fire. When the stove was slightly warmer, he said quietly, "I was wrong. Back then, I shouldn't have used the country's interests to force the emperor to return here." Jiang Si shook her head. Chao Changqing suddenly showed an unprecedented anger. "Su Fengnian has never disappointed Bailiang. Why do you Bailiang have to do this? What's the difference between you and me, Chao Changqing?" Jiang Si raised her head. She looked relieved. She smiled and took off the small gourd. She handed it to Chao Changqing. "Listen, Uncle Chao Changqing." The white-haired Confucian scholar did not take the small gourd. Instead, he clenched his fists and closed his eyes in pain. Outside the window, the new year had just arrived. It was snowing heavily in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Snow fell from the sky. The human world could not sing. However, in Bailiang, Su Fengnian, Su Weisheng, Chancellor Wang, and Baihu, Guangling's little clay figurine, and Chao Changqing. On this New Year's Eve, they seemed to have forgotten that Bailiang was never Ling. Therefore, the next scene was unforgettable for Jinbail. Chancellor Wang was even more dumbstruck. Chu Lushan took a step forward and turned around to face the main seat. He bowed his head and said loudly, "Whether the king of Bailiang leads the cavalry south or rushes to Guangling alone, I, Chu Lushan, will not agree." Yuan Zhuozong also took a step forward. His action was exactly the same as Chu Lushan's. "If the king does not have me, Yuan Zhuozong, by his side, of course, I will not agree." Yen Wenluan snorted coldly and took a large step forward. "Still like this," he sneered, "without the great snow dragon cavalry entering the central plains, how can we display the might of my northern Liang army? How can I agree to this?" Su Beiji said lazily, "The king of Bailiang has 300,000 cavalry. How can he lead the bullshit elites from all over the country to the central plains? Bailiang can't afford to lose face like this. How can Su Beiji agree?" Song Dongming immediately stepped out and cupped his fists. He laughed and said, Everyone says that I, Song Dongming, am not worthy of the title of deputy administrator. That's fine. But is the Northern Liang Cavalry, whose combat power is the best in the world, also going to be looked down upon? Even if I am a scholar, I will not agree. Li Hanlin said loudly, Brother Nian, you want to marry sister-in-law. How can the dowry be less? As your brother, I will not agree. Bai Yu was waiting for him to make the final decision. He smiled. The Central Plains cannot tolerate a girl who grew up in the Su family. Of course, the Bailiang cavalry will not agree. I believe that Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao and the others will not agree either. Bai Yu pointed at the empty chair next to the young king. Even if you, Su Fengnian, agree, the great general will be the first to disagree. Su Fengnian was at a loss. Everyone laughed heartily at the same time. Everyone colluded and acted until now. It was really hard to hold it in. Su Beiji smiled brightly. He and Chu Lushan looked at each other and smiled. They were the initiators of this play. Bailiang, 300,000 cavalry outside the pass, and millions of families inside the pass. They all owed the king of Bailiang a surprise. Under everyone's gaze, Su Fengnian raised his arm, wiped his eyes, and cursed softly, bastard. At this moment, everyone said at the same time, Great General, please sit down. Chancellor Wang looked at the hall full of civil and military officials. The old man sat on the threshold. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. He remembered the catchphrase of a young man and murmured, Technical work, I can't reward you. At that moment, whether it was fighting with Toba Bodhisattva for thousands of miles, or dismounting from his horse to fight against two people, or killing people in the Imperial Astronomer, Su Fengnian had never been so heroic in his life. The young king waved his sleeve and took the lead to sit on the chair and said loudly, Sit. Chapter 1689. Because Hezhou was adjacent to the Bailiang circuit, after that person slaughtered the king of Bailiang, he was like a little wife who had been bullied for more than 20 years. Now that his little wife had a new husband, he finally felt that he could speak a little louder. Therefore, the military governor of Huai and Huai, Kainan, personally led his army and set up a formation on the border of Yuzhou and Hezhou. He had made up his mind to stop the armored cavalry that had left the territory of the king of vassal states without permission. Because the 800 Phoenix Battalion had passed through the border unimpeded last time, there had been a lot of memorials to impeach him as the great general of the Liang border pass. Kainan was well aware that he could turn a blind eye to the 800 white horses' righteous followers. However, this time, if the 10,000 armored cavalry marched straight into the Central Plains, not to mention the imperial censor of the Liang Palace, even the emperor of Zhao would question his loyalty as a border official. Moreover, this time, the administrator, Han Lin, had also agreed to send troops to stop them. Even this refined civil official, who was at the top of the local hierarchy, dared to disregard life and death. He wore his official robe and personally came to Kainan's army, intending to accompany Kainan to stop them. Obviously, this newly appointed administrator, who was based in the capital, did not hesitate to put himself in danger in order to show that he would not shy away from Bailiang's edge. On the border, Great General Kainan, wearing heavy armor and holding a spear, was looking into the distance. The administrator, Han Lin, who was standing beside Kainan, had a complicated expression. As a second-rank official who had not ridden a horse for many years, he did not have time to care about the burning pain in his legs. His face was full of anxiety. When they heard that Bailiang had mobilized the cavalry outside the pass, Han Lin and Kainan were both furious and shocked. However, there were some subtle differences. Kainan felt that the rebellious young king of vassal states was finally going to rebel, while Han Lin, who was secretly in contact with Mount Qingliang, felt that Su Fengnian had lost his mind. Han Lin, who had always been gentle and refined in the officialdom of the capital, was like an ant on a hot pan in the study 2 days ago. He had not slept the entire night. In addition to submitting a secret memorial to the court that could reach the emperor's desk, the administrator, who was famous for his simple and elegant poetry, had also written a slightly long-winded letter home. At that time, Han Lin understood that the so-called letter home was actually no different from a suicide note. No matter whether Su Fengnian was crazy or not, as long as he blocked the way, the previous pitiful relationship could not stand up to scrutiny. It could not stand up to scrutiny even with a knife. But how could Han Lin not come here? His entire family was in Great Peace City. They were all at the feet of the emperor and under the eaves of the Zhao family. The honor and disgrace of his family were tied to his body. Han Lin could not be here. Han Lin, as a civil official who had walked out of the capital, did not hate or dislike Kainan, who was a country bumpkin, in the eyes of the officials of the capital who had been in the mud for a long time. However, they could not be said to be close. Thus, during this trip, Han Lin and Kainan had only skimmed the surface of the water. Other than the welcoming banquet where the high officials of Huai and Huai came out in full force, Han Lin did not have any private meetings with Kainan. This was not only because he was afraid that the court would suspect that a civil and military leader was colluding with each other. In Han Lin's heart, compared to the rough and unrefined Kainan, the young king of vassal states, who had been wild and unruly in his youth, was much more romantic. However, today, walking side by side with Kainan, there was a feeling of sharing life and death in the face of a great disaster. Han Lin realized that Kainan was not as bad as the officials of the capital said. It seemed that in just 20 short years, Liang had gone from honoring martial arts and belittling literature to honoring literature and suppressing martial arts. Kainan turned his head and asked with a smile, "Sir Han, did the king of Han not say anything?" Han Lin smiled bitterly. On the second day of the first month, I paid a special visit to the king of Han's residence. I saw with my own eyes that the king of Han was bedridden and had no color in his face. He struggled to get up several times but fell back into bed. Kainan, who usually did not reveal his emotions, clicked his tongue and laughed. To have such a loyal king of the border who serves the country is truly a blessing for the Huai and Huai, and also a blessing for the court. Han Lin consoled, "General Kai, things have already come to this. There is no point in saying more." Kainan laughed. "A person is about to die. Can't he grumble a little?" Han Lin looked at the vast expanse of white and sighed. "If I had known this would happen, I would have drunk a few cups with General Kai. Good friends meet on a snowy night. Presumably, even inferior wine can taste good wine." Han Lin realized that the regional governor was staring at him and asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong?" Kainan suddenly said softly, "There is nothing wrong. I only hope that after today, the women and children of the Kai family will be taken care of by Sir Han." Han Lin scratched his head in confusion. Just as he was about to ask, his vision suddenly darkened and he fainted. Kainan looked at the personal guard who had hit the back of Han Lin's head with the scabbard. She waited until the personal guard jumped off the horse and sat behind the administrator to support Han Lin, who was leaning back. Only then did Kainan say, "Take Han Lin back to the manor." The personal guard, who was no longer young, wanted to say something but hesitated. Kainan smiled. "Old song, back then, when Su Shao led 10,000 cavalry south to patrol the border, as the leading general, I led you all to kneel, causing you all to be unable to raise your heads in front of the court. I know that you old brothers all have resentment in your hearts. 2 years ago, every time you came to pay a New Year's visit, my Kainan family's chair seemed to be nailed to the ground. You all quickly left. This is nothing." Kainan did not turn his head. He only raised his horsewhip and pointed in the direction of Yuzhou. "This time it's just right. I just want to tell you old brothers that I, Kainan, am not scared just because Su Shao led 10,000 cavalry. No, it's just that I, Kainan, am a warrior on the battlefield, sincerely admire that great general. It's not just me, our great General Gu also admires him. So this time, it's Su Fengnian leading 10,000 Bailiang cavalry. It's also the king of Bailiang, and it's also the 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry. Of course, I won't be a coward. Old Song, among our old brothers, your Old Song family has the most branches and leaves, and we rely on you the most to carry the rice bowl. This time, you don't have to accompany us. Besides, there's only a few months left until this year's tomb sweeping day. When the time comes, none of our old brothers will be alive to drink some good wine. It's not right." The tall and sturdy personal guard who had followed Kainan and Gu Jiantang on expeditions all over the country for half his life opened his mouth wide, but he could not say a single word. Kainan sternly said, "Get out of here." The personal guard lowered his head and turned his horse around. He fiercely raised his whip and urged his horse to leave. Kainan's teasing words came from behind him. "Remember, when it's tomb sweeping day, you miser that even General Gu has heard of. Don't be so stingy. You have to bring good wine." The personal guard did not turn around. He only suddenly roared, "I won't. I'll just bring 2 fen of silver and a pot of lousy wine for you. When the time comes, if you have the ability, then bring your brothers up from the ground." Kainan, whose back was facing the 2 riders of the personal guard, gently let out a breath. He restrained his smile. Ever since the beginning of spring in the 3rd year of Xiangfu, there had been endless snow swirling about. It was like this in the sky, and it was also like this on the distant ground today. The great snow dragon cavalry had arrived. The Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. The great snow dragon cavalry was the best in Bailiang. Kainan angrily roared, "Beat the drums." Long before the White Horse cavalry left the provincial capital, on the city wall, Bailiang's civil and military officials sent them off. Further away, the 10,000 cavalry had already secretly entered the pass from outside the pass. They had been waiting for a long time outside the city. They were only waiting for the 2nd-generation king of Bailiang to give the order. After nearly 20 years, they once again galloped into the Central Plains. The Su family's cavalry that shook the world was unstoppable during the Spring and Autumn War. They fought from north to south and then from south to north. This time, they were going to go south again. In truth, the alliance between Su Beiji and Chu Lushan had not been without resistance. Even He Zhong, Hu, Chen Yun, and Chue Gu, these 3 extremely important veteran generals, were not willing to see the Bailiang army break into the Central Plains at this time. However, Yuan Zhuozong and Yan Wenluan had agreed to it, and Yan Wenluan's unexpectedly firm stance had succeeded in persuading many of these veteran generals. The Northern Liang Protector General Chu Lushan, who was as large as a small mountain, stood beside the thin and weak Yan Wenluan. No matter how others looked at it, they felt awkward. Chu Lushan lightly stomped his foot, cupped his hands, and lowered his head with a smile. "I really didn't think that old General Yan would agree. I originally thought that I would have to personally make a trip to Yuzhou, but when I thought about how I would have to run from Huayang Pass to Shaguang City in this terrible weather, I really felt a little guilty." The emaciated old man unhappily said, "Back then, Lord Protector General led 8,000 Yeluo to stop Dongzhuo's private army. Didn't you think that the bumpy ride would cause you to lose weight?" Chu Lushan chuckled and said, "How can you argue about the good deeds of being in the limelight and the bad deeds of doing evil deeds?" Yan Wenluan pursed his lips. Almost none of the old-school generals of Bailiang liked the infamous Chu Lushan. Putting aside Chu Lushan, even Li Mofan and Chao Xiaojiao were of the same origin as the Bailiang generals, and they would fight to the death in battle. But in terms of character and conduct, could they really be considered good people to the common people? The answer was naturally no. In truth, this was a knot that great General Su Shao had left for the new Prince of Liang, Su Fengyan, to resolve. Bailiang had been at peace for 10 years, and there were as many descendants as there were hairs on an ox. Just how many evil deeds had they committed? Just the deputy commander of the Yuanbu army, Lu Yuanji, was standing on the high walls. Just how many good people had the old man's 3 sons killed? If not for Lin Dofeng, his good friend who had retired from the army many years ago, scolding and beating Lu Yuanji in the disturbance outside the pass, the old commander might have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life, mistakenly believing that his 3 sons were just a little useless. In truth, Yan Wenluan and the other elders who were upright also had complaints about the foul atmosphere of the younger generation of their fellow officers. It was just that when the great general was still alive, he had always felt that he owed his old brothers who had fought alongside him, so he had never harbored any thoughts of killing them. Moreover, the new Prince of Liang had also been a sloppy scoundrel in his early years, so the great general had to put himself in his shoes. Yan Wenluan got straight to the point. The New Year's Eve matter was handled beautifully, but even so, I, Yan Wenluan, still can't bring myself to like you, Chu Lushan. Chapter 1690. Chu Lushan rubbed his hands and turned his head with a smile. Old General Yen, you're not a beauty. If an old man likes me, there's nothing to be happy about. Yen Wenwan snorted and stopped talking. On the crowded city wall, Great Ancestor Gu stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Partridge Zhou Kong hesitated and left Lin Dofang and the others. He walked to Great Ancestor Gu alone, but there was still a distance between them. Great Ancestor Gu showed no signs of speaking. Zhou Kong hesitated a few times, but he didn't leave angrily. His tone was stiff as he said sarcastically, "Deputy Commander Gu, aren't you always tough? You clearly didn't want His Highness to lead the army south to the Central Plains. Why were you willing to be a mute last night?" Great Ancestor Gu smiled and said, "Sir Zhou, what reason do you want to hear? Do you want me to admit that I'm a fence-sitter?" Zhou Kong was also straightforward. He nodded and said, "If you say so, I'll go down the city wall and find some wine to drink." Great Ancestor Gu said calmly, "Then I'll have to disappoint Sir Zhou. I didn't stop His Highness because I didn't say anything righteous, but I didn't have any dirty thoughts. I don't need to prove anything in Baoyang." Partridge tilted his head and picked his ears. He sneered and said, "This is what Deputy Commander Gu should say. Unfortunately, His Highness has already left the city." Great Ancestor Gu said to himself, "Which old man hasn't been young? Who doesn't have one or two girls they like? I have one, but I missed her back then. That's why I've lived to this age. I don't know if it was because I wasn't suitable for her or because I was timid. Sir Zhou, you're a famous husband and wife who help each other in difficult times. I don't think you understand." Zhou Kong was silent for a long time. He exhaled heavily and said in a low voice, "We've been husband and wife for a long time. Naturally, we should treat each other with respect. In fact, when we were young, there was also a fire between us." Great Ancestor Gu sighed and said, "At least they've been together. That's better than me." Zhou Kong suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Lin Dofang, didn't you elope with a certain southern Tang princess back then? Our Commander Gu said that he actually loved that princess before." From Commander Gu's tone, the two of them had an unclear relationship in the early years. "Why don't the two of you talk about it?" Lin Dofang widened his eyes and said, "What? You with the surname Gu? You better explain yourself." Lu Yuanji was immediately amused. He winked at Wei Taizhan and said, "This is going to be a good show." Grand Ancestor Gu was stunned. By the time Great Ancestor Gu came to his senses, the partridge who had set him up had already run away. He could only see the back of the partridge in the distance. Seeing Lin Dufang trotting over aggressively, Great Ancestor Gu also ran down the city wall without saying anything and yelled, "Zhou, if I don't beat you to death today, my surname will be Gu." After the two of them ran far away, Lin Dofang stopped and laughed heartily. Lin Dufang was no fool. How could he really believe Zhou Kang's nonsense? Yu Luandao stood next to Hu Kuei. Just like Su Beiji and Tian Peifong, Hu Kuei's position as Yozhou's provincial governor was about to be vacated. Unlike Su Beiji and Tian Peifong, Hu Kuei's ambition was never to become an official. His gaze was always on the battlefield outside the pass. Hu Kuei wasn't the only one like this in Yuzhou. Even Yozhou's General Huang Fu she seemed to be getting restless, as if he wanted to move his butt over to Xiaoguang City. Moreover, Hu Kuei and old Marshal Chen Yunchue had come to Liangzhou together. The old man's words had revealed some clues that the Yuzhou infantry really did need a young general in the prime of his life. Although Chen Yunchue didn't say it outright, the old man clearly hoped that Hu Kuei would take the position of number 3 in the Yuzhou infantry. He also hoped that Hu Kuei could use this opportunity to speak to the prince and not let Huang Fu she take the initiative. But in the end, Hu Kuei still didn't say anything. For this reason, the old man didn't give him the slightest bit of face today. The Baoyang frontier army was still divided into various factions, but they were no longer as clearly divided as they were in the past. With the conclusion of the first battle of Liangmang, there were some subtle changes that naturally took place. For example, Qin Shiliang got along rather well with the entire Longxiang army. He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, and the other veteran generals regarded him highly. They believed that this young man was one of the few unswerving scholars. Even if he didn't want to be a civil official, he could still be a Confucian general. Meanwhile, Su Beiji was rather close to Lingzhou's General Han Laoshan and Deputy General Wang Ji. It could be said that the entire Lingzhou army was happy to treat Su Beiji as part of their maternal family. And Yu Luandao, who had truly made a name for himself in Yuzhou, got along the best with Hu Kuei. As for the prince's trusted aide, Huang Fushi, he didn't care at all. Not far from the two of them stood Huang Fushi and Ko Jianghuai, who stood side by side. Although they were both generals of a province, there was a world of difference in terms of background and reputation. Huang Fushi didn't understand why Ko Jianghuai was willing to get close to him, a famous loner in the officialdom. Ko Jianghuai lay on the arrow pile with a smile and said, "General Huang Fu, there are countless capable people in the Bailiang Frontier Army, but I feel that the two of us are the most similar. Not only do we dare to gamble, but we don't gamble on a small scale. If we want to gamble, we gamble on a big scale." Huang Fushi shook his head. "I came from a Jianghu boorish background. Even if I went bankrupt, how much money would I have? I can't compare to General Ko, who originally had hopes of being made a marquis in West Chu." Ko Jianghuai also shook his head. "I went bankrupt and took out 1,000 taels of gold. I'm willing to put 1,000 taels of gold on the gambling table. You're going to starve to death tomorrow. You only have 10 taels of gold in your pocket, but you also put 10 taels of gold on the gambling table. The level of gambling addiction is actually the same." Huang Fushi said something baffling. "Perhaps there is no difference in the level of gambling addiction. I just don't know what Ko Jianghuai's gambling character is like." Chapter 1691. Ko Jianghuai turned his head to look at the Yuzhou general who had both praise and blame in Bailiang. He asked with a smile, "What? Is the general worried for the prince that if I become a slave to 2 families today, I might go to Beimeng tomorrow and become a slave to 3 families?" Huang Fushi's expression was normal. "General Ko, I did not say that, nor do I dare say it." Ko Jianghuai dismissed it with a smile and asked, "After hearing General Huang Fu's story, I am very curious as to why you are so loyal to Su Fengnian. Can you tell me?" Huang Fushi smiled insincerely. "General Ko, my words are not pleasant to the ears. Please don't take offense. The two of us are not that close. However, if there is a chance one day when we go into battle together to kill the enemy, it is not too late to say a few heartfelt words." Ko Jianghuai smiled. "What? General Huang Fu wants to go to Liuzhou's Longxiang army to become a deputy general?" Without waiting for Huang Fushi to reply, Ko Jianghuai had already asked and answered his own question. General of Yuzhou and Deputy General of the Longxiang Army are equal positions. However, in Bailiang, the cavalry of the Liangzhou Border Army looks down on the infantry of the Liangzhou Border Army looks down on the Yuzhou Army, and the Yuzhou Army looks down on the Lingzhou Army, which does not even have a decent border. The Longxiang Army is an elite force pulled out from the Liangzhou cavalry at the border, and the Deputy General with real power in the Longxiang Army. Of course, the Yuzhou general cannot be compared to the Yuzhou general who has his hands and feet tied. Then, I will congratulate General Huang Fu on your promotion. It seems that I will not have to wait too long to hear General Huang Fu's heartfelt words." Huang Fushi secretly glanced at Hu Kuei, the corners of his mouth rising. "General Ko is indeed sharper than others." Ko Jianghuai said with a smile, "I like hearing these words. It has been a long time since I have heard someone praise me to my face." Huang Fushi nodded. "Let me say this first. When I go to Liuzhou to take up my duties, perhaps it will be difficult for General Ko not to hear it." Ko Jianghuai laughed and said, "Bring it on." Suddenly, Ko Jianghuai, who was chatting happily with Ko Jianghuai, heard someone call out to him. It was Yu Luandao, whom he regarded as his mortal enemy. Compared to the lukewarm attitude Ko Jianghuai had toward Xia Shibian back in Guangling Road, Yu Luandao, who was also a descendant of a powerful family and had made a name for himself at a young age, disliked Yu Luandao very much. Presumably, Yu Luandao had the same attitude toward him. 2 tigers could not live on the same mountain, which should be referring to Ko Jianghuai and Yu Luandao. However, the two of them would only fight in secret and never openly. Hearing Yu Luandao's shout, Ko Jianghuai smiled and turned his head to ask, "General Yu, what can I do for you?" The one who spoke was not Yu Luandao, but Hu Kuei. The latter walked a few steps closer and asked softly, Ko Jianghuai, regarding the 3 plans of West Chu going up north, down south, and west, I have thought about it for a long time, but I dare not make any rash assertions. After all, I am not a citizen of West Chu and have been away from the Central Plains for more than a decade. I am far from General Ko's grasp of West Chu's situation. Ko Jianghuai did not hesitate in the slightest. He said straightforwardly, if I am in charge of West Chu, naturally I will go up north and fight to the death with Lu Xingxiang. To say something off-topic, I have always guessed that Chao Changqing and the 2 Liaos Gu Jiantang, and even Beimang's Wang Sui have reached some kind of consensus. If Xie Shi is in Chao Changqing's position, I reckon he will cross the Guangling River to the south, do his best to defeat the southern border army, which has already been betrayed by Wu Zhongshuan, and then try to conquer the area along the river. If he cannot even defend the Guangling River, then he will retreat again and again, retreating into the miasma-filled Shirwan mountain range. When Beimang and Li Yang are beaten half to death, then he will find an opportunity to run out. Today he will pick up sesame seeds, tomorrow he will nibble on watermelon rind, and this kind of pitiful accumulation of little drops into an ocean. But in the end, whether he can succeed or not, he can no longer rely on himself, he can only rely on his own life. As for what Chao Changqing himself thinks, I can't figure it out, and I don't feel like thinking about it. In any case, I have always felt that this great officer has already gone crazy. Hu Kuei was the kind of warrior who was born for the battlefield. Being provoked by Ko Jianghuai, he unconsciously began to point and gesticulate on the battlements. West Chu has now been surrounded like dumplings. To the east is Song Li, the turtle dove occupying the magpie's nest. To the south is Yan Qi's King Zhaobing, who has just personally set out, as well as Nailan Yusi, who is standing behind this old vassal king. To the west is the Southern Expedition Great General Wu Zhongshuan's 100,000 elite troops who broke away from the southern border under his command. They must not be underestimated. Moreover, now that he is the Minister of War in Liyang, the army provisions have been greatly tilted. Together with the king of Jing and Zhao Sun, the military administrator Wen Tai, and the Jidushi Ma Zhongxian, it is as if they have become Wu Zhongshuan's Ministry of Revenue officials on the Western Front. As for the Northern Front, Lu Xingxiang has begun to behave like the earliest spring and autumn war, fighting without following the rules. Plus, there is Chen Zhibao and those 10,000 Western Shu infantrymen who appear and disappear unpredictably. Therefore, West Chu's northern front is suffering the most. General Ko, according to your opinion, if we head north, how should we fight? Should we first look for Chen Zhibao's infantry or Lu Xingxiang's cavalry? If we use Xie Shi's troops heading south, wouldn't we be playing right into the hands of the Liang imperial court? After speaking for a long time, when Hu Kuei raised his head, he saw a young face rolling his eyes. Very quickly, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Hu Kuei no longer wanted to be treated coldly. Ko Jianghuai laughed heartlessly. Lord Hu, oh Lord Hu, I'm just a Dechu citizen who hides his head and tail in your Bailiang. Even now I don't care about the Guangling law battle. What are you worrying about? Hu Kuei did not get angry. He laughed calmly. General Ko, I think I'm worrying too much. Yu Luandao frowned. Ko Jianghuai raised his eyebrows and gave Yu Luandao a provocative look. In Bailiang, among the civil officials, there were Song Dongming and Bai Yu, as well as Su Beiji and Chen Xiliang. It seemed that among the military generals, there was another pair of enemies, Ko Jianghuai and Yu Luandao. It was the beginning of spring in the 3rd year of Xiangfu. Perhaps after the sounds of firecrackers in various parts of the Central Plains, there was still time to clean up the House of Red. 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry came down to Jiangnan. Other than the 800 Phoenix battalions, there was also the 100 cavalry and 100 swords of the Wu family. There was Yuan Zuozong, Yu Luandao, Hong Yu, and Hong Shuwen. There was the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan. Chapter 1692. Early in the morning, a young woman and an old man walked out of the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Both of them had a deep relationship with the Su family. The old man was called Wang Linquan. He was a lackey of the old Prince Liang in the early years. He was even very familiar with Lin Dofang and the others. Therefore, This time his daughter did not become the princess of Baelyang and refused the position of deputy supervisor of North City. At this time, Wang Linquan was taking a walk with Queen Chu Dong by the Tide Hark Lake. Looking at his daughter who was still carefree, the old man was both relieved and worried. He was relieved that his daughter would not be bullied here, but he was worried that her identity would change in the future. No matter how easy it was to get along with her in-laws, after a long time, it was inevitable that there would be unexpected bumps and bruises. His daughter was so simple, how could she scheme against others and compete for favor? What's more, Wang Linquan had always disliked the woman surnamed Lu who came from Qingzhou. He had long despised the famous scholar Lu Dongjiang. To be honest, Wang Linquan had never hit the Lu family when they were down. But Wang Linquan also knew that his son-in-law hoped that he could get along well with the Lu family, and even help the Lu family in some things. But Wang Linquan had never thought that he was a perfect person. He would not be a bad person, nor would he do good deeds that would harm his opponents. Fortunately, the young lord had never forced Wang Linquan to do anything. So Wang Linquan was happy to play dumb and watch the Lu family disgracing themselves. Wang Linquan stopped and looked around quickly. Then he said softly, "My daughter, you'll be married soon. Father and mother don't want you to run back to your parents' home if you're wronged. No matter how close you are to your parents' home, it's not good. It's just that, but if you're really wronged, you still have to tell father and mother. A married daughter is like spilled water. Don't take it seriously." Listening to her father's contradictory words, Wang Chudong grinned. Wang Linquan hurriedly reminded her, "My dear daughter, how many times has your mother told me to smile without showing my teeth?" Wang Chudong made a lively and naughty face. Wang Linquan said helplessly, "You never grow up. How can we be assured that you will get married?" Wang Chudong smiled and said, "If you can't bear to, then I won't get married." Wang Linquan raised his hand and pretended to hit her. But as a father who was famous in Qingzhou for spoiling his daughter, he could not bear to hit her. He was not even willing to scold her, let alone hit her. Wang Chudong's hands twisted behind his back as he looked up and said in a soft voice, "Father, actually I know that even if big sister Lu doesn't become the legal princess, it won't be my turn. It should be that West Chu woman surnamed Jiang. The woman His Highness can't let go of the most is her, but she isn't suited to be the Northern Liang princess. So it is not easy for sister Lu. Father, I know you're afraid that I'll be angry, but I'm not angry, nor am I unhappy. Every time His Highness returns to Mount Qingliang, he'll take the time to ask daughter about the plot lines in The First Snow. He even said that when he's truly free, he'll personally watch me write a novel about his 3 travels through Jianghu. He said that I should write about him as a hero. I told His Highness that it wouldn't be a problem to write about him as chivalrous and soul-stirring, but the Jianghu heroine he likes must be surnamed Wang, and she must be an outstanding beauty." Wang Linquan was speechless. Young people these days, he really did not understand. Wang Chudong narrowed her eyes and smiled like crescent moons. "Father, if you have time, you should drink more tea with that Mr. Lu. Father, didn't you like to pretend to be cultured? Sitting at the same table as the famous Lu Jiao, you will have a lot of face, right?" Wang Linquan said with a stern face, "His threshold is high. Your father is old and cannot cross it." Wang Chudong shook Wang Linquan's arm. Wang Linquan's face was heavy. "Did King Lu tell you to do this? He wants me to take the initiative to be friendly with the Lu family?" Wang Chudong shook her head and said seriously, "Father, no." Wang Linquan looked into his daughter's eyes and stared for a moment before finally nodding. "I believe in my daughter, and I also believe in the great general's son." Wang Chudong wrinkled her nose and said, "Wrong, wrong. Believing in our Baelyang's king also means believing in your son-in-law." Wang Linquan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Father will listen to you." Wang Chudong suddenly said carefully, "Father, can we really treat the Lu family as relatives in the future? The kind that is neither close nor far, the kind that is just icing on the cake?" Wang Linquan sighed and rubbed his daughter's head. "I know, I'll take care of it. Heh, I'm afraid that Lu Jiao won't appreciate my good intentions and might even misunderstand that I have ulterior motives. Forget it, forget it. Father also knows that being on good terms with the Lu family, in the end, is for my daughter to be here. It is better to be friends here. It's just that in the past, I always felt that there was something stuck in my heart. Father is too narrow-minded. Wang Chudong lowered her head. Father, it is your daughter who has wronged you. Wang Linquan smiled happily. Silly daughter. Unless it is a girl who is not sensible at all, there is no daughter in the world who can let father be wronged. Who says that daughters will always side with outsiders when they grow up? Our family is not like that. Father is very happy really. Wang Chudong smiled brightly. Wang Linquan said in a low voice, Daughter, your mother is right. Between women, if there is no competition, there is a big competition. Wang Chudong smiled like a little fox who had just cultivated in the deep mountains and forests. Father, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Wang Linquan laughed and did not say anything else. The Lu mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was reasonable but definitely unexpected to welcome a rare guest. Lu Qingyan was the future Baoyang's princess consort with a simple carriage and simple entourage. The servants of the Lu mansion, who did not share the surname of the Lu family, kept this woman's indifferent relationship with the Baoyang's officialdom a secret. Even the arrogant Lu family members no longer regarded this cruel and merciless woman as part of their family. They were all afraid and resentful, and their feelings were complicated. In the first year of the auspicious talisman, the Lu family was still well off in Baoyang. The second year of the auspicious talisman was more difficult, but things took a turn for the better after autumn. This year, at the beginning of spring, there was a joyous occasion. As for Lu Qingyan's return to the family, the Lu family members, who were much stronger than last year, actually had some strange remarks. Oh, didn't you say that you would no longer care about the life and death of the Lu family? What, you just heard that your father is about to become the provincial governor of Liangzhou, and now you remember that you have such a family. Don't you feel ashamed? You rushed here at the beginning of the first month to give your father a New Year's greeting? Could it be that you are not as comfortable in Mount Qingliang as the outside world said? Lu Qingyan went straight to Lu Dongjiang's small courtyard under the lead of the Lu family's old steward, who bowed and bent his knees. At this time, Lu Dongjiang was indeed in the courtyard writing characters with a broom dipped in water. When the current master of the Lu family saw his daughter appear at the courtyard door, he did not immediately put down the special broom. He waited until the small bucket was completely empty before he handed the broom to a young servant girl with a graceful figure. Then he took a handkerchief and wiped his hands. He turned around leisurely and smiled. Qingyan, you are here. Lu Dongjiang's thoughts about this daughter, who was valued by the old master of the Lu family, were actually more complicated than the other Lu family members. This daughter, who had not been close to him since she was young, had too much of the old master Lu Feiqi's imprint on her. Many people even believed that if Lu Qingyan was not a girl, the position of master of the Lu family would not have been given to Lu Dongjiang. Lu Dongjiang knew that this was not absurd. That night at the gate of Qingzhou, if Lu Qingyan was not a daughter but his son, then he would not have been able to take the inconspicuous bamboo lantern from the old ancestor's hand. Lu Dongjiang hoped more than anyone that the Lu family could achieve great success in Baoyang. He hoped more than anyone that the old ancestor would be glad that he was the one who gave the lantern to him. Lu Qingyan said expressionlessly, "Do you know why the Lu family can have a provincial governor?" Lu Dongjiang was stunned and sneered. "Even if there are many reasons, at least it is not because of your pillow talk, Qingyan." Lu Qingyan twitched the corner of her mouth. Looking at the current provincial governors of Baoyang, Yang Guangdou of Liuzhou, Qin Shiliang, Chang Sui of Lingzhou, Song Yan. As for Yuzhou, the position of provincial governor has been vacant for 2 years. There is only provincial governor Hu Kuei. Lu Dongjiang answered with confidence and smiled. Now Liangzhou, which is 1 level higher than the other 3 provinces, has also been vacant for a long time. The provincial governor of Liangzhou, Tian Peifong, and the deputy administrator, Song Dongming, have a good relationship with your father. Although there is no drinking and drinking, the friendship between gentlemen is as clear as water. Chapter 1693. Lu Qingyan stared at the man she hadn't called Dad for a long time. Her eyes were dark and gloomy, and there was deep sorrow in them. She asked, Does the Lu family know that the Su family, which has retreated time and time again, will start to reason with the Lu family instead of being sentimental after having a secondary grade 2 governor of Liangzhou? Do you know that your actions are equivalent to monopolizing the fate of 2 generations of the Lu family? Lu Dongjiang said angrily, Lu Qingyan, don't forget that I'm your father. Lu Qingyan smiled bitterly and said, Lu Dongjiang, if I really forgot, why would I come here? Don't you realize that the reason why I didn't hesitate to break off relations with the Lu family and act like we won't interact with each other for the rest of our lives is to make him feel guilty towards the Lu family? Do you think he doesn't know about my selfishness? It's not that he doesn't know, but that he pretends not to know. Do you really think that Tian Peifong, that old fox, and Song Dongming, that great talent who could support the government of a country, would treat you as someone who would help the people just because you are good at handwriting in Lu Dongjiang? Are you stupid or are they stupid? Is there no one in the Lu family who isn't blind? It was unknown whether it was anger, fear, or regret. Lu Dongjiang stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the woman who was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Lu Qingyan, you bastard! Get out of the Lu family! Lu Qingyan actually laughed. Don't worry, I'll get out. But before that, I want to take away the ancestor's portrait from the ancestral hall. I'm afraid that he won't be able to rest in peace if he looks at this family every day. Lu Dongjiang glared at her. You dare! Lu Qingyan narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Lu Dongjiang, from the moment I decided to come here today, I no longer consider myself a member of the Lu family. I'm just a daughter-in-law of the Su family. So if you still want to be the Liangzhou provincial governor, shut up. Lu Qingyan repeated, shut up, do you hear me? Lu Dongjiang's face was ashen, but for some reason he could not utter a single vicious word. In the small courtyard, not far from the father and daughter, the beautiful servant girl that Lu Dongjiang had just taken in from Yanji County was already scared half to death. She wished she could close her eyes and cover her ears as she squatted on the ground. On this day, Lu Qingyan calmly leaves the Lu family with a scroll in her hand. No one sees her off. When Lu Qingyan sat in the carriage, she held the portrait of her ancestor tightly, lowered her head, and bit her arm to prevent herself from crying out loud. She did not want the coachman, who was the chief steward of the prince's mansion, Song Yu, to hear it. Suddenly, not only did the carriage not immediately head for Mount Qingliang, it seemed to have met Lu Qingyan by chance before she left the house. It also seemed like a steward who had suddenly decided to act as the future Wang Fei's coachman. He lightly knocked on the curtain. Lu Qingyan suppressed her sobs and asked softly, Steward Song, what's wrong? Through the curtain of the carriage, Song Yu said, before His Highness left, he told me to give Princess a small brocade pouch when Princess returned to her parents' home and then to Mount Qingliang. A corner of the curtain of the carriage was gently lifted. Song Yu handed over an exquisite brocade pouch that he had carefully kept. Lu Qingyan opened the brocade pouch in confusion. There was only one piece of paper inside with one sentence written on it. Lu Qingyan burst into tears. This lucky woman who was said to be a match made in heaven with the young king, this foolish woman who had once secretly lit the life-exchanging lantern and used her life to exchange for his life, this strong woman who had single-handedly shouldered the fate of the family after the death of her ancestor, this crazy woman who could make her father shut up, for the first time in her life, cried without restraint. On that piece of paper, the handwriting was familiar and meticulous. It said, Don't cry, we are family in this life. On this day, the civil and military officials of Great Peace City, who had just finished celebrating the New Year, were all frowning on their way to the first morning court of the New Year. Even the Duke of Yen, Gao Shizhi, and the Marquis of Huaiyang, Song Downing, looked serious after getting off the carriage. In reality, the two of them had already entered the palace last night to see the emperor. Not only them, but the prominent officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries had also gathered. Although the young emperor appeared calm and only said that 10,000 cavalrymen from northern Liang had charged into Hezhou under the banner of Jingnan and Guangling, his tone was light and casual. However, the emperor was suppressing his anger. Everyone present could clearly see it. In the end, there were not many substantive countermeasures. Among them, the Assistant Minister of Rights, Jean Lanting, suggested that the Assistant Minister of War, Su Gong, withdraw from the Liangliao border and lead the elite troops of the capital to Guangling Path to reinforce the south-conquering commander Lu Shengxiang. The emperor did not agree or refuse. The Assistant Minister of War, Tang Taishuang, suggested that the court order the Jizhou general, Yuan Tingshan, to go down south to Guangling and advance together with the troops of Assistant Minister Su Gong. There was an old Assistant Minister of Revenue. For some reason, he was afraid that the 10,000 Bailiang cavalry would not go to Guangling Path to quell the rebellion but instead turn around and go straight to Great Peace City. Thus, he suggested to the emperor that the king of Shu should take 10,000 more troops from his territory. At that time, the young emperor's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Tantanon quickly added that the 10,000 troops could be temporarily lent to Assistant Minister Su of the Ministry of War. Gao Shiji looked at his childhood friend, whose face was pale because of the cold, and asked softly, "Why didn't you change into a thicker fur coat?" Song Downing said bitterly, "I didn't sleep at all last night. The study was warm, so I casually picked up this one. It's not like you don't know my temper. When I went out, my face was probably not very good. How would the servants of the manor dare to come near me and ask for trouble?" Without another word, Gao Shiji took off the fur coat on his body and switched it with Song Downing. Like a servant of the Marquis of Huaiyang, he personally helped the Marquis in front of him change. Song Downing said softly, "Old Gao, if there is a day when Great Peace City can see the smoke of war and we have to go to the top of the city wall to shoot the enemy, will you die first or will I die first?" Gao Shiji spat a few times and said angrily, "It's the new year, can you not say such unlucky things?" Song Downing laughed and said, "Just take it as a child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm, so." Gao Shiji lowered his voice and said, "I can't guarantee anything else, but even if Liao Gu Jiantang rebelled, Bailiang Su Fengnian would not attack Great Peace City." Song Downing asked curiously, "Is it really as the rumors say, that Su Fengnian really went to save a girl from West Chu? I originally didn't believe it and just thought it was a joke." Gao Shiji bared his teeth and said, "That guy, what can't he do? Can a normal person take on Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing? Can a normal person kill their way in and out of the Imperial Astronomer?" Song Downing stopped and asked in a low voice, "Is the girl's identity as the rumors say, the Empress of West Chu?" Gao Shiji shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. Only the heavens know if it's true or false." Song Downing asked, "Gao Shiji, do you know when the news of the Bailiang Su family hiding the fallen princess of Dechu spread in Great Peace City?" Gao Shiji had a headache and said, "In fact, this kind of rumor has been around for a long time. It's just that it didn't spread widely at that time, so it didn't cause any big waves. But last winter, it suddenly started to stir in the city and got out of hand. Your Marquis Fu has strict rules, so you don't have to listen. You don't want to hear this kind of unpresentable rumor." Song Downing sank into deep thought. Gao Shiji smiled and said, "What is there to think about? In my view, it's definitely that Jean Lanting who doesn't grow his beard that is stirring up trouble. Gao Tingshu and Wu Zongxian are running errands and cannot escape. I'm puzzled. Why does this Bailiang person hate Bailiang more than us, the people of Jingdo?" Song Downing sighed softly and said, "The people of the countryside have to fight for water with the same village. The colleagues in the officialdom have to fight for the same chair. It's all the same. In any case, when some scholars are unreasonable, you can't say anything." Gao Shiji was puzzled and said, "Aren't you a scholar?" Song Downing glared and said, "It's the new year, why are you scolding people?" Gao Shiji was instantly speechless. "Motherf ********, the people beside us are the best scholars in Liang. Even if you are the Marquis of Huaiyang, if these words get out, let's see if you won't be drowned in spit." Gao Shiji and Song Downing walked side by side. "Downing, do you think that the boy of the Su family will really rebel?" Song Downing smiled and asked, "Scared?" Gao Shiji muttered, "The Bailiang cavalry in the west, the Beimeng barbarians in the north, and the West Chu Chao Chongqing in the south. If it's really like this, aren't you scared?" Song Downing said playfully, "Who was it that just said that the Bailiang definitely won't come to Great Peace City for free?" Gao Shiji said with a bitter face, "The affairs of the world are hard to predict. If the young man surnamed Su really is that kind of infatuated person who doesn't want the country and wants the beauty, then it's over. Song Downing's face was not much better. Tell me the truth, what are you scared of? Gao Shizhi's face turned red, and he said in a low voice, "What's there to be scared of about the Beimang and West Chu? I'm scared that the Bailiang won't defend the country." Gao Shizhi originally thought that after saying this, he would be laughed at by his good brothers. He did not think that the Marquis of Huayang would say softly, "I'm also scared of the Bailiang cavalry." Do you think that in today's imperial court, who really isn't scared? Chapter 1694. In today's court assembly, Jean Lanting, who had kept a low profile at the end of the second year of Xiangfu, suddenly became the loudest official in the court. Even Tang Taihuang from the Ministry of War lost his limelight. Under Jean Lanting's suggestion, the court passed a series of policies without a small court assembly. Among them, Assistant Minister Su Gong of the Ministry of War, who had helped the emperor patrol the two borderlands of Liaodong and made great military achievements last year in assisting Gu Jiantang, was finally able to withdraw from the cold palace of Liaodong. Not only did he successfully return from outside the Great Pass, he also led 20,000 elite troops from the capital to the south to reinforce Lu Shengxiang. The recently promoted General Li Chang'an became Assistant Minister Su's assistant. Young officials from the Ministry of War, such as Gao Ting, Xu Kong, Zhen Rong, followed the two officials out of the capital to gain experience and finally had a chance to make a name for themselves. Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan led 10,000 troops each to leave the border and enter the Central Plains through the Great Pass, advancing side by side with Su Gong's army. Then there was the imperial edict to Western Shu, ordering the king of Shu, Chen Zhibao, to transfer 10,000 elite troops from the Shu lands to participate in suppressing the rebellion in Guangling. These troops would be jointly commanded by Su Gong and Chen Zhibao. Compared to Jean Lanting's loyalty to the country and his ability to solve problems for the court, the Imperial College's Yao Baifeng's suggestion at the end of the court assembly immediately made the already heavy atmosphere in the court even more silent. This great scholar of Confucianism, who came from the northwest, suggested that the matter of the transport should be related to the transport. Jinggan Magistrate Wen Tai had just arrived in the region, and the government affairs were already heavy. It should be handed over to the transport officials to handle the specific matters. Wen Tai only needed to grasp the overall situation. If it was in the past, there would be countless civil officials and generals who would jump out to refute the left chancellor even if the emperor didn't say anything. However, today, the young emperor was sitting on the dragon throne high above without saying a word. His line of sight wandered around. However, as far as he could see, there were only officials who lowered their heads in silence. There wasn't a single official who stood out and spoke heroic words. In the end, the young emperor approached from afar. He slowly retracted his gaze and rested it on a group of officials from the 6 ministries. In the end, someone finally stood out. It was Chen Wang of Minxia Province. Chen Wang did not completely overturn Yao Baifeng's suggestion. Instead, he proposed a compromise. First, the Ministry of Personnel would strictly examine the resumes of the main officials of the transport. Once the court had finalized the candidates, the administrator Wen Tai would let go of the burden. For the time being, Wen Tai would still be fully in charge of the transport of Guangling. After the court session ended, the emperor had no intention of holding a small court session. Thus, all the officials left the hall and went straight to the various yamen. Jean Lanting, who had become a laughingstock in the officialdom at the end of last year, could finally hold his head high today. Needless to say, some of the officials who had forgotten to pay a New Year's visit because of too many trivial matters would flock over and line up outside the assistant minister's residence. Of course, the list of gifts would be the same. Yao Baifeng didn't have any officials around him today. The old man didn't mind and didn't rush down the stairs. He stared blankly at the imperial road in his field of vision, which seemed to be bound behind the door. A young voice sounded beside the old man, "Left Chancellor, your stove is cold. It will be difficult to open a meal in the future." The old man didn't turn his head. There weren't many young people in Liang Imperial Court who dared to speak to their seniors in such a cynical tone. Those who were qualified to attend the court session could be counted on one's fingers. Baelyang's humble scholar, Sun Yin, had already experienced ups and downs in the officialdom of the capital at a young age. Sun Yin continued to tease, "Lord Yao, you are really a scholar. You chose this time to be a loyal official. You deserve it." The old man mocked himself. "Do I need to choose the right time to be a loyal official?" Sun Yin nodded and said seriously, "That's right. I have to look at the almanac to check the time before I go out." The old man dismissed it with a smile. "I can't be that kind of loyal official." Sun Yin gloated and laughed. "It's actually a good thing that Lord Yao has the intention to retire. I, Sun Yin, fell in the Imperial College. All day long, I was thinking about when I could make a comeback from the Imperial College. Now that the left chancellor's seat is empty, I have a chance. Just for this, I, Sun Yin, have to thank Lord Yao in person." Unexpectedly, the old man didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he nodded and said, "It's good that you, Sun Yin, go to the Imperial College. I finally understand that the Imperial College is no longer a place for me to teach. It's no longer a place for me to study." Sun Yin said in surprise, "Lord Yao, don't tell me you want to resign and return to your hometown?" The old man laughed. "I'm not stupid. How can I return at this time? I've just slapped the imperial court once. If I do it again, how many lives do I, Yao Baifeng, have?" Sun Yin clicked his tongue and said, "So Lord Yao has studied so much that you don't understand the ways of the world. In the end, you haven't reached the point where you can't be saved." The inflexible old man joked for the first time, "It's rare that someone is willing to flatter me. I have to thank you." Sun Yin waved his hand and said, "Don't just say it. When Lord Yao hands in your resignation, remember to put in a few good words for me." The old man didn't nod or shake his head. He only sighed and said, "Ji Province's Yuan Tingshan entered the Central Plains at Ji Ziku. Although I'm a scholar who can't even be considered an armchair strategist, I still understand that those 20,000 soldiers aren't going to Guangling Road to quell the rebellion. They're going to intercept the Baelyang cavalry. By the time the Ji Province soldiers are gone, the 10,000 Shu soldiers will have almost reached the northern part of Guangling Road. At the same time, I reckon that Assistant Minister Su's command seal will have reached the army. One chain after another. It's hard for Jean Lanting, the Assistant Minister of Rights, to worry so much about the military and national affairs. It's even harder for his suggestions to be accepted by the imperial court." Sun Yin said in a low voice, "Lord Yao, do you really think that this is Jean Lanting's idea? Do you really think that it's a good thing that Su Gong left the two Liao provinces to lead troops south?" The old man turned his head and smiled. "I'm just a scholar, so I really don't understand these things. Is there knowledge in these things?" Sun Yin smiled and said, "I heard that Lord Yao has some good wine in your residence?" The old man was stunned. He pulled on Sun Yin's sleeve and walked down the stairs with him. He lowered his voice and said, "Green Ant? When I heard the results of the Liang-Mang War last year, I drank it all up." Sun Yin smiled but didn't say anything. The old man wasn't as thick-skinned as Sun Yin. He said helplessly, "There are only 2 or 3 jars left. Don't even think about them. As for the other good wine, no matter how expensive it is, I'll still treat you to it." Sun Yin's face was full of disdain. Chapter 1695. The two of them walked out of the gate side by side. Sun Yin suddenly stopped keeping the old man in suspense and whispered, "Jean Lanting and Tang Tai's Huang are in cahoots. That's why Su Gong went to fight the Baelyang cavalry." The old man was startled at first, then sighed. He looked around and finally gave up. This was indeed not the place for him to teach. Sun Yin turned and walked away, smiling. Sir Yao probably doesn't even have a posthumous title. I, Sun Yin, won't add insult to injury and drink Green Ant wine. Sun Yin walked a few steps, then suddenly turned around and lightly patted his chest. "I have a bow. It's not suitable for me to give it to Sir Yao in public, but keep it in your heart." 20 years later, in the middle of summer, Sun Yin had just become the second minister of appointments of the new Liang dynasty, a powerful second-rank heavenly official. One day, someone suddenly came to visit the bustling Sun Manor, claiming to be a disciple of the Yao family. The already busy gatekeeper ignored him. Even when the Sun Manor was about to close its doors in the evening, the travel-worn young man was still unwilling to leave. He had no choice but to mention his grandfather's name. Although the gatekeeper was a slick person born and raised in the capital, he didn't know that there was such a big shot as Yao Baifeng in Liang's officialdom. Later, he finally remembered that many years ago, there was an old man surnamed Yao in the Imperial College of the previous dynasty who served as the left chancellor. However, in the past 20 years, that great Confucian scholar didn't have any poems, books, or articles to spread to the Central Plains. Things had changed with the passage of time. He estimated that he wasn't even as good as a new scholar of the new Hanlin Academy. The gatekeeper gritted his teeth. Seeing that the young man had traveled thousands of miles to the capital and was sent home like this, he thought it was really pitiful. He broke the rules and went to report to the Minister of Appointments. Minister Shangshu, who was shirtless and enjoying the shade under a shed, jumped up from the recliner. He didn't even have time to put on his boots before he ran to the door of the courtyard. But in the end, he stopped and casually said to the dumbstruck steward, telling him to leave the things behind and that there was no need to receive them. If the young man showed the slightest bit of anger, there was no need to bring the things to the courtyard. Finally, the steward carefully brought a cloth pouch to the small courtyard. The minister laughed happily. Since he was not the descendant of that old man and hoped to use this as a stepping stone in the officialdom, that was good, very good. In the twilight, 2 jars of green ant wine that had obviously been sealed for many years were placed on the stone table in the small courtyard. Sun Yin was not willing to open them and drink them. On the second day of the court assembly, an old man from the previous dynasty who had long been forgotten suddenly became famous. Yao Baifeng, a Taoist from Bailiang, posthumously known as Wenjie. Even though he was already an extremely high official, he was still the Minister of Personnel, Sun Yin, who was known for his debauchery. After the court assembly, he walked out of the main hall and stood at the top of the steps for a while. Then he went alone to the side of Imperial Road Street. There was no one around, but Sun Yin still bowed respectfully. This matter quickly became a strange story in the capital. For some reason, not only did the Emperor of Liang not hold a small court assembly today, but he also returned to the magnificent main hall. Eunuch Song Tonglu of the ceremony directorate stood alone outside the door. The young emperor stood near the dragon throne. The floor of the main hall behind him was paved with gold bricks. Therefore, even though the doors and windows were closed, the main hall did not appear too dark because there was light coming through the window paper. On both sides of the dragon throne were 4 majestic furnishings: a precious elephant, a luan duan, a red-crowned crane, and an incense burner. Together, they symbolized the eternal stability of the country that countless emperors dreamed of. The young emperor walked down the steps and stood in the middle of the main hall. The so-called gold bricks under his feet were actually not made of gold. They were the tribute bricks from the Guangling Manufacturing Bureau, which had the reputation of silent steps, like jade chimes. Zhao Zhuan looked up and saw that the pillars of the main hall were made of nanjiao wood cut from the deep mountains of Nanjiao. In the early years, the imperial censor of Liang complained that 1,000 people enter the mountains, but half leave the mountains. Later, in the hands of the late emperor, the pillars of the emperor of Liang's palace were all replaced with the easier-to-cut Liaodong pine wood. Zhao Zhuan walked to the front of a pillar and reached out to touch the glorious pillar with the pattern of a golden cloud dragon painted with powder. He whispered, "Father, you have the blue-eyed Zhang Julu, the half-inch Tung Binshi, and the human cat Han Shengxian. What about me? A dragon robe, a dragon throne, and a main hall? In this world, can't you give me a little more time to work hard? 10 years, no, just 5 years. I can make Bailiang, Nanjiang, and Beimang disappear. I can make those traitors have no place to stand and let the people of Liang enjoy peace forever. Father, I don't trust anyone now. Qianglong, Huan Wen, and Gu Jiantang, Lu Shengxiang are the young people you deliberately suppressed and left for me to promote. Song Li, Sun Yin, and the others, I don't trust any of them. The only one, Chen Wang, is still too young and doesn't have enough prestige. He has no foundation in the Liang army. Even if he is willing to turn the tide, he is powerless." Zhao Zhuan suddenly retracted his hand. His face was ferocious. He clenched his fist and punched the pillar. The young emperor gasped for breath. He felt a piercing pain in his hand. He glared at the pillar and said angrily, "You destroyed the fate of the Zhao family at the imperial astronomer. I only asked 2 lackeys to make things difficult for you, and you dare to openly send troops to Guangling Path? How is this different from rebellion?" Zhao Zhuan punched the pillar again. This time, the surface of the pillar was stained with blood. "Do you really think that my Li Yang won't dare to fight to the death with Bailiang?" The young emperor lay on the floor of the main hall and looked at the golden dragon carved in the middle of the caisson. The dragon's head looked down with a huge pearl in its mouth. Looking at the huge luminous pearl, the young emperor couldn't help but think of his sister, Princess Sui Zhu, Zhao Fengya. Princess Sui Zhu of the Zhao family of Liang was dead, but Zhao Fengya was still alive. This was probably the only thing that the young man of the Su family of Bailiang had done that Zhao Zhuan didn't hate so much. The exhausted young emperor closed his eyes and thought of the stupid parrot raised by the empress. It turned out that the so-called sovereign of the 9 and 5 was also a bird in a cage. Chapter 1696. East Sea Martial Emperor City. Ever since the young man with the surname Jiang stopped training his physique, this place had lost its backbone. It quickly turned from the holy land of the pugilistic world that everyone yearned for into an ordinary city. There was no white-robed old man Wang Xianji, who looked down on the world with disdain. There was no Chao Zhangqing who sat alone on a tall building to watch the battle. There was no Deng Tai, who rode on a donkey and carried a peach branch. There was no Suatia Valley with a sword hanging over the city wall. There was no groom Linya and the others. There was also no Duke of Northern Liang who carried a bowl and walked up to the city wall. Although there had yet to be an official army stationed in Martial Emperor City, the people in the city knew that it was only a matter of time. Therefore, in the early years, those who were wanted by the government and lived in seclusion, those who lived here to avoid their enemies, and those who were willing to wash their hands of disputes, all left this eastern sea city one after another. A slender figure suddenly appeared at the top of the city wall where the tide was breaking. Not far away, the tide surged like an army of thousands of men and horses. It suddenly hit the city wall and covered the figure in an instant. In the next moment, the figure disappeared. Perhaps he was swept away by the tide. However, when the tide receded, another figure appeared on the city wall. Unlike the former who came and went in a hurry, this man did not disappear immediately. He was dressed in plain clothes and had an ordinary appearance. His face was full of stubble, and his boots were somewhat damaged. However, in front of this inconspicuous middle-aged man, a 3-foot sword was hovering. It was vibrating slightly like a mosquito flapping its wings. The travel-worn man stopped his sword and looked around. His eyes were sharp, like the sharpest sword in the world. One flying sword for 100 miles, from the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City to the snow mountains of Liaodong, then from Liaodong to Liaodong, then from Liaodong to Liaodong, then from Liaodong back to the capital, all the way south until here. The man rubbed his chin and said, "Xie Guaning, your running ability is really the best in the world. However, if you have the ability, run all the way to the southern sea." After about half an hour, the man sneered and said, "Found you." The flying sword that was hovering in the air seemed to have heard the imperial edict. It flashed before its master. Not long before this, in front of a bun shop that was slowly becoming quiet because it was past dinner time, a child, who was given the nickname Dognose by a certain green-robed girl, was staring at a poor scholar with white hair. The child's real name was Go Yufeng. He raised his head and looked at the poor scholar who was embarrassingly short of money. He then lowered his head and looked at the last steamer of buns that he couldn't sell for copper coins. The child's gaze moved back and forth between the two. The grandpa beside him was already cleaning up the table. The old man had lived in the Martial Emperor City for most of his life. He didn't ask anything about this. To be honest, in the Martial Emperor City, he had seen many strange things and strange people. So much so that he was surprised to meet a normal person. The old man had seen too many strange customers. Some complained that the buns were too meaty and weren't willing to pay. Some complained that the buns weren't sweet. Some didn't even have a few copper coins in their pockets, so they threw their treasured swords and treasured sabers on the table and left. There were also some who ate the buns that weren't worth a few copper coins and complained about how many kinds of delicacies they had tasted in the past. There were also some who pretended to take out a tattered secret manual to exchange for a steamer of buns. There were even some who claimed that they were Chao Changqing, Dong Tai, etc., so they weren't willing to pay. There were too many of them. The child asked, "You want to eat steamed buns?" The poor scholar, whose clothes were tattered but clean, was expressionless. The child asked again, "No money?" The scholar just stared at the child. The child wasn't the kind of person who would add insult to injury. Although he didn't have parents and lived a poor life with his grandpa since he was young, his upbringing was very good. Therefore, even though the poor scholar in front of him obviously wanted to eat for free, the child didn't speak ill of him. He just hesitated whether to give him the steamed buns. After all, giving him a steamer of steamed buns wasn't a big deal. However, he was afraid that the guy would blame him and his grandpa after eating the steamed buns. He remembered that guy named Jiang Fuding. When he lived in the city and often came here to visit, he once said the saying, "If you give someone something, they will give you something. If you don't, they will hate you." Just when the child was about to give him another steamer of steamed buns, the poor scholar suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's your surname and name?" The child suddenly felt a little bored. Alas, since he helped his grandpa with the chores, there were at least 8 or 10 Jianghu diners who kept saying that they were talented in martial arts. Therefore, the child subconsciously said in a bad mood, "I can give you this steamer of steamed buns, but I don't practice martial arts." The child suddenly remembered that this old guy in front of him didn't look like a martial arts practitioner who fought and killed. He looked more like a teacher. Therefore, the child quickly added, "I don't go to private school either." The poor foreigner repeated his question with an expressionless face, "What's your surname and name?" The child subconsciously took 2 steps back, some fear and awe coming from the bottom of his heart. The middle-aged scholar standing in front of the child frowned. After he raised his hand, the child saw that the man was holding half a broken bowl in his hand. In front of the child, the man broke off a piece the size of a fingernail and threw it into his mouth, chewing just like that. The child was stunned. Was this man so hungry that he lost his mind? When the child finally came to his senses, his face suddenly turned pale with fright. He saw that his grandpa seemed to have cast a body-fixing charm on an immortal. He maintained the posture of bending over and wiping the table. Not only his grandpa, but also the pedestrians on the street were all motionless. Some people raised their feet to move forward, but they couldn't take that step because they were still half a foot above the ground. Some people felt that the cold spring was too unbearable and wanted to jump and stomp to drive the cold away. Therefore, they were suspended in the air. Some people were joking with their friends who were walking side by side, but when they turned their heads, their bright smile froze. All of this was beyond the limit of the child's imagination. His hands trembled and he couldn't hold the steamer of steamed buns. However, when the small bamboo steamer fell to the ground, it was a scene of heaven and earth shaking. In the child's sight, his grandpa, the table, the pedestrians, and the street were all shaking violently, making the child dizzy. The middle-aged scholar took a few steps forward and bent over to pick up the steamer of steamed buns. He stood side by side with the child. Only then did the child see that in the silence of heaven and earth, there was only a sword slowly approaching. The man said with a hoarse voice, "My name is Xie Guining. From now on, you will be my only disciple." The man took out the other half of the broken bowl, which was much more complete, and placed it in the child's hand. Then he suddenly pressed a hand on the child's head and said indifferently, "Hong Shixiang is unwilling to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and become a person who hates Su Fengyan. As for me, I want to do it, but I can't." The man raised his head and looked at the sky. The hand that pressed on the child's head slightly increased in strength. Instantly, fog rose and immortal qi lingered. Finally, it condensed and took shape about 3 feet away. It was a landscape map of mountains and rivers with a flood dragon hidden in the mountains and rivers. There was a deity 3 feet above. Chapter 1697. The abject man retracted his gaze and looked at the flying sword that had broken free from the shackles of heaven. he said regretfully. It turns out that 1,000 years of immortality is a step further than Ancestor Lu. In the end, it's just a joke. I had no choice but to accept you as my disciple. Forget it, forget it. In this world, all the scholars have their own destinies. It's time for the martial artists of Jianghu to have an end. I will be the first, Chao Chongqing will be the second, and as for who will be the last, I hope it will be you. Remember, in the future, when you meet someone called Yu Dilong, don't show mercy. Just don't think about attaining Tao and ascending in the future. Take a step back and try to make yourself famous in history. After saying this, the man disappeared. The child with a rosy face looked around blankly. Grandpa continued to wipe the table. The pedestrians on the road continued to move forward. The world continued to be lively. The flying sword also disappeared along with it. The child looked down. Only the half-broken white bowl in his hand clearly told him that the encounter just now was not a daydream. The child whispered, "My name is Go Yufang." He heard a voice. The child suddenly looked up and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle. The latter smiled and asked, "Is there still food in the shop?" Go Yufang quickly turned around and hid the broken bowl in his arms. "Sir, our shop's signature soup dumplings are gone, but we still have wonton and noodles." The ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle didn't seem to care about the child and the half-broken bowl at all. He just grinned and said, "Then give me a bowl of wonton and a plate of chili oil. Make it as spicy as possible." The child smiled and said, "Okay, our chili oil can't even be eaten by the guests in Shu. I'm afraid that you will ask us for cold water." The uncle suddenly looked embarrassed. "Waiter?" The clever child took the lead and said, "Just put it on the account." The uncle was still a little embarrassed. "It's best if you can put it on the account, but I'm in a hurry. I may not be able to come back here in a few years. This is troublesome." The child smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Our family's shop has been doing business in the city for 30 years. As long as you have the heart, it's fine even if it's 10 years later, let alone a few years. Of course, if you really forget, it's fine. It's just a bowl of wonton." The child was not originally such a poor and generous person. It was just that he inexplicably met a strange person who called himself Xie Guaning and became that person's disciple. After all, the child was still young. No matter how steady his temperament was, he was still somewhat happy. The uncle glanced at the child and suddenly reached out to pinch the child's shoulder and arm a few times. He clicked his tongue and said, "The one with the surname Xie does have some luck. Could it be the final radiance of the setting sun? You can pick up scraps like this? Otherwise, even I, Dong Tai, would be offended." The uncle squinted his eyes and chuckled, "Little brother, I see that you have a good constitution." The corner of the child's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, "Sir, I really don't practice martial arts. Please don't take me in as a disciple. It's just a bowl of wontons." "Grandpa, this guest wants a bowl of wontons." The grandpa on the other side responded and went to get busy. The uncle waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I already have a disciple. That kid likes to get jealous. If he knew, he would roll his eyes at me. However, I don't have the habit of eating for free. The one with the surname Xie used half a bowl to exchange for your basket of buns. Then I, Dong Tai, will use a box of new swords to exchange for your bowl of wontons." After saying this, the uncle took out a small wooden box without any explanation. It was made of ordinary white wood. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not a precious item. Whether the items inside were valuable or not was even more obvious. The middle-aged man's face was clearly a little embarrassed. The sword box that he gave to His Royal Highness was a top-quality red sandalwood that he stole from the Wu family's sword tomb. When he wandered the Jianghu, where would he go to make money? However, the sword box was very different. The pocket-sized flying swords hidden in the box definitely did not drop in value. Dong Tai threw the wooden box to the child and said, "Little brother, your strength is actually enough. When you have time, play with the items in the small box more often. I'm sure you'll be able to figure out the knack of it very quickly." The flying swords were very sharp. Moreover, if Dong Tai used a little trick, they would be able to open the box and move. They would definitely drink blood and recognize him as their master. Ordinary martial artists did not have the unique strength that the child had. Even if their entire body was covered in blood, they would still not be able to command the sword. Dong Tai was not in a hurry to kill Xie Guaning. Instead, he leisurely sat at the table and waited for the bowl of wontons. When the bowl of wontons was brought over, the child gathered his courage and carefully asked, "Senior, I just thought about it. I think you're actually the peach blossom sword god, right?" Dong Tai was not surprised at all. He nodded and said, "The one with the surname Xie caused such a big commotion. I'm sure you saw the flying sword that entered the city. That's why you asked, right?" The child scratched his head and said, "Didn't Senior Sword God say his name just now?" Dong Tai was speechless. He lowered his head and ate the wontons. As he ate, he was even more unwilling to raise his head. He had accidentally poured all the chili oil into the wontons. Now, he was sweating profusely and could not take it anymore. However, it was too difficult for the Peach Blossom Sword God to ask Dong Tai to use his chi to hide his embarrassment. To put it bluntly, it was not in line with his original intention and sword intent. To put it bluntly, it was because Dong Tai did not have the demeanor of an expert. Dong Tai finally finished eating the big bowl of wontons with great difficulty. Only then did he feel relieved. He raised his head and said seriously, "Little brother, if you pick up and practice the sword in the future and decide to walk down the path of the sword, then you have to remember that the sword is not a saber. Even if you have already left the battlefield and given up your position to the saber, and even in the future, when you are in the imperial court and officials like to wear sabers as decorations, regardless of the changes in the world, the sword is still the sword. The sword has two edges. Therefore, when you use the sword against your enemies, other than killing with one edge, you can also use the other for self-reflection." At this point, Dong Tai's expression changed slightly. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something to do. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Also, you juniors do not have to take the grudges of the elders seriously. Live as you should. In the Jianghu, no matter how other martial artists live, we who use the sword cannot have too much hostility. Otherwise, even if your cultivation is divine, you will not be considered a true immortal." Dong Tai stood up and turned around. He quickly exhaled. This spicy oil was truly formidable. The reason why this peach blossom sword deity didn't continue nagging was because of the spicy oil and because he really didn't know how to reason with others. Dong Tai reached out his hand and pointed. A flying sword appeared in the southern sky. In the next moment, he stood on top of the flying sword. One man and one sword disappeared in an instant. In the entire Martial the Arch City, only that child called Go Yufang noticed this scene. In the first 100 years, there were Li Chungang, Wang Xianji, Su Fengyan, and Xianyuan Qingfeng. It was like the spring and autumn war, where heroes rose together. In the next 100 years, there were only two. It was also like the Xian dynasty, where two kingdoms confronted each other in the Central Plains. After those two became famous and were regarded as the world's #1 martial artist, they made a promise of 10 years and fought 6 times. The outcome was a tie. Every time, after one of them won a battle, the other person would turn the situation around in the next battle. Yu Dilong wasn't truly invincible. There was still Go Yufang in this world. Chapter 1698. At the border of Hezhou, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the direction of Yuzhou, there seemed to be a muffled thunder. The military governor of Lianghuai, Kainan, was wearing iron armor and holding his iron spear tightly. This general of the border was full of sorrow. Tens of thousands of Northwest elites under his command were not fighting to the end with the Beimeng barbarians, but died in civil strife. The infantry of Lianghuai army blocked the horses in the middle, and the cavalry coordinated with the two wings. It was a very mediocre arrangement. It was not that Kainan did not want to fight the Bailiang cavalry with cavalry and fight to the death with them, but he was really arrogant. Even if he had the advantage in numbers, he still did not have the confidence to play tricks with the Bailiang cavalry. Kainan did not have the extravagant hope that his Lianghuai army could stop the young feudal lord. He could only hope that he could keep as many of the Su family cavalry as possible. 2,000 or 3,000. As for how many people the imperial court could stop at the passes between Jizhou and the Central Plains with the help of the natural advantages, that was really Kainan's funeral. It was not only the funeral of the territory, but also the funeral of Kainan after he died in battle for the country. Kainan looked up and saw that the terrain was flat and there were large patches of white snow. He suddenly thought of a very unpleasant word: corpse is not cold. He thought that in a few hours his corpse should be cold soon, right? There was a lot of snow in the northwest, and the cold land produced healthy people. In the past, Jizhou of Lianghuai Road had Yang Shenxing's Southern Ji Infantry, who was known as the best in the world. Kainan, who was promoted to military governor, was close to the water, and the Lianghuai border army under his command was soon regarded as the first-class military force of the Liyang imperial court, second only to the Liao. After Tang Taishuang, there were a few local officials who were also former generals of the Gu army who had recently entered the capital to take up important positions. Kainan did not feel much joy. Instead, he smelled a little bit of danger. In the final analysis, those were all trades without capital by the emperor in exchange for the local military power. The reason why they were so gentle and affectionate was that their common benefactor, Gu Jiantang, was still standing at the border. As well as the hundreds of thousands of troops in the great general's hands? Kainan exhaled heavily. He had sent the young emperor's trusted aide, Administrator Han Lin, out of the battlefield and then led his troops to die heroically here. Was this an acceptable explanation to the general, the court, and the emperor? Was this the so-called loyalty and righteousness in the history books? Living in a peaceful world that had been peaceful for a long time and becoming a border official who had enjoyed many years of happiness, it was only at this moment that Kainan realized that the hothead who had followed behind the general and wanted to die was actually starting to be a little afraid of dying, especially dying without knowing why. The orderly hooves of the Bailiang cavalry were like the beating of a drum, beating Kainan's heart heavily. Again and again, this Jadushi Darin found it difficult to even breathe. There was no need for the distant sentries to report at night. Kainan could see with his naked eye that the cavalry happened to be at the edge of the optimal charging distance. They stopped their horses before moving forward. One rider took the lead to leave the formation, followed by about 100 retainers who urged their horses forward. Kainan, whose heartstrings were stretched taut, was confused and increasingly nervous. The confrontation between two armies on the battlefield was not a child's play like in historical novels. What about the main generals of both sides coming out alone and fighting to their heart's content for hundreds of rounds was all nonsense. However, there were indeed more than 100 riders leaving the Bailiang army alone in front of him. Could it be that in order to win the hearts of the troops, that the man surnamed Su wanted to take the head of a general in the army by relying on his strength as an immortal on land? Thinking about this, Kainan was a little angry. Did he really think that their crossbow formation was just for decoration? In order to counter Su Fengyan, who messed up the formation on the battlefield, Kainan specially sent people to take the Jadushi commander's seal to scour the entire Lianghuai path. Pretty much all the crossbows outside the northern defense line were either requisitioned or borrowed over. A total of 50 crossbows were placed behind Kainan openly. Not only were they used to deal with one-on-one attacks, but they were also a huge threat to the iron cavalry. One rider led the charge. The horse hooves did not stop until it was 300 steps away from Kainan. Not only did Kainan, who had master cultivation, but even the elite guards and the two infantry generals saw the valiant appearance of that rider. It was the famous king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan. This young vassal king with the surname Su had killed no less than 10 top masters of the Jianghu and 300,000 Beimang soldiers. His hands were bloody as he killed all the way until today. Even if he was in the enemy camp, facing this person, he had to admit that he was in awe. Among the sons of the older kings of Liang, this young man could be said to be the best. Zhao Sun also inherited his father's title, but he was so submissive that he was like a guard dog of the emperor's family. Zhao Zhu, who was known as the #1 prince of Liang, was criticized in Guangling Path. The eldest son of Jiaodong Zhao Sui, Zhao Yi, was also not outstanding in the war between the two Liao and Liao. As for Guangling Prince Zhao Yu, there was no need to bring them out to embarrass themselves. Kainan casually waved his hand, and the elite scout, Yi Busho, who was sweating profusely, quickly retreated. Kainan stared at the young man in the middle of the two armies. There were 100 riders behind him, and they were not wearing armor or swords. Each of them only had one sword on their back. They must be the 100 swords of the Wu family that spread throughout the Jianghu last year. As a general who guarded a region for the imperial court, Kainan had little interest in Jianghu matters. His ability to kill was honed from blood on the battlefield. In his early years, he had a private duel with a martial artist who was at the same level as him. After he won easily, Kainan only had one word to describe him: soft. However, Kainan did not dare to underestimate the 100 riders in front of him. As for the young lord in the lead, Kainan naturally did not dare to lower his guard. If Su Fengnian did not stop his horse 300 steps away, Kainan would have ordered the ballisti to shoot without hesitation. Jianghu people were afraid of military crossbows, and martial arts masters were afraid of ballisti. This was a bloody lesson that countless people had sacrificed their lives for. Especially the heavy ballisti, which had the reputation of flying swords within 50 meters. Kainan admitted that he did not dare to face several ballisti with arrows as large as spears. Otherwise, Beimang would not have used ballisti to greet the king of Bailiang outside Huta City last year. The 100 riders and 100 swords of the Wu family stopped their horses solemnly. This was the first time they had returned to the Central Plains after leaving the sword tomb of the Wu family and entering Bailiang. The demon surnamed Zhu behind the sword crown Wu Luding, and the sword maid Suhua even closed his eyes and sniffed hard. His face was intoxicated. He clicked his tongue and said, "I've smelled too much of the blood and horse manure outside Liangzhou Pass. The air here is more comfortable. I just don't know if I can smell the fragrance of wine and cosmetics in Jiangnan of the Central Plains." Su Fengnian was only 2 horses away from the swordsman of the Wu family, whose real name was Zhu Huang. He smiled and said, "According to the previous agreement, as long as you follow this king all the way south to a place where you can see the walls of the capital of West Chu, the 100 of you can regain your freedom. After that, whether you go to Jianghu to make a comeback or find a beautiful place to hide your names, this king will not care, and neither will the Wu family." Chapter 1699. Old Zhu, who was also incomparably bloodthirsty in the sword tomb of the Wu family, laughed strangely and said, "Your Highness, these words may work for others, but I can't be considered kind to old Zhu. Back then, in that damned place, I only killed a few more Wu guys. Old Wu didn't have the ability, so he cooperated with others to knock 60 dragon-binding nails into my body. Their method wasn't clever, but their method was unique. Those who weren't the direct descendants of the Wu family couldn't pull out those things. Old Zhu has always had a temper of being the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. The first time I entered the Jianghu of the Central Plains, if I don't become one of the 4 masters of the martial arts competition and no longer exchange blows with Deng, I would be sorry for the more than 40 years of torture I suffered in the Wu family. So, with these nails in my body, I have to trouble your Highness to intercede with that old bastard old Wu. As long as your Highness is willing to speak, although I don't know what Jianghu morality is, I am not an ungrateful person. When the time comes, even if your Highness wants me to go to Deng and city to kill someone, I can pat my chest and agree." Zhu Huang, who was full of yin qi, and Dong Tai were both illegitimate children of the Wu family. They were abandoned at Sword Mountain to fend for themselves. However, in the battle that year, Dong Tai, who won, entered Jianghu and became the Peach Blossom Sword God. Zhu Huang, who lost, was too murderous, especially when he killed almost all of the Wu family's side branch. The furious Wu ancestor used a secret technique to imprison him. If it were not for the 100 swords, Zhu Huang, whose cultivation could be said to be divine, was destined to never let the world know that there was such a sword immortal in the world. As for leading the Wu family's 100 swords to Guangling Road, not only Su Weisheng, but even Chu Lushan had objections. This was because Su Fengnian had promised them freedom. For Bailiang, this was not a negligible loss. In a stalemate on the battlefield, the Wu family's 100 swords would definitely be the key to turning the situation around once they entered the battlefield. They might not be able to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva, but powerful people like Hong Jingyan and Murong Baoding would probably be scared witless. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, Wu Luding, who regarded Zhu Huang as an enemy, turned his head and said angrily, "Zhu, if you can pull out 60 nails, I can help you put in 60 more." Zhu Huang sneered lazily, "Just you, kid? Even the women next to you are more stubborn than you are. Ha, your Wu family is really interesting. These 2 generations all have guns. It's better not to have guns." The swordsman Suiwa's fingers moved slightly. A short old man with an extremely long and thin ancient sword on his back frowned and said, "Zhu Huang, don't push your luck." This old man also had a high status in the Wu family sword tomb. Because he was a sword fanatic, Wu Luding gave him the humorous nickname of Sword Grandpa when he was young. He was different from Zhu Huang, who had never left the Wu family, or Zhang Wantai, Gong Sun Xiushui, and Nailan Huayu, who still had hopes of returning to Jianghu. The 80-year-old old man was infatuated with the path of the sword his entire life. It was just that he was limited by his own foundation and cultivation. He only had a head full of unique sword insights and a belly full of sword knowledge, but he was still unable to personally carry a sword to practice. When the old man entered Bailiang, he had twice discussed the path of the sword with the young vassal king. Because of the dispute of personal feelings, he had the idea of passing down his legacy to Bailiang. As for the country that was valued by both scholars and martial artists, the old man had always been indifferent. Su Fengnian did not turn around. He said softly, "Everything can be discussed when we reach the capital of West Chu. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be 1 or 2 battles to be fought. We must strive to make sure that no one from Bailiang's great snow dragon cavalry dies. Of course, you all must not die. The great Jianghu is waiting for you seniors to make a name for yourselves." Wu Luding said unhappily, "Leave some seeds for Jianghu, right? I find it strange. This kind of puffing oneself up at one's own cost, no matter how outsiders look at it, is it that when it comes to you, it seems particularly heroic?" Su Fengnian turned his head and glanced at the young sword crown prince who had opposed him from beginning to end. He did not haggle over every ounce. On the other hand, Hong Shuwen, a former member of the Phoenix Battalion who had followed the king of Bailiang, sneered and said, "Our king is more handsome than you, and his skills are several levels higher than yours. Are you not convinced?" Wu Luding said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "So what if I'm not convinced?" Hong Shuwen said with a face of righteousness, "Not convinced? Then why don't you spar with our king?" Su Fengnian did not pay attention to the quarrel between the two. He shouted to the 2 Huaidao army, "Kainan, let's have a chat before the battle?" When Kainan heard this, he did not hesitate too much. He rode out alone. The infantry generals wanted to stop him. Naturally, they did not wish for their main general to be in danger. After all, the young king not far away was one of the 4 people who had evaluated the martial arts. However, the regional commander casually said, "If Su Fengnian wants to kill someone, he would not be so despicable." The 2 riders each took more than 100 steps forward and stopped to look at each other. Kainan took a deep breath and looked at Su Fengnian in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "If king wants me to retreat, then don't waste your breath." Kainan, who was holding his iron spear, saw that the young king seemed to be speechless. He only looked past him and his horse and looked at the 2 Huaidao army. Kainan was silent for a moment and continued, "Even if you, Su Fengnian, have a higher cultivation than General Gu, you are not your father. You are not General Su Shao. You are not worthy of me, Kainan, to get off my horse and avoid you." Su Fengnian retracted his gaze and asked, "If I remember correctly, this king has already sent a message to General Kai. Today, you can block the road, but try to place the elites on the 2 wings and let our cavalry rush through. If we have fewer casualties, you will have fewer casualties. Is this not good?" Kainan said coldly, "I will pretend that I did not receive that message." As the general in charge of military affairs at the border, Su Fengnian suddenly interrupted Kainan's words, "General, you did not receive the imperial edict, right?" Kainan's face was cold. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "General Kai, do you think that our Bailiang cavalry is so sudden that Greaton City is caught off guard? Do you really think that the spies in River Zhou are so weak? Even if the Bailiang cavalry advances slowly, the imperial edict will not be sent to River Zhou on time. It will always be neither faster nor slower than this battle. It will only be a step later. Kainan said expressionlessly, so what? The imperial court has its own ideas. I, Kainan, only need to be worthy of the Liang armor I wear. Su Fengnian jerked the corner of his mouth. Do not worry. This king has taken the initiative to talk about the past with you, Kainan. He did not want your army to move out of the way. The reason I gave you the message earlier was because General had given face to a certain old man in the past. The reason I am wasting words with you today is because there is an old official in Greaton City who spoke to this king. Su Fengnian turned his horse around and slowly left. His words that were neither light nor heavy passed into Kainan's ears. Since you are not willing to put on an act, and the Huai border army wants to be loyal to the country, then Bailiang will fulfill your wish. On the battlefield, facing our Bailiang cavalry, how hard is it to die? Kainan returned to his formation with a pale face. The third spring of the auspicious talisman. The great snow dragon cavalry surged like a tide. The Huai border army of almost 40,000 was utterly defeated. Chapter 1700. The sound of horse hooves caused the central plains to tremble. The Bailiang cavalry left the Bailiang Road and entered the Lianghuai Road. They went down south around Yen City, which bordered the River Province and Ji Province, and crashed into the north of Gangnam-do. They drove straight down like a hot knife through butter. Just like the burly man from the northwest who knocked the Jiangnan beauty to the brink of collapse. Everywhere they passed, the Liang officials and local soldiers all kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make any provocative moves. The night curfew was extremely early, and even during the day, no merchants were allowed to enter or leave. The soldiers of the Wu garrison were not allowed to take even half a step out of the camp. The memorials were like a flurry of snowflakes. They were passed through the county yamen, the provincial governor's mansion, and the official residence of the administrator one by one. In the end, they were passed to the elite cavalry and sent to Greaton City at the fastest speed of 500 kilometers. Along with the barbaric advance of the 10,000 cavalry, more than a dozen families appeared one after another along the way. Not only were the leaders of the local government and army drenched in sweat, even Zhao Go, who had been responsible for spying on Liang for many years, was terrified. These families, which could be said to be famous in the various provinces and counties, all had countless fertile fields and abundant grain reserves. 4 of the families could even be said to be local lords in the provinces and counties. These dozen or so families, who were all commented on in Zhao Go's secret files as having clean backgrounds, were actually bold thieves who had openly colluded with the enemy of Bailiang. They had sent countless amounts of grain to the Bailiang cavalry. This was a disaster that was laid out on the table. Once the court came to settle the score, the dozen or so families with deep roots were destined to suffer the consequences. The people in charge of the various provinces and counties, as well as the civil and military officials, would also be ruthlessly skinned. Among them, the first family to reward Bailiang in Hezhou did not immediately flee to Bailiang. Therefore, the local government joined forces with the garrisoned army to send 400 elite soldiers after the Bailiang cavalry crossed the border, intending to search and confiscate the family's property and punish them for their crimes. The old family head of this family moved a chair and sat on the steps of the door, basking in the warm early spring sun. There were 2 cold sabers on his knees. The old one was the war saber he had used when he followed the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, to conquer West Chu. For so many years, even the most favored grandson of the family did not know that his grandfather had collected this saber. The brighter scabbard was the saber of the 6th generation of the Su family. It was the newest cold saber, which was personally gifted by the new Prince Liang not long ago. The old man faced the 400 young and strong martial artists of the county. He smiled and raised his new cold blade. He only said one sentence, and then everyone came and went in a hurry. In the end, they didn't even dare to say a word of threat. The old man in his twilight years said, "His Highness wants me to pass on a message to you. For every person who dies in the Song residence today, 10,000 soldiers in the county will die. If you cannot gather 10,000 heads, then the Bailiang cavalry will go to other counties and provinces to borrow heads." After saying this, the old man with a head full of white hair bent down and picked up a jug of wine by his feet. He looked at the retreating figures and drank mouthful after mouthful of wine, muttering to himself indistinctly. The old man was like an old dog without teeth. Even though he could no longer howl, he still gave off a unique aura. This was probably what scholars read about in books, the aura of a tiger that could swallow 10,000 miles. After Kai Nan, the Jidushi of Lianghuai Road stepped forward. The second person who dared to block the road was not a warrior who led the army to war, nor was he a civil official who was in charge of a region. He was a scholar who had retired and returned to his hometown for many years. He took out the 6th rank official uniform from the bottom of the box and put it on. He stood alone on the road. His trembling family could not stop this crazy old man. Half of the family moved overnight to the remote ancestral home in the countryside, and half of the family hid at home and did not go out. Only the most useless second son of the old man, a poor scholar who had never been able to pass the Jurin examination in his life, had no courage and only filial piety. Therefore, he stood on the road with a face full of fear, waiting to collect his father's body and carry it home. After that, when the cavalry surged past, only the father and son who sat dejectedly on the side of the road crying bitterly were left. Among the cavalry of Wu family, Nailan Huayu was following behind them. She could not resist her strong curiosity and quickly rode to the side of the young vassal lord. This grandmaster of the sword who had won the beauty award consecutively asked with a smile, "Your Highness, what's going on?" Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. He did not have the desire to chat. He had just received a secret report from the Gerfalcon that had accompanied him for many years. In addition to Yuan Tingshan leading the elite cavalry of Jibei through Jizuku to stop them, Shu had also transferred 20,000 soldiers and horses to Guangling Road. The commander-in-chief was Wu Qi, who had left the Su family in a fit of anger after the Battle of West Wall. His deputy was one of the few generals who had chosen to leave Bailiang with Chen Jibao. He was a young, valiant general who had once stood out in the frontier army, and his name was Che Yi. Whether it was Ningame, who had once dealt with this young man, or Han Laozhan, the general of Lingzhou who was now in charge of guarding the southern gate of Bailiang, they all had a high opinion of this young man. They all thought that Che Yi was not inferior to Ko Jianghuai and Yu Luandao. The valiant swordswoman did not want to give up and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Su Fengnian was in a daze, as if he did not hear Nailan Huayu's nagging. Wu Luding said helplessly, "Auntie, can we be a little more reserved?" Nailan Huayu rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, now you know how to be reserved. When we were young, who was the one who rubbed against my chest with all his might, saying things like, 'I'm so scared of thunder and rain, I need to find a place to hide, the winter weather is so cold, my face is so cold.'" Wu Luding carefully glanced at Suehua beside him, and then quickly smiled apologetically at Nailan Huayu and begged for mercy, "Auntie, I'm afraid of you. About what happened just now, when we got married, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Su were always together. I think he must know the inside story. You can ask him." The old man who was discussing swordsmanship with Zhang Wantai and Lu Jinji laughed and said, "There's nothing strange about it. His Highness just asked him if he wanted to fight for the reputation of the scholarly community and send him off before his death." Then Hong Shuwen pulled out his saber and acted as if he was going to spur his horse to kill.